Chapter 26-29. The sky sect killing array was a true peerless array that could kill heavenly venerables. Even Fong Chen's expression changed when he saw the sky sect killing array. He glanced at the 5 emperors. Don't worry. Although this array is very strong, the 5 of us should be able to break it, the War King said calmly. It will take some time. In the meantime, you will stop that guy's attack, the Martial King said. Fong Chen nodded. He had guessed that a super family like the Sky Sect Zone family must have a deep foundation, but he didn't expect them to have such a powerful killing array. The Sky Sect killing array left behind by the first-generation ancestor was the #1 killing array in the chaos. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The cold wind rustled as the wild killing power whistled past. The 5 monarchs defended against the killing power as they joined forces to attack the spell formation. The Zone family head laughed wildly. It's useless. Unless an ancient god expert intervenes, you won't be able to break the Sky Sect killing array. Just wait for death to come. The Zone family head's gaze fell on Fong Chen. All the hatred in his heart suddenly erupted. I'll kill you first. With a tap of his foot, the Zone family patriarch dove into the Heaven Sect's killing array. With the Ancestor Pagoda as the core of the array and the Zone family bloodline as the driving force. Kacha! The Zone family head bit his finger and dripped a drop of essence blood into the array. Instantly, the Sky Sect killing array became stronger, and he could control it as he pleased. Kill! The Zone family head came to Fong Chen's side and punched out. Dong! Fong Chen wanted to dodge, but he was forced back by the terrifying killing power. In the end, he could only take the Zone family head's punch head-on. With a bang, his body flew back. After barely stabilizing his body, he calmed the tremors in his body. Azura sword technique. The hidden star sword erupted with a vast power as it stabbed out again. Ding! With the help of the Sky Sect killing array, the Zone family head strength sword, and he caught the hidden star sword with his bare hands. Let's see what else you can do. The Zone family head sneered. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The mysterious sky all suddenly appeared. Fong Chen pushed it to its limits. A vast and wild power howled out, ruthlessly slamming into the body of the Zone family head. Dong! Caught off guard, his body was sent flying. The mysterious heaven cone nail. Greed flashed in the eyes of the Zone clan head. He licked his dry lips and laughed sinisterly. What a lucky guy. He even got the inheritance of great Emperor Su Xian. The clan leader of the Zone clan continued. But very soon, all of this will belong to me. In the following battle, Fong Chen and the Zone family head were locked in a chaotic battle. With Fong Chen's strength, it was still very easy for him to fight against a heavenly venerable. However, the Zone family patriarch's control of the celestial sect killing formation caused his attack power to increase explosively. This brought a great deal of pressure to Fong Chen. However, in order to fight for a chance for the 5 great kings, Fong Chen was also going all out. Boom! Streaks of shocking power bombarded the Tianzone killing formation. The 5 kings were very anxious. Fong Chen, hold on. The Battle King transmitted his voice. I'm fine, Fong Chen replied. Seeing the 5 great kings attacking the Tianzone killing formation from the corner of his eye, the Zone clan head sneered in his heart. You want to break the Tianzone killing formation with just a few of you? Foundation. This was the true foundation. The super clans of the Chaos Void were not as simple as they appeared on the surface. They were originally at an absolute disadvantage, but after releasing the Tianzone killing formation, the Zone clan head firmly gained the upper hand. However, what made him furious was that even with the help of the Tianzone killing formation, he was still unable to kill Fong Chen. Damn guy. After fighting for a while, the Zone clan head finally could not hold back. He forcibly activated the Tianzone killing formation, and all the killing power gathered around Fong Chen. Die! The clan head of the Zone clan executed his strongest attack, wanting to kill Fong Chen. Here's our chance. The 5 great kings' eyes lit up. They activated all their power and attacked the weakest point of the Tianzone killing formation. Too strong. Fong Chen's scalp went numb, but he still had to resist. Kacha! The wild killing power squeezed his bones, and the sound of them shattering could be heard. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but the chaotic origin sword body shone brilliantly and helped him resist. "Hold on for a while longer," the Battle King said. "It's useless. You're all going to die." The Zone clan head laughed crazily. But at this moment, the 5 great kings formed a joint attack formation. An ancient and unsophisticated power emanated from their bodies. "What's going on?" Suddenly, the Zone clan head cried out, because he felt the aura of an ancient god. "Impossible. They're clearly just Empyreans." The clan leader of the Zone clan consoled himself. What he felt was definitely an illusion. It wasn't real. Open. The strongest attack of the 5 great kings exploded with a dazzling light. Selah, the strongest foundation of the Sky Pillar Zone clan, the Tianzone killing formation, was broken. No! The Zone clan head's expression changed drastically. He shook his head crazily, unable to accept this reality. The ancestral teachings left behind by the old ancestors stated that the Sky Sect killing array was the #1 killing array in the primal chaos void. No one below the ancient god realm could stop it. It could only be used when the clan was at a critical moment of life and death. The Sky Sect killing array that the Zone clan was so proud of was actually broken by the 5 great kings? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Zone clan head said crazily. How could he know that the 5 great kings were not ordinary Empyreans? They were the strongest Empyreans. They were not Empyreans on the venerable list could compare to them. The Sky Sect killing array was completely shattered. The Zone clan head suffered a backlash and was sent flying like a cannonball. Selah, the Ancestor Pagoda, floated out from the ground and tried to enter the independent space, but it was trapped by the 5 great kings. Suppress. The Sword King slashed out, leaving a sword mark on the Ancestor Pagoda. The Demon King waved his hand, and a monstrous demonic aura poured into the Ancestor Pagoda, corroding it. The Martial King and the Battle King looked at each other and punched out together, attacking the Ancestor Pagoda from both sides. The sword mark on the Ancestor Pagoda instantly enlarged. Xiao, the Qin King appeared in front of the Ancestor Pagoda at an exquisite speed and held it in his hand. Wang, under the joint attack of the 5 great kings, the Ancestor Pagoda was completely destroyed. "You want to stop the 5 of us with such a broken thing?" The Qin King played with the Ancestor Pagoda in his hand and laughed. Fong Chun gently wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, after which he took a step forward and chased after the Zone clan head. "That guy escaped into the independent space," the Battle King said. "Destroy the independent space directly." The Martial King nodded. The group of 6 arrived at the entrance of the independent space. 6 shocking forces landed on the independent space. Kacha! The void collapsed, and the independent space appeared. Cracks appeared one after another. The independent space could not withstand the force and was shattering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Once it shattered, everyone in the Sky Pillar Zone clan would die. Forget it. Just as the independent space was about to shatter, an ancient sigh came from within. Huff, huff, huff. Then, the sky changed color and a phantom slowly appeared. Ancient God imprint. The 6 of them were shocked. They did not expect that there would be an ancient God imprint in the independent space. The Sky Pillar Zone clan is my clan after all. You all have committed a capital offense by destroying it. The phantom spoke slowly. The ancient God imprint emitted a powerful aura, and the 6 of them felt an extremely strong pressure. Ancestor. The defeated patriarch of the Zone family shouted loudly. "It's just an ancient God imprint. The 6 of us can join forces and destroy it," the Demon King said. "That's right. No matter how strong the ancient God imprint is, it can't be stronger than the ancient God himself. Moreover, it's just an imprint that has lived for God knows how long." The 6 of them went from panic to calmness and no longer feared the ancient God imprint. The Zone clan had panicked. The ancient God imprint was the final trump card left behind by the ancestor. If even the ancient God imprint was destroyed, the Sky Pillar Zone clan would really come to an end. Sigh. The ancient God imprint sighed and said, "Cultivation is not easy. You all should understand that at this point, the worldly affairs of the world are nothing to be trifled with. The struggles between the powers of the mortal world are nothing. Only the pursuit of the peak of the martial Tao is the ultimate goal of our generation. Before the Zong clan's ancient god died, he left behind an imprint to protect his descendants. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. You should ask your descendants what good they have done. Fong Chun sneered, not giving the ancient god imprint any face. From today onwards, the Sky Pillar Zone clan would no longer exist in this world. Chapter 2630. If it were anyone else, the ancient god imprint would be able to suppress them. However, the 6 people before him were no ordinary people. With the 6 of them working together, even if the ancient god himself came, they would probably be able to resist for a while. Not to mention a mere ancient god imprint. Not to mention Fong Chun. Just the strength of the 5 kings was already at the peak of the heavenly venerables. After the initial panic, the 5 of them gradually calmed down. They increasingly believed that the ancient god imprint before them was just putting on an act and did not possess any real combat strength. Hence, after exchanging glances, the 5 of them all looked at the ancient god imprint. Ancestor, kill them. The Zong family head shouted crazily, his face twisted. So, you all are bent on destroying my Zong family? The ancient god imprint asked. That's right. The war king took the lead, his aura soaring to the sky. Good, very good. The ancient god imprint said good twice, then turned into a ray of light and entered the Zong family head's forehead. Wong. The Zong family head's aura suddenly soared. In an instant, the Zong family head's strength had reached the level of a peak heavenly venerate. Kill. At this moment, the Zong family head seemed to have changed into a different person. His body was no longer under his control, but under the control of the ancient god imprint. F***CK, his mother. The demon king cursed, and the 5 kings attacked together. Rumble. The battle was very intense. At the start, the Zong family head could barely hold on. However, as time passed, the 5 kings displayed their absolute strength and suppressed the Zong family head. Kacha! The ancient god imprint hidden in the Zong family head's body instantly shattered. The violent energy spread out and affected the 5 great kings. However, it did not harm them. Does the heavens want to destroy my Zong family? An unresigned voice came from the sky. Boom! The Zong family head's body suddenly exploded, and blood spurted out. His last straw of hope was completely destroyed, and the Zong family head fell into despair, his face pale. Die. The 5 kings' combined attack had completely destroyed the Zong family head. His body and soul were destroyed. Hoo-hoo-hoo. In the void, a cold wind whistled and rustled. The entire great devil sky was filled with a gloomy aura. Destroy the independent space. Since he had decided to let go, he had to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. The 5 monarchs joined forces, destroying the isolated space in a single move. All the members of the Zong clan within died instantly. On that day, the great devil heaven was filled with the wailing of ghosts and the wailing of gods. Overnight, the Heaven Pillar Zong clan was reduced to ashes. In the great devil sky, all the cities of the Zong clan were completely destroyed. Even the independent dimension of the Zong clan was completely destroyed. This news shook the entire chaos void. The 5 great clans and super forces all came to investigate. When they found out the truth of the matter, they were all shocked. Fong Chun, who had disappeared for 30 years, resurfaced. Void race. What? The Sky Pillar Zong family was completely annihilated? The Void Race Patriarch asked in surprise. Not only that, the independent dimension of the Zong clan, as well as the ancient god imprint, were all completely destroyed. The Grand Elder added in a low voice. Moreover, it said that even the Tianzong's killing array was shattered. One could imagine how desperate that battle was. The Great Devil Realm was filled with devastation. The aftermath of the war was a shocking sight. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as a living hell. Who did it? The Void Race Patriarch muttered. Although the Sky Pillar Zone clan couldn't be compared to the great clans of the current era, it was still considered a super clan. Its foundation was so deep that even the great clans of the current era wouldn't be able to destroy it so easily, unless an ancient god expert took action. Was that possible? Obviously not. In the Chaos Void, there were only a few ancient god experts. They were the final trump cards of the great clans of the current era. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't make a move easily. Could it be a heavenly venerate? The Void Race Patriarch thought of a possibility. That was, several heavenly venerates working together might be able to accomplish this. Not only the Void Race, but the Thunder Punishment Race, the Monster Race, the Dark Blood Race, the Holy War Race, and so on were also paying close attention to the Great Devil Realm. All the martialists in the entire Primal Chaos Void were discussing this matter. As for the main character, Fong Chun, he quietly returned to the Blackstone prison with the 5 kings. Now, the strength of the 6 of them was enough to contend against an ancient god. This time, when they returned to the Blackstone prison, the first was to destroy the Wind Thunder Beast. The second was to bring all the experts in the Blackstone prison to the Great Devil Realm. Fong Chun was preparing to establish his own force in the Great Devil Realm, whether it was the Void Star Sky or Mo Shation. After all, they were just inferior heavens, while the Great Devil Realm was one of the 10 super heavens. With their current strength, in addition to the 5 forces in the Blackstone prison, it was enough to establish a super force. Only then could they contend against the Dark Blood Race and the Monster Race. Blackstone Prison, One Line Sky, Wind Thunder Platform. From a conversation of the 5 kings, Fong Chun learned about the Wind Thunder Beast's past. At the same time, he also learned that it was King Wu's disciple, Wu Tong, who had destroyed the passageway. The Wind Thunder Beast is very strong. He reached the Heavenly Venerate realm a long time ago. Now that so many years have passed, his strength must have skyrocketed. You must be careful, King Wu reminded. Don't be careless, King Wu said. It turned out that they had been trapped in the Blackstone prison all this time, and it didn't matter. But now it was different. They had been reborn and were about to establish a super force to contend against the great clans. They didn't want to miss out on such a wonderful and magnificent life. Fong Chun, when we take action later, use the Supreme Formation to trap the Wind Thunder Beast. Leave the rest to us, King Wu said. Fong Chun suddenly asked, with the strength of the 6 of us, can we suppress the Wind Thunder Beast? Hearing his words, the 5 kings looked at each other and understood what he meant. King Wu shook his head and said, the Wind Thunder Beast is too strong and destructive. If we are careless, the entire Blackstone prison will be destroyed. It will be difficult to subdue it. Fong Chun felt that it was a pity. If they could suppress the Wind Thunder Beast and make it acknowledge them as its master, their strength would skyrocket again. Master, the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail said, they are right. The Wind Thunder Beast is not an ordinary demon beast. Its attack power is too strong. Even an ancient god won't be able to make it acknowledge them as its master. You can't do anything? Fong Chun asked the demon tiger and beast in the demon ceiling tower. The latter shook his head. What would he do? Now, his strength was equivalent to an ultimate venerable. He couldn't even defeat Fong Chun, let alone the Wind Thunder Beast. All right, Master, I thought of a possibility, the demon tiger and beast suddenly said. Tell me, Fong Chun asked hurriedly. Mount Dongming. Hearing this, Fong Chun's heart trembled. Right, how could he have forgotten about Mount Dongming? The Rhinoceros Horn clan was completely suppressed in Mount Dongming. Even the Rhinoceros Horn clan leader was trapped and couldn't escape for the time being. If the 6 of them joined forces, could they force the Rhinoceros Horn clan leader to submit? Thinking of this, Fong Chun was secretly delighted. If they could really make the Rhinoceros Horn clan leader submit, then they would have another ancient god master. In that case, their chances of winning against the Dark Blood clan and the Demon clan would be greater. Everyone, Fong Chun said. Why? Do you want to try? Warlord asked. Fong Chun shook his head and said, if the 6 of us join forces, can we suppress an ancient god master? If it's an ancient god himself, it'll be too difficult to suppress. King Qing shook his head. That's right. Even if we're top-tier celestial venerables, it'll be difficult. After all, an ancient god won't be suppressed by us, Demon King said. Fangchen pondered and said, what if there's a pinnacle true treasure that can restrain an ancient god? Hearing this, the 5 great kings' expressions changed, and they waited for him to continue. Fangchen said bluntly, you should have heard of Mount Dongming, right? Of course. There's the celestial venerable sea in the south and Mount Dongming in the north. There are 2 forbidden lands in the chaotic void, King Wu said. The other 4 great kings nodded one after another. Actually, Mount Dongming isn't a forbidden land at all. It's a pinnacle true treasure. Fangchen revealed the secret of Mount Dongming. What? The 5 great kings' expressions changed drastically, and they cried out involuntarily. For countless years, Mount Dongming had been a forbidden land in their hearts and minds. Everyone had accepted this fact, but now Fangchen said that Mount Dongming was a pinnacle true treasure. What would the 5 great kings think? To read a novel, please visit Chapter 2631. Brother Fang, don't deceive us. Although we have been trapped in the Blackstone prison for countless years, we know that Immortal Cave Mountain is one of the 2 most dangerous places in the chaotic void, King Wu said with a smile. The other 4 kings nodded in succession. Obviously, they did not believe in the legend that Immortal Cave Mountain was a pinnacle true treasure. Fangchen shrugged. I'll bring you to a place. You'll know when you get there. They entered Immortal Cave Mountain again. This time, Fangchen was even more skilled. Across the endless void in the Blackstone prison, the heart of Xianming was activated, and the 6 of them were sucked into Immortal Cave Mountain. Are you familiar with this place? Fangchen asked. The 5 kings were surprised by the change in the environment. They were just in the Blackstone prison. How did they appear here? What is this place? Why is the aura here so unique? The 5 emperors scanned their surroundings, but they did not discover where Fangchen had brought them. This is Immortal Cave Mountain, Fangchen said. What? The 5 kings were shocked. They immediately leaped into the air and floated in the air, looking down at the ground. It feels so familiar. King Wu murmured. Look, there's a mountain there. It seems to be called Void Mountain, King Qing shouted. That's right. This is really Immortal Cave Mountain. I was lucky enough to be here once, King Imo said. The 5 kings were excited. They could not imagine what method Fangchen had used to teleport them from the Blackstone prison to Immortal Cave Mountain. Brother Fang, after a long time, the 5 of them suppressed the shock in their hearts and looked at Fangchen with burning eyes. Fangchen pointed to his neck. The 5 kings recognized the Khanate E-Wood. This is the Khanate E-Wood? The Khanate E-Wood could release the E-Wood aura. The wearer had a strong healing ability. Even a heavenly venerable could not resist the temptation. The innate E-Wood is nothing but a rope that wears the heart of Xianming. Fangchen said, the one I want you to see is this guy. Holding the heart of the mysterious underworld between his fingers, he waved it in front of the 5 people. What is this? Everyone's hearts trembled. Just what kind of precious item was this? It actually used innate E-Wood as a rope. Wasn't this too extravagant? This is a dark nether heart, Fangchen said, not hiding anything. It's the core of Dark Cave Mountain. I refined it and took control of the entire mountain. Now, they were on the same side, and they had to rely on the 5 of them to fight against the current era's great clans. Therefore, he informed the 5 great kings of the situation at Dark Cave Mountain. Really, the 5 kings were still in disbelief. It was not until Fangchen used the Xianming heart to control the inner world of Dongming Mountain that they finally believed what Fangchen had said. Unbelievable. I never expected Immortal Cave Mountain to be a treasure. How powerful is its owner? Frogs in a well. We're the real frogs in a well. The 5 great kings sighed. At the same time, they were even more curious about Fangchen. What kind of guy was he that he could control Immortal Cave Mountain? The reason why I asked everyone to come to Immortal Cave Mountain is to deal with an ancient god. Fangchen said, there is a foreign tribe in Immortal Cave Mountain called the Rhinoceros tribe. Their patriarch is an ancient god expert, and I can only barely use Immortal Cave Mountain to suppress him. There's no way to deal with him. Fong Chun told the five great kings his idea. After the five of them heard it, they fell into deep thought. They had never fought with an ancient god before, so they had to plan carefully. After a long time, King Wu said, "Brother Fong, we want to know the true power of a mortal cave mountain and the greatest power you can control. Only by figuring this out could they be sure if they could force an ancient god to bow his head." "Okay, rumble." Fong Chun activated the dark cave mountain. A vast amount of energy gushed forth, and the entire sky seemed like it was about to shatter. The five great kings were imprisoned, unable to move. They even felt like they were about to shatter. "Stop!" Finally, the five great kings couldn't take it anymore and roared. Fong Chun hurriedly stopped. An immortal cave mountain returned to calm. However, cries of agony could be heard coming from the distance. These cries came from the mouths of the suppressed members of the rhinoceros tribe. Roar! The miserable cries were mixed with a furious roar. This was the voice of the rhinoceros tribe's patriarch. Fong Chun had used the power of a mortal cave mountain to forcibly trap him in seclusion and make it impossible for him to escape. Over the years, he had been constantly searching for a way to escape. Too strong. The five great kings trembled. For the first time, they felt that death was approaching. With immortal cave mountain in hand, even an ancient god expert has nothing to fear, the Sword King said. However, an ancient god expert wouldn't be so foolish as to let you suck them in. Thus, in summary, immortal cave mountain can only barely be used to save one's life. It can't threaten a true ancient god, the Demon King analyzed. Even so, no one below the ancient god level could resist the pressure of a mortal cave mountain. With a mortal cave mountain suppressing an ancient god of the rhinoceros tribe, the six of us have a much greater chance of success, the War King said. No matter what, it's always good to try. Even if we can't beat them, with a mortal cave mountain backing us, the ancient gods won't be able to kill us. After witnessing the power of a mortal cave mountain, the five great kings were filled with confidence. Fong Chun led them to the place where the rhinoceros tribe's patriarch was in seclusion. Through the mountain, they saw the rhinoceros tribe's patriarch trapped within. His two horns exuded a berserk energy that constantly struck the mountain. The mountain's wild energy tightly wrapped around him, making it impossible for him to succeed. Seeing the rhinoceros tribe's patriarch counterattack, the five great kings felt their scalps go numb. Fortunately, we have a mortal cave mountain. Otherwise, if an ancient god were to rage, blood would flow for 1,000 miles. Without a mortal cave mountain, no one dared to imagine how powerful an ancient god expert would be. Rhinoceros tribe's patriarch. Fong Chun loudly called out, "Brat, don't think that just because you control a mortal cave mountain, you could destroy my tribe." The rhinoceros tribe's patriarch furiously roared, "One day, I will charge out and tear you to pieces." The five great kings glanced at each other. For a lofty ancient god expert to be forced into such a state by Fong Chun, one could imagine how crazy he was. "I think that we can make a deal." Fong Chun spread out his hands and said, "Your tribe has been suppressed by me in a mortal cave mountain. If I want to, I can kill them all with a single thought." "You dare?" The rhinoceros tribe's patriarch furiously roared. "Why wouldn't I dare? You're a mighty ancient god, yet you've been suppressed by me. Do you think I'm afraid of them?" Fong Chun sneered. "The lives of our tribe are in your hands. It all depends on what you think." Scram! The rhinoceros tribe's patriarch roared in rage. As an ancient god, he had never suffered such humiliation. Attack! According to the plan, the five great kings would enter the mountain and engage in a fierce battle with the ancient god expert. Meanwhile, Fong Chun would remain outside, controlling immortal cave mountain and suppressing the rhinoceros tribe's patriarch. Whoosh! 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 The five great kings entered the mountain and engaged in a direct confrontation with the rhinoceros tribe's patriarch. Bang! A deafening explosion resounded through the heavens. With the help of a mortal cave mountain, the five great kings were able to block the rhinoceros tribe's patriarch's attack. 5 ants die. The rhinoceros tribe's patriarch's two horns expanded, exuding vast energy as he charged the 5 great kings. The 5 great kings quickly spread out and formed a battle formation, unleashing their strongest attacks. Just as the rhinoceros tribe's 2 horns were about to touch the 5 great kings, Feng Chun activated a mortal cave mountain. The wild energy of the heavenly Tao howled and forcefully pushed the rhinoceros tribe's patriarch away. The rhinoceros tribe's 2 horns changed direction and stabbed into the mountain. Hiss, 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 hiss. The heavenly Tao corroded his 2 horns, and a furious roar came from his mouth. Rhinoceros tribe's patriarch, with a mortal cave mountain here, you can't defeat us, Feng Chun said. One day, I will break through the suppression of a mortal cave mountain and kill all of you. The rhinoceros tribe's patriarch descended into madness. Rip! A primordial spirit appeared in front of Feng Chun. The rhinoceros tribe's young master appeared. He looked at the savage patriarch and bitterly said, Patriarch, our rhinoceros tribe can cooperate with them. You betrayed the rhinoceros tribe? The rhinoceros tribe's patriarch sinisterly said. Patriarch, why have you cultivated until now? The young master asked. Isn't it to protect the tribe? Now that the tribe is in trouble, you could have protected them, but you refused. How is this different from destroying the tribe? Chapter 2632. During this period of time, the Rhinoceros Horn clan's young master clearly saw the actions of Feng Chun and the others. He was shocked and sad. It was unwise for the Rhinoceros Horn tribe to make an enemy out of him. Even if they had an ancient god expert, they were under the control of others in Dark Cave Mountain. Therefore, after communicating with Feng Chun, the young master of the Rhinoceros Horn tribe decided to persuade the tribe leader. Boom! The battle between the 5 kings and the tribe leader had reached its climax. It should have been a one-sided battle, but because of Dark Cave Mountain's interference, the 5 kings and the tribe leader were evenly matched. Damn it! The tribe leader was furious. 5 celestial venerables dared to show off in front of him. He wanted to slap them to death. But reality told him that he could not do it. Dark Cave Mountain. If not for Dark Cave Mountain, how could he? An ancient god, and up like this? At the thought of this, the Rhinoceros Horn clan chief hated Feng Chun to the core. Rumble. The battle in the mountain was exceptionally fierce. The 5 kings were cautious at the beginning, but in the end, they let loose and fought with all their might. As time passed, they became bolder and bolder. The facts proved that Dark Cave Mountain was far more powerful than they had imagined. They were ancient gods, but they had no place to use their strength. This gave the 5 kings an opportunity. The 5 of them joined forces and formed a battle formation. Their attack power was off the charts. At some point, they forced the tribe leader to retreat. Crash! The 5 kings retreated from a mountain and returned to Feng Chun's side. With Dark Cave Mountain, the 5 of them can replenish their energy endlessly, but you can't. If you continue to fight like this, one day, you will exhaust your energy and lose, Feng Chun said slowly. He pointed at the young master of the Rhinoceros Horn tribe and said, Therefore, our cooperation is a win-win situation. Hasn't the Rhinoceros Horn tribe always wanted to return to the Celestial Venerate Sea? I can help you. Hearing this, the tribe leader's expression changed, but he remained silent. Now, I'm building a super force to fight against the current era's great clans. If your Rhinoceros Horn clan is willing to cooperate with me and help me gain a foothold in the primal chaos void, when I'm done here, I can bring Immortal Cave Mountain to the Celestial Venerate Sea to help you. Feng Chun said, Moreover, the 5 of them can break through to the ancient god realm at any time. Once they break through, there will be 5 ancient gods. Feng Chun explained step by step. The young master of the Rhinoceros Horn clan was also trying to persuade him. Only by cooperating with Feng Chun could the Rhinoceros Horn clan continue to survive. Otherwise, they would become the dust of history. From the moment Feng Chun refined the heart of the mysterious underworld, the Rhinoceros Horn tribe had lost. He had lost so thoroughly that he didn't even have a chance to salvage the situation. The Rhinoceros Horn chief stared at the Xuanming's heart on Feng Chun's neck. This should have been his, but now it had become someone else's. Moreover, The other party had used the heart of the mysterious underworld to deal with him. For the race, the young master of the Rhinoceros Horn clan said with emotion. At the level of ancient god, their state of mind was completely different from that of ordinary people. What they wanted was to carry forward the race and pass on their incense. Think about it carefully, Fong Chun said. After that, he left Immortal Cave Mountain with the 5 kings. Brother Fong, do you think the Rhinoceros Horn Chief will agree? King Wu asked. The other 4 kings also looked at Fong Chun with burning eyes. Fong Chun shook his head. The Rhinoceros Horn Chief is an ancient god expert after all. He has his pride. It will be very difficult to make him lower his head. Then what should we do? Wait. Because of the matter with the Rhinoceros Horn Chief, Fong Chun and the others waited for half a year. One day, after half a year, the young master of the Rhinoceros Horn clan sent a message to Fong Chun. The latter appeared in Immortal Cave Mountain with the 5 kings. What's wrong? Fong Chun looked at the Rhinoceros Horn Chief. The latter said directly, I can agree to cooperate with you, but you have to guarantee the safety of my clansmen. If your clansmen are in Immortal Cave Mountain, I can guarantee their safety. Fong Chun nodded in agreement. Within 100 years, you have to take Immortal Cave Mountain and enter the Celestial Worthy Sea with me. During this time, I will be in seclusion in Immortal Cave Mountain. If there is nothing important, do not disturb me. Of course, since we are cooperating, I will naturally help you. I can help you 3 times within 100 years. No matter when or where, as long as you need me, I will help. After 3 times, even if you die, I will not help you. This was the Rhinoceros Horn Chief's bottom line. He yielded only because of his race. Otherwise, who could make him lower his head? Thinking of the Celestial Worthy Sea, the Rhinoceros Horn Chief's eyes burned even more. That was his final stage. Okay, no problem. Both sides made a martial oath. Soon after, Fong Chun activated Immortal Cave Mountain and removed the seal, allowing the Rhinoceros Horn Chief to come out. Under the gaze of the Rhinoceros Horn Chief, Fong Chun waved his hand, and the huge Immortal Cave Mountain was completely restored to normal. The suppressed clansmen of the Rhinoceros Horn clan also regained their freedom. The Rhinoceros Horn Chief leaped to the place where his clan was and communicated with his clansmen. After completely settling his clansmen, the Rhinoceros Horn Chief returned to Fong Chun's side. Rip! With a flick of his finger, a ray of light enveloped the young master of the Rhinoceros Horn clan. In a flash, the primordial spirit of the young master of the Rhinoceros Horn clan disappeared and was replaced by a perfect body. Reconstruct the body. The 5 great kings were shocked. Only an ancient god expert could reconstruct the body so casually. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the body of the young master of the Rhinoceros Horn clan was completely reconstructed and his strength was restored to its peak. Thank you, Patriarch. The young master cupped his fists in gratitude. The Rhinoceros Horn Chief nodded and waved his hand. Finally, his gaze fell on Fong Chun. He carefully sized up Fong Chun. His heart was very calm. My greatest regret in life is that I couldn't kill you, the Rhinoceros Horn Chief said. Fong Chun grinned. I'm afraid you won't have another chance. The Rhinoceros Horn Chief did not say anything else and turned to leave. Remember our agreement. You have 100 years. Seeing the Rhinoceros Horn Chief turn around, Fong Chun called out, Rhinoceros Horn Chief, I need your help now. Hearing this, the Rhinoceros Horn Chief stopped and asked, What is it? He had promised to help Fong Chun 3 times within 100 years, no matter when or where. Therefore, after hearing Fong Chun's request, he did not refuse. After personally experiencing the horror of Immortal Cave Mountain, he was even more eager to obtain the support of Immortal Cave Mountain and return to the Celestial Master Sea. Do you know about the Wind Thunder Beast? Fong Chun asked. The Rhinoceros Horn Chief's expression changed, and he immediately asked, Why do you ask? Have you seen the Wind Thunder Beast? Fong Chun nodded and told the Rhinoceros Horn Chief what he had seen and heard in the Blackstone prison. The Rhinoceros Horn Chief suddenly understood. You want me to suppress the Wind Thunder Beast? You want it to recognize you as its master? Yes, it would be great if I could get a fighter like the Wind Thunder Beast, Fong Chun said. The Rhinoceros Horn Chief shook his head. You don't understand the wind thunder beast at all. Its internal structure is very special. Even if I were to act, the most I could do is suppress it. It is impossible for it to recognize you as its master. Why? Fang Chun asked, puzzled. You will know when the time comes. After solving the matter of a mortal cave mountain, Fang Chun felt very good. No matter what, he had gained an ancient god ally. In this way, he would have the support of an ancient god expert after he had fully established his force. The Blackstone Prison and the Rhinoceros Horn clan were not weaker than any of the major clans. With the two of them working together with the 5 great kings, Fang Chun and the Rhinoceros Horn chief, such a huge force was enough to challenge the major clans. By then, Fang Chun would have a firm foothold in the chaotic void. Now, the biggest problem was the Wind Thunder Beast. The group came to the Blackstone Prison. At the same time, in a dark corner of the chaotic void, a man in black had bloodthirsty eyes. He opened his eyes, and the void around him instantly became dark. Kill all the enemies in the world. Wu Tong's face was ferocious as he recalled the voice of the Wind Thunder Beast. His consciousness was a little blurry, and he was vaguely under the control of the Wind Thunder Beast. All the enemies in my way must be killed. Only I am the king of the world. Wu Tong murmured to himself as his body emitted a violent aura. While Wu Tong was mutating, the Wind Thunder Beast in the Blackstone Prison also began to stir. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2633. In the Blackstone Prison. Not long ago, the Wind Thunder Beast had come out of seclusion and was crazily killing all the martial artists in the Blackstone Prison. In just a few days, the Blackstone Prison was filled with blood, and people were in a terrible situation. However, the Wind Thunder Beast did not give up. Everywhere he went, he would wipe out everything. Hiss! On a mountain peak in the warlord's territory, the Wind Thunder Wild Beast body was leaning against the green rock. Its claws were clutching tightly packed balls of primordial spirit light. These balls of origin spirit light came from the martial artists whose bodies he had destroyed. Delicious origin spirit light. The Wind Thunder Beast laughed sinisterly. Then he opened his mouth and absorbed all the balls of origin spirit light into his body. Buzz. After absorbing the balls of origin spirit light, the Wind Thunder Beast's aura became even stronger. After a while, he felt extremely carefree. My strength is already comparable to a top heavenly venerate. I am almost invincible under the ancient god realm. If I can absorb the power of 10 billion origin spirits, I will definitely be able to step into the ancient god realm, said the Wind Thunder Beast. This time, he had hidden himself in seclusion and unlocked the inherited memories in his mind. He learned of an incredible method that used the power of the origin spirits of human martial artists to evolve and transform. After absorbing the power of 10 billion origin spirits, his body would be able to completely evolve into the body of an ancient god. At that time, he would truly become an invincible ancient god realm elite. Thinking of this, the Wind Thunder Beast felt extremely carefree. Continue the slaughter. His huge body swooped down and came to the plains to continue searching for human martial artists. On this day, he found the Warlord Palace. There are many human martial artists in the Warlord Palace. The Wind Thunder Beast said sinisterly. Back then, the Warlord was also involved in the joint attack of the 5 great kings. Let's destroy his nest first. As soon as he finished speaking, the Wind Thunder Beast opened his mouth and a wild suction force surged out. Immediately, the entire Warlord Palace was enveloped in it. Countless human race martialists were sucked into his mouth one after another. Miserable cries rang out incessantly. The Warlord's generals immediately tried to stop him. Who dares to cause trouble in the Warlord's territory? The first general shouted. And the wild beast of wind and thunder extended its claws and crushed the head of the first general in an instant. Then it absorbed his primordial spirit. First battle general. The other battle generals stared angrily at the Wind Thunder Beast and swore to protect Warlord Palace. At that instant, the Battle Emperor Palace was filled with the smell of blood, as cries of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard. I found a Tempest Beast. As soon as they entered the Blackstone prison, the rhinoceros horn patriarch said in a low voice. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, he enveloped Fong Chun and the others. In an instant, he shot through space and arrived above the Warlord Palace. Wind, Thunder Beast? Seeing the bloody scene below, the Warlord grit his teeth and almost charged down to fight the Wind Thunder Beast. Damn you! King Wu and the others were completely enraged. Fong Chun looked at the rhinoceros horn patriarch. The latter nodded and took a step forward, arriving before the Battle King Palace. Buzz! The rhinoceros horn tribe chief waved his hand. Instantly, a violent force crashed into the Wind Thunder Beast. Bang! The Wind Thunder Beast was sent flying and smashed into the ground, creating a large pit. It got up from the ground and glared at the rhinoceros horn tribe chief. Ancient God! The Wind Thunder Beast felt a trace of fear. Since when did an ancient god expert appear in the Blackstone prison? It turned its head and saw the 6 people in the sky. Immediately, the Wind Thunder Beast wanted to retreat. Whoosh! With a wave of its claws, the void shattered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Wind Thunder Beast fled. Come back! The rhinoceros horn tribe chief roared. A terrifying force burst out and grabbed the Wind Thunder Beast, who had escaped far away. Crack! The powerful Wind Thunder Beast was instantly suppressed by the rhinoceros horn tribe chief. An ancient god is lowering his status to deal with a venerable. The Wind Thunder Beast was not convinced. Slap! With a crisp sound, the rhinoceros horn tribe chief slapped the Wind Thunder Beast. The Wind Thunder Beast was in so much pain that its teeth were about to crack. It was furious, but there was nothing it could do. No matter how strong it was no match for an ancient god. Damn it! Why did they find an ancient god expert? The Wind Thunder Ferocious Beast immediately became anxious. Wind Thunder Beast, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? Fong Chun slowly walked over and asked in a deep voice. Bah! The Wind Thunder Beast sneered, his face full of sarcasm. You want me to acknowledge you as my master? What a joke. Rip! Fong Chun bit his finger and dripped a drop of essence blood on the Wind Thunder Beast. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the Wind Thunder Beast absorbed the essence blood, but there was no reaction. Ha! Don't waste your energy. If I don't agree, you won't be able to force me to acknowledge you as my master. The Wind Thunder Beast laughed wantonly. Fong Chun frowned and stared at the Wind Thunder Beast. There is no blood in the Wind Thunder Beast's body. The rhinoceros horn tribe chief said. What? No blood? The warlord was shocked. How can he survive without blood? Be it demonic beasts, human race martial artists, or foreign races, the most important thing was blood. How could one survive without blood? The rhinoceros horn tribe chief shook his head. You are too ignorant. You will know when you go to the heavenly sovereign sea. Then, without blood flowing in the body, there was no way to force him to acknowledge them as his master. Thinking of this, the 6 of them looked a little lonely. Wind Thunder Beast, are you willing to join the rhinoceros horn tribe? The rhinoceros horn tribe chief said, If you join us, you will be a consecrator, second only to me. After 100 years, I will bring you to the heavenly sovereign sea. Hearing the words, heavenly sovereign sea, the Wind Thunder Beast's expression finally changed. How can I believe you? The Wind Thunder Beast sneered. You are an ancient god, but you are in cahoots with a few humans. I can help you reach the ancient god realm, but you have to be a consecrator of our tribe and enter the heavenly sovereign sea with me, the rhinoceros horn tribe chief said simply. It was obvious that the Wind Thunder Beast wanted to enter the heavenly sovereign sea. However, he did not believe the rhinoceros horn tribe chief. You have 2 choices now. Die, or become a consecrator of the rhinoceros horn tribe. The rhinoceros horn tribe chief gave him 2 choices. The strength of an ancient god expert was monstrous, and they could do anything they wanted. Facing an ancient god, the Wind Thunder Beast had no temper. After thinking for a long time, the Wind Thunder Beast agreed. Okay, I promise you. In order to enter the heavenly sovereign sea and become an ancient god, the Wind Thunder Beast agreed after weighing the pros and cons. Just like that, the danger of the Blackstone prison was easily resolved. Perhaps even Fong Chun and the others did not expect this. The Rhinoceros Horn Tribe chief looked at Fong Chun and the others mockingly. His meaning was obvious. They were still too inexperienced. I will temporarily cultivate in the dark cave mountain. You and the others will establish a super force in the great devil sky. After 100 years, we will enter the heavenly sovereign sea together. This was the order of the Rhinoceros Horn Tribe chief before he left. Although the Wind Thunder Beast was unwilling, he still accepted. The Wind Thunder Beast was not convinced by Fong Chun and the others. I have long been unhappy with you. The Demon King had a bad temper and was the first to attack. When the other 4 kings saw this, they were afraid that the Demon King would be at a disadvantage and attack together. Rumble. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. It was unprecedentedly intense. After a while, the Wind Thunder Beast was panting and stopped attacking. I'm not fighting anymore. The Wind Thunder Beast's face was bitter. He was very unhappy. The Wind Thunder Beast was speechless that the 5 of them were able to fight him to a standstill, even when they joined forces. How is it, big guy? Are you convinced now? Fong Chun asked. The 5 kings returned to their respective territories to consolidate their forces. 3 months later, the 5 kings led all the venerables under their banner to gather in front of the Warlord Palace. Looking at the dense crowd, Fong Chun sighed in his heart. Let's go. The vast crowd left the Blackstone prison and appeared in the great devil sky. At the same time, the dark cave mountain that had existed for countless years suddenly disappeared from the billowing waves lake. Dong! Fong Chun placed the huge dark cave mountain at the core of the great devil sky. The news spread very quickly, and it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The entire primal chaos void was in an uproar, and the major clans were shocked. Dark Cave Mountain, one of the 2 most dangerous places in the primal chaos void, had actually appeared in the great devil sky. What was going on? Perhaps even an ancient god expert did not have such means. For a moment, all eyes fell on the great devil sky. After gathering the Rhinoceros Horn Tribe and many venerables from the Blackstone prison, Fong Chun's forces had taken shape. Chapter 2634. In the vast primal chaos void, all the top experts focused their attention on the great devil sky. They were shocked that a mortal cave mountain had disappeared from Ripple Lake and appeared in the great devil sky. They were also shocked to find that the Sky Pillar Zone family had been wiped out overnight by a mysterious expert. Who was it that wiped out the Sky Pillar Zone family in one night? The Zone family is a super family in the primal chaos void with a strong foundation. How could they be wiped out? Could it be that some hidden expert broke through to the ancient god realm and came out to take revenge? Many people were guessing, and some even thought of Fong Chun. But soon these people denied it. In their opinion, Fong Chun was strong, but it was too difficult for him to wipe out the Sky Pillar Zone family alone. The patriarchs of the 5 great clans hovered in the dark void outside the great devil realm, separated by endless space. They looked at each other, their faces full of shock. Even an ancient god expert doesn't have such means, right? The Yao race patriarch said. It seems that a mortal cave mountain has been forcibly moved to the great devil sky. The dark race patriarch said, if I'm not wrong, there must be an ancient god expert behind this. An ancient god? Are they going to go back on their original agreement? The thunder-punishing race patriarch said. Ancient gods stood at the peak of the primal chaos void. Their strength had reached an unimaginable level. They could wipe out a super heaven with a wave of their hand. Therefore, in ancient times, the ancient gods of the human race had set a rule that ancient god experts couldn't casually attack the weak. Otherwise, it would break the balance of the primal chaos void. But the ancient gods of the 5 great clans were in seclusion. Could a new ancient god have appeared in the primal chaos void? For a moment, everyone was guessing. Great Devil Sky, core area. Fong Chun had placed the huge immortal cave mountain here. There was a powerful aura around Immortal Cave Mountain. Looking at it from afar, it gave people a very shocking feeling. In a luxurious mansion in the meeting hall, Fong Chun sat at the head of the table. His gaze swept across the many experts below. the 5 kings of the Blackstone prison, and the many experts of the Rhinoceros clan. Now, after our Blackstone prison and the Rhinoceros Horn clan are integrated, we have 3,000 venerables, said King Wu. We have 7 celestial venerables. The heaven highnesses he was referring to were the 5 emperors and the wind, lightning, frenzied beast. The wind thunder beast naturally represented the Rhinoceros Horn clan. Fong Chen's strength was also at the level of an Empyrean. Of course, the most important thing was that they had an ancient god behind them. Such a powerful force was completely comparable to the great clans of the present age. Brother Fong, since we are going to establish a brand new force, we need to come up with a name, Warlord said with a smile. Fong Chen nodded and asked, Everyone, do you have any good ideas? Just call it Great Demonopolis. The wind thunder beast curled his lips. Simple and direct. Once our force is established, we will truly be the strongest force in the chaos void. It's better to give a nice name. Sword King said. Fong Chun pondered for a moment and quickly came up with an idea in his mind. He had started out with the Sword Dao and reached his current level from then on. No matter what, he could not forget his roots. Then, let's call it Shura Sword Sect. Fong Chen murmured. The Dark Cave Mountain was so huge that one could not see the end of it. In the sky above the Dark Cave Mountain, Fong Chun took a step forward and appeared there. His body exuded a powerful aura. Whoosh! He clenched his fist, and a flag suddenly appeared in the void. The words Shura Sword Sect were written on it. At the same time, Fong Chen's vast voice spread rapidly. From now on, the great demonic sky no longer has any Zong family. The Shura Sword Sect is officially established today. He was announcing the establishment of the Shura Sword Sect to the many experts in the Chaos Void. His voice was vast and rumbling like thunder, and soon spread throughout the entire Chaos Void. The 5 clan leaders who were standing outside the great demonic sky frowned when they heard the voice. Shura Sword Sect? The 5 clan leaders murmured. Suddenly, the clan leader of the Holy War tribe exclaimed, Look, there's someone at the top of the Dark Cave Mountain. Immediately, the 5 clan leaders' gazes fell on the top of the Dark Cave Mountain. They saw a colorful flagpole with the word Shura Sword Sect written on it. At the same time, they also saw Fong Chen. That's Fong Chen? The clan leader of the Void tribe exclaimed, his face instantly turning serious. How was that possible? The clan leader of the Demon tribe roared angrily. Damn it! The clan leader of the Dark tribe took a step forward and tore through the void, arriving at the foot of the Dark Cave Mountain in an instant. Fong Chun. The clan leader of the Dark tribe let out a low growl, and immediately, a thick black aura spread out from his body. Bang! He threw out a punch, and a majestic fist radiance shot out with a whistling sound. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Wherever the fist radiance passed, the void collapsed. In an instant, the terrifying fist radiance appeared in front of Fong Chun. Humph! Things were different now. Seeing this, Fong Chun snorted coldly and punched back. Crack! The 2 fist radiances collided and instantly exploded. A powerful shockwave swept through the entire world. Crash! At this moment, the other 4 clan leaders also arrived. Fong Chun, did you side with the foreign tribes in the Dark Cave Mountain? The clan leader of the monster race berated loudly. They had entered the Dark Cave Mountain to look for Fong Chun, but they did not find him. Instead, they found the existence of an ancient god expert. Now, thinking of all the things that had happened before, he guessed that Fong Chun had betrayed the human race. Fong Chun, what's going on? Were you the one who destroyed the Tianqing clan? Are you going to establish the Shura Sword Sect here? For a moment, the 5 clan leaders questioned Fong Chun. Fong Chun put away the flag and stood with his hands behind his back. He glanced at the 5 clan leaders and said, The Tianqing clan has a grudge with me, so it's not wrong for me to destroy it. As for establishing a force, it's also after careful consideration. Why? Are the 5 clan leaders going to stop me? Hearing Fong Chen's answer, the 5 clan leaders frowned slightly. Boy, give me back my sword darkness. The clan leader of the Dark tribe could not help but attack. He leaped to the peak of the dark cave mountain and fought fiercely with Fang Chun. Dong! The battle between the two was extremely fierce and entered a white-hot stage in a moment. How is this possible? The other four clan leaders were shocked. Fang Chun was too strong, wasn't he? It's only been 30 years, and he's already able to fight against a celestial master? The 5 clan leaders present were all celestial masters. If the ancient gods did not appear, they were basically the top experts in the chaotic void. However, they could not do anything to a newly ascended supremacy. Get lost. After a moment of fierce battle, Fang Chun roared and flicked his wrist, throwing out a sword. Crack! The sword flashed and forced the clan leader of the Dark Tribe to retreat. Kill him! The clan leader of the monster race roared and attacked at lightning speed. Immediately, the 2 celestial masters joined forces to fight against Fang Chun. Buzz! Fang Chun formed a complicated seal with his hands, and a peerless formation instantly appeared between him and the 2 celestial masters, separating them. Do you want to die? Fang Chun asked in a deep voice. Humph, you want to kill us? The clan leader of the Dark Tribe sneered. Today, you will definitely die, the clan leader of the monster race said. Fang Chun looked at the other 3 clan leaders and asked, What about the 3 of you? The 3 of them pondered for a moment, and then the clan leader of the Void Tribe said, You need to give us a reason to destroy the human race. A reason? Hearing this, Fang Chun nodded lightly. Then, he waved his hand and immediately withdrew the peerless formation. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the 5 emperors appeared beside him. Is this reason enough? The 5 kings released their auras at the same time, and the clan leader of the Void Tribe and the others were instantly stunned. 5 celestial masters. Fang Chun actually had 5 celestial masters behind him. No wonder he dared to be so unscrupulous. No wonder he could destroy the Tianqing Zhong family. The expressions of the 5 of them kept changing. At first, they were panicked, but then they gradually calmed down. Do you think you can do whatever you want with the support of 5 celestial masters? After a short moment of surprise, the 5 clan leaders calmed down. Obviously, the 5 celestial masters were not enough to make the Dark Tribe afraid. After all, there were ancient gods in the Dark Tribe. What if I join in? Buzz! Monstrous demonic chi shot into the sky. Thunder rumbled in the clouds, and the aura shook the sky. A behemoth suddenly appeared at the peak of Dark Cave Mountain. Its body was huge, and its face was ferocious. Lightning patterns flickered on its body, and the lightning in the sky bombarded its body mercilessly. Wind Thunder Beast. Chapter 2635. The Wind Thunder Beast was bathed in thunder and lightning. Its aura shook the sky. It was a peerless existence that had almost destroyed the chaotic void. Although it had yet to step into the ancient god realm, none of the heavenly venerables dared to underestimate it. Boom! The wind-lightning frenzied beast looked at the 5 clan leaders with its gong-sized eyes as a shocking aura surged toward them. It stood there like a peerless god of thunder. It's you? The Dark Clan leader widened his eyes in disbelief. The monstrous race patriarch's body was trembling. Ancestor Wind Thunder, you get lost. Before the Monster Clan leader could finish his words, he was interrupted by the Wind Thunder Beast. It waved its claws, and the void shattered. The Monster Clan leader was forced to take a few steps back. Who's your ancestor? The Wind Thunder Beast was a little angry. Although he was from the Monster Clan, he never thought of himself as their ancestor. This was especially true for the days he had spent in the Blackstone prison over the countless years. It made him even more bitterly disappointed. The Monster Clan kept calling him their ancestor, but no one saved him. I'm the Rhinoceros Clan's consecrator. The Wind Thunder Beast's vast voice entered everyone's ears. The Void Clan leader and the others smiled bitterly. They looked at Fang Chun with burning eyes. At this moment, they regarded Fang Chun as their opponent from the bottom of their hearts. A few hundred years ago, he was only an ordinary profound god. A few hundred years later, he broke out of the Blackstone prison and his strength soared. He rose to the sky in a single step and fought against an ultimate venerable. However, at that time, he was not too strong. He remembered that the great elder of the Tianqing clan had chased him away with the Ancestor Pagoda. But now, 30 years later, today, he could fight against a heavenly venerable by himself. Most importantly, there were 6 heavenly venerables standing behind him. Ancestor Wind Thunder, don't forget that you're a member of the Monster Clan. Now that you betrayed the Monster Clan and are with our enemy, we won't let you go. Hearing the Wind Thunder Beast's words, the Monster Clan leader threatened. You're courting death. The Wind Thunder Beast roared and stretched out his claws, fighting fiercely with the Monster Clan leader. Bang! The battle was extremely intense. If not for the powerful energy around Immortal Cave Mountain, the entire Great Devil Sky would have sunk in an instant. A moment later, a loud noise was heard. The Wind Thunder Beast's aura fluctuated as it bathed in lightning. The monstrous Race Clan leader couldn't help but take a few steps back. His face was gloomy, and the blood in his body was boiling as he forcefully suppressed the blood in his throat. The Dark Patriarch looked at Fong Chan with eyes full of cold, killing intent. However, he knew that there was no way he could kill this damn fellow today. Now, are you satisfied? Fong Chan shrugged and asked. This time, he showed the world the powerful strength of Shura's Sword Sect. What he wanted was for everyone to fear Shura's Sword Sect. The Void Tribe Patriarch shook his head. Although the Azura Sword Sect has 7 celestial venerables, they still don't have the power to contend with the 5 great clans. You should know that we all have ancient gods behind us. Although Tianqing's own family has a grudge against you, they shouldn't have been completely slaughtered by you. You're destroying the balance of the chaotic void, the Void Tribe Patriarch said. His words had made his attitude clear. As the leader of the human race in the chaotic void, he needed to maintain the peace of the chaotic void. His gaze fell on Fong Chan as he waited for Fong Chen's answer. Fong Chen chuckled and looked at the 5 tribe patriarchs with interest. In the end, in your eyes, you still think that I'm not strong enough to fight against the great clans. Therefore, everything I've done is wrong. If my strength can make your great clans fear me and even make you give in, at that time, will you still say that Tianqing's own family shouldn't be destroyed? Fong Chen's voice was extremely sharp. His body exuded a vast aura as he looked at the 5 tribe patriarchs with his pitch-black eyes. Kid, don't be arrogant, the Dark Patriarch said gloomily. Fong Chen sneered and looked at the blue sky. Buzz. All of a sudden, a vast amount of energy appeared in the sky. When the 5 clan leaders felt this energy, their expressions changed drastically. Ancient God, aura. The 5 of them widened their eyes and cried out involuntarily. Rumble. The deafening sound was endless. In the sky, rolling thunder condensed into a thunder dragon that swooped down and exploded in front of the 5 tribe patriarchs. The power of the explosion was extremely strong. Even a heavenly venerate would find it difficult to resist. However, the power of the explosion was reduced to a certain range by an invisible force and did not affect the 5 tribe patriarchs. Crack! When the power of the explosion completely dissipated, the 5 tribe patriarchs' faces finally darkened completely. Forget it, forget it. The Void Tribe Patriarch sighed. I didn't expect Azura Sword Sect to have an ancient god expert behind them. Senior, we didn't mean to offend you. The Thunder Punishment Tribe Patriarch cupped his fists and said, an ancient god could not be insulted. Even if they were the tribe patriarchs of the great clans, they could not afford to anger an ancient god. Otherwise, if an ancient god attacked and killed them, their clans would not say anything. After all, in the vast primal chaos void, there were only a few ancient gods. Buzz. In the sky, the ancient god aura dissipated. From the beginning to the end, no ancient god expert appeared. However, the 5 tribe patriarchs did not doubt that there was an ancient god behind Azura's Sword Sect. Even if they racked their brains, they could not figure out which ancient god it was. However, they still had the intention to retreat. The 6th great clan, the Thunder Punishment Tribe Patriarch said, from today onwards, Azura's Sword Sect will be the 6th great clan in the primal chaos void, the Holy War Tribe Patriarch said. The 5 tribe patriarchs lowered their heads and acknowledged Fong Chun and Azura's Sword Sect. After today, The name Azura Sword Sect was destined to spread throughout the entire primal chaos void. Although the Dark Tribe Patriarch and the Monstrous Tribe Patriarch were furious, they did not dare to say anything. Fellow Taoist Fong, I hope you can put the human race first. After saying this, the Void Tribe Patriarch left. See you again. After a while, the 5 tribe patriarchs all left. However, before the Monstrous Tribe Patriarch and the Dark Tribe Patriarch left, their eyes emitted cold, murderous intent. Fong Chen did not care about this at all. When he established Azura Sword Sect, it meant that he had the strength to contend with the great clans of the current era. Now, he used the name of Azura Sword Sect to announce it to the world. A bunch of guys who bully the weak and fear the strong. The Demon King was helpless. He had thought that he could fight freely, but who would have thought that the end result would be like this? Fong Chun stood with his hands behind his back and stood at the peak of a mortal cave mountain to announce it to the world. 3 months later, Azura Sword Sect officially opened. The news from the great devil heavens spread like a tide. Countless warriors were dumbfounded. They were all shocked that Azura Sword Sect was so powerful. As soon as it appeared, it made the great clans of the current era bow their heads and acknowledge its position. There were even rumors that Azura Sword Sect had the support of an ancient god expert. Of course, those who knew the details were the super forces. After the Li family of the Divine Sword Heaven heard the news, the entire family was shocked. How is that possible? That guy was only a limit venerable 30 years ago, the Li family patriarch said in surprise. Patriarch, the news is absolutely true. It has been completely spread among the great clans. The 5 patriarchs came to force Fong Chun, but they all failed in the end. They acknowledged Azura Sword Sect as the 6th great clan. Damn it, it's all Li Ruohong's fault. If Fong Chun wants to avenge Li Ruohong, who in the Li family can stop him? For a moment, the entire Li family was in a state of panic. At the same time, in the Xiu family of Azure God's Heaven. After the Xiu family patriarch and Venerable Hei Qi heard the news, they could not recover from the shock for a long time. Fong Chun, one of the Xiu family's 5 feudal lords, Fong Chun, has been dormant for 30 years. Then, he came out to fight against the Celestial Venerables and established Azura Sword Sect, forcing the great clans to bow their heads and acknowledge Azura Sword Sect's position. The Xiu family patriarch felt like his head was about to explode. Patriarch, it's true. Fong Chen's strength has reached the level of a Celestial Venerable, and he has 6 Celestial Venerables and an ancient god expert behind him. Azura Sword Sect has become the 6th great clan with peerless talent. Venerable Hei Qi said excitedly. After a long while, the Xiu family patriarch said, "Amazing, really amazing." It seems that the Xiu family's decision back then was right. When the sect officially opens in 3 months, the Xiu family must attend and send a big gift. Yes, Patriarch. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2636, The Void Race. Patriarch. Many elders came to the garden side by side and looked at the Void Race's patriarch with burning eyes. The latter knew what they were here for. He shook his head and sighed. Don't you understand? Fong Chen's wings are strong enough. The forces behind him are enough to fight against the major clans. The 5 major clans did their own things and didn't interfere with each other. Only when there was a major crisis in the chaos void would they join forces to take action. Moreover, 2 of them didn't belong to the human race. No matter what, Fong Chun belonged to the human race. The stronger the Azura Sword Sect was, the better it was for the human race. Although that's the case, Clan Chief, have you ever considered where the heavenly venerate behind Fong Chun came from? Where did the ancient god expert come from? The first elder asked. Also, why did he establish the Azura Sword Sect? Is he really thinking for the human race? All the problems needed to be solved. The Void Race's patriarch shrugged. It's useless to talk about this now. If the Azura Sword Sect dares to do anything harmful to the chaos, the major clans won't let them go. As for what you're thinking, I think those heavenly venerables should come from Dark Cave Mountain, the Void Race's patriarch continued. 30 years ago, The Yao clan's patriarch and the Dark clan's patriarch had entered Dark Cave Mountain personally. After they came out, there was a piece of news. There was an ancient god in Dark Cave Mountain. I wonder who that ancient god is and why he supported Fang Chun to establish the Shura Sword sect, the first elder said. In the end, he still didn't trust Fang Chun. However, things had already come to this. The major clans had already lowered their heads and acknowledged the Shura Sword sect. It was useless for them to say anything more. In 3 months, the Shura Sword sect will officially open. You will represent the Void Race to send a congratulatory gift, the Void Race's patriarch said and disappeared. Within the Void Race, Su Zichen's heart was filled with complicated emotions when he heard about Fang Chun. He kept shaking his head, unable to believe the facts in front of him. The guy who had gone to Dark Cave Mountain with him had actually grown to such a level. He thought that he was the first of a younger generation to step into the profound God realm on the profound ranking. Now, however, he realized that he could not catch up to Fang Chun no matter how hard he tried. This made him pale in comparison, resisting the Empyrean and establishing the 6th Great Clan. Every piece of news was like a thunderbolt that struck his heart heavily. Why must you do this? Suddenly, a voice sounded, followed by the sound of footsteps. Su Zichen didn't even need to turn his head to know it was the family head. Your talent isn't weak. It's just that you're not confident in yourself, the Void Tribe leader said. In the past, Su Zichen had been very confident, but ever since Fang Chun stood out from the crowd, his confidence had waned. Your Dao is different from his. You walk the Void Dao. In the future, you are destined to become a supreme expert of the primal chaos void. When he saw that Su Zichen was still confused, the Void Race's head continued. Fang Chun's potential is immense. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's the strongest genius of all time. If you compare yourself to him, you'll naturally suffer a setback. However, that doesn't mean anything. If your Tao of the Void is perfected, your name will definitely shake the entire primal chaos void. You might even become an ancient god. Su Zichen's eyes flashed. Isn't the goal of our cultivation to become an ancient god? Said the Void Race's head. He's the head of a sect and has a lofty status, but that doesn't mean he'll definitely become an ancient god. If you want to make up for the gap between you two, then work hard on your cultivation. The day you become an ancient god, you can look down on the world and look back on your past. Wouldn't that be wonderful? When he heard the family head's words, Su Zichen's dim, lifeless eyes clearly lit up with excitement. His heartbeat quickened, and he radiated confidence. His aura continued to soar. That's right. Why should I care about what others do? Can't I just do my best? What's a temporary failure? I have to be farsighted. If we're going to compete, let's see who can become an ancient god first. When he thought of that, Su Zichen grinned. His thoughts underwent a massive change. He suddenly understood. Ha ha ha. Su Zichen laughed heartily. He was delighted to have such a powerful opponent in the same generation as him. Every time he thought of him, he was constantly motivated to move forward. Thank you for your guidance, family head. Su Zichen cupped his fists in thanks, a sweet smile on his face. Have you thought things through? Asked the Void Race's head. I've already thought things through. Since things have already turned out this way, why should I feel conflicted? Said Su Zichen. I'll treat him as an opponent to spur myself on and work hard to move forward. The Void Race's head nodded in satisfaction. It's good that you can think that way. Go on. Read up on the Void Scripture in the library. The Void Scripture? When he heard that, Su Zichen turned pale with fright, then wild with joy. Is that true? When he saw the family head nod, Su Zichen cried out in excitement. Then, his figure flashed, and he charged into the library. This is a golden age. Geniuses are emerging in large numbers. I hope you can reach the peak and look down on the world, muttered the Void Race's head. At the same time, the Thunder Punishment Race and the Holy War Race experienced the same thing as the Void Race. The Thunder Punishment Race, the Holy War Race, the Sky Warrior, and the other experts of the profound ranking who'd been in the same generation as Fang Chun were greatly impacted. However, they were still the most dazzling geniuses of the primal chaos void. After a short period of guidance, they quickly pulled themselves together. With surpassing Fang Chun as their goal, they cultivated even more diligently. As for the dark blood race and the Yao race, the atmosphere was completely different. Darkness, deathly stillness, and blood. These were the main themes of the two great races. The two great races were mortal enemies of Fang Chun. No matter what, they weren't willing to let Fang Chun continue living. However, given the current situation, it wasn't too realistic to openly deal with Fang Chun. Thus, the two great family heads met to discuss countermeasures. Void Star Sky. With Qing Ho's help, the Wuji sword sect grew increasingly prosperous and powerful. They'd truly become the overlord of the Void Star Sky. No one could shake them. Brother Qing, you're incredible. Jian Wuji sighed. Qing Ho had just refined a sword puppet and handed it to him. Sect Master, after I've improved this sword puppet, it has the combat power of the Mystic Star Realm, Qing Ho said. This precious sword puppet can be used as the Wuji sword sect's most precious treasure. Haha, Jian Wuji laughed. After the two of them chatted for a while, Jian Wuji said, By the way, have you heard the news? Sect Master, are you talking about my brother Fang Qin? Qing Ho asked. Jian Wuji's expression was solemn. If the rumors are true and the Shura Sword Sect Master is really Fang Chun, then it's too shocking. It's true, Qing Ho said with certainty. No one knew his brother better than him. After the news of the Sky Pillar sect's destruction spread, Qing Ho was certain that it was Fang Chun who did it. Really? Jian Wuji's heart trembled. The corners of Qing Ho's mouth curled up into a smile. His brother was finally standing at the peak of the primal chaos void. At the same time, Emo Shation's barbarian jumped up and down in excitement when he heard the news. Ha! I knew that my brother would definitely do something spectacular. 3 months later, I'll pay my brother a visit personally. Barbarian waved his war hammer and said excitedly. Everyone in the primal chaos void was talking about the Shura Sword Sect. As the sect master of the Sword Sect, Fang Chun came to the Leaf family of the Divine Sword Heaven alone. Buzz. The void tore open and Fang Chun walked out. His pitch-black eyes looked into the distance. This was the Divine Sword Heaven, the territory of the Li family. It was also the place where his good brother, Li Ruohong, grew up. Thinking of Li Ruohong, Fang Chun sighed in his heart. Thinking back to the time when he was with Li Ruohong, his expression became more serious. He opened his palm, and a finger bone appeared in his palm. This was the only thing that Li Ruohong had left behind at the place where he had died. Fang Chun carried the finger bone with him. Brotherly, you always said that a fallen leaf should return to its roots. You hoped that after you died, your soul could return to its hometown. When you were expelled from the Li family by Li Ruochu, although you didn't care on the surface, you were very disappointed. You were afraid that you would become a lonely ghost one day. Fang Chun muttered. Now, I want the Li family to beg you to come home. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2637. Thump! Thump! Fang Chun felt that his footsteps were unusually heavy as he walked on the ground of the Divine Sword Sky. The air was filled with sorrow. The death of Li Ruohong in the past had greatly affected Fang Chun. Now, he was fulfilling his promise to bring Li Ruohong back to the Divine Sword Sky. How would the Li family react? Fang Chun did not conceal his aura. He was discovered by the Li family as soon as he set foot in the Divine Sword Sky. Family head, the Azura Sword Sect Master, Fang Chun, has arrived at the Divine Sword Sky. An elder hurried over to report. He's finally here. The Li family head smiled bitterly and shook his head. Will come. Come, let's go and welcome Heavenly Master Azura. Ever since Fang Chun had defied the Heavenly Masters and established the Azura Sword Sect, many martialists in the Chaos Void had given him a nickname, Heavenly Master Azura. Fang Chun walked forward step by step on the wasteland. He could feel the ground shaking with every step he took. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Fang Chun looked up and saw the Li family head and many elders. Greetings, Heavenly Master Azura. The Li family head led the group to greet Fang Chun with cupped fists. It was no exaggeration to say that although the Li family was a super family, there was still a big gap between them and the Shou family and the Sky Pillar ancestral family. Even the Sky Pillar ancestral family had been destroyed by the man before them. The Li family did not dare to provoke him. It's an honor for Heavenly Master Azura to come to the Divine Sword Sky, the Li family head said with a smile. May I know why Heavenly Master Azura is here? As long as the Li family can do it, we will do our best. You know why I'm here, Fongchen said. The Li family members looked at each other and bitterly smiled. In the end, the Li family patriarch stepped forward and personally said, Honorable Emperor Azura, I know that you have a good relationship with my family's Li Ruohong. Li Ruohong was a prodigy of our Li clan. Li Ruochu was young and immature, so she expelled him in a fit of anger, causing his death. Our Li clan has always remembered this, said the Li clan patriarch. Fong Chun waved his hand to stop him and said, After Brother Li died, I promised him that one day I would take him back to his roots and enter the Li family's ancestral shrine. Although Fong Chen's voice was soft, it caused the expressions of the Li family members to change. The ancestral hall was the most sacred place in the Li family. Under normal circumstances, even if the elders had fallen, they were not qualified to enter the ancestral shrine, let alone a martial artist of the younger generation. Although they didn't say anything, their eyes said it all. They did not agree that Li Ruohong should enter the ancestral shrine. Fong Chun swept his gaze across the crowd and grinned. He didn't need to care about the Li clan's mood. He was Emperor Azura, a powerhouse who could fight against Emperors. Why should he care about a mere Li clan? If you don't agree, then I'll beat you until you agree. Back then, Li Ruochu made the wrong decision to expel Li Ruohong from the Li clan. Now, on behalf of the Li clan, I retract Li Ruochu's decision. The Li clan patriarch pondered and said, No matter what, Li Ruohong was a prodigy of our Li clan's younger generation. Now that he's fallen, our Li clan will take care of his branch. That's all. Fong Chen calmly asked. The Li clan patriarch revealed a difficult expression. The many elders behind him finally couldn't hold back. Emperor Azura, don't go too far. The patriarch has already made the biggest concession by retracting Li Ruochu's decision. That's right. Our Li clan is a super clan of the primal chaos void, the ruler of the divine sword heaven. You came alone and forced our Li clan into a corner. We'll fight to the death with you. The ancestral shrine is the most sacred place of our Li clan. It's the ancestral hall of our ancestors. How can a mere clansman enter it as he pleases? No, absolutely not. Many of the elders were a little extreme when it came to the ancestral shrine. Oh, so you don't agree? Fong Chun grinned, a brilliant smile appearing on his face. He gently shook his head and muttered to himself, I originally thought that your Li clan would turn over a new leaf. Now, it seems that I was thinking too much. There's no need for me to inform your Li clan. What's wrong with placing Brother Li in the ancestral shrine? As he spoke, Fong Chen's body released a domineering power. Our Li clan swears to protect our dignity. One of the elders angrily said. Whoosh! Fong Chun lightly punched out, and instantly, the elder who had just spoken was killed. Crack! The elder at the profound god realm couldn't withstand the power of Fong Chen's punch. When his head exploded, the others were shocked. Fong Chun, how dare you kill a member of the Li clan of the Divine Sword Heaven? Some of the elders were blinded by hatred and shouted loudly. Fong Chen's face completely darkened. He squinted his eyes and scanned the crowd. Seeing this, the Li clan leader's heart raced. He opened his mouth and was about to say something, but it was too late. Boom! Punch after punch, Fong Chun used his absolute strength to suppress the many elders of the Li family. Crack! Every time an elder fell to the ground, the Li clan leader's face would twitch. Stop! When the fifth elder was killed, the Li clan leader finally couldn't hold back and shouted. Boom! Fong Chun withdrew his fist and looked at the Li clan leader quietly. The Li clan agrees to your request. Clan leader, you can't. There were still some stubborn elders who tried to stop the Li clan leader. However, Fong Chen's strength was too shocking. In a few breaths' time, he had killed 5 elders of the Li clan. This was a devastating blow to the Li clan. On behalf of the Li clan of the Divine Sword Heaven, I ask Heavenly Sovereign Azura to place Li Ruohong in the Li clan ancestral hall. The Li clan leader lowered his head. Wouldn't it be better if you did this from the start? Fang Chun said calmly. Only Heavenly Sovereign Azura could suppress an entire clan by himself. Under the lead of the Li clan leader, Fang Chun arrived in front of the Li clan ancestral hall. A shocking aura surrounded the ancestral hall. Heavenly Sovereign Azura, please wait a moment. I will open the restriction. The Li clan leader said carefully. No need. Fang Chun waved his hand and a bright light burst out. Immediately, the restriction disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded. Fang Chun placed Li Ruohong's finger bone in the Li clan ancestral hall. Brother Li, rest in peace. After saying that, Fang Chun turned and left. Li Ruohong was also a profound god expert. If he wanted to be resurrected, it involved the operation of the heavenly law. At least, with Fang Chun's current strength, it was impossible to do so. Therefore, he could only place Li Ruohong in the Li clan ancestral hall. After a long while, everyone in the Li clan breathed a sigh of relief. The killing god was finally gone. The Li clan leader's face was a little pale. Losing 5 supremacies in one battle was a huge blow to the Li clan. Recalling Fang Chun's decisiveness, the Li clan leader's forehead was full of sweat. Fortunately, Fang Chun didn't have any excessive requests. Otherwise, the Li clan would have shed a layer of skin even if it didn't die. Clan leader, an elder called out in a low voice. From today onwards, Li Ruohong's lineage is the main lineage of the Li clan. His position is second only to the Elder Council. The Li clan leader said. Hearing this, many elders' faces changed. Compared to forcing the major clans to lower their heads and admit that the Shura Sword sect was the 6th major clan, a merely clan of the godly sword heaven was nothing. When the news spread, it didn't cause much of a stir. On the contrary, people were still immersed in the shock of the establishment of the Shura Sword sect. They were eagerly waiting for the opening ceremony in 3 months. The structure of the Chaos Void had existed for countless years. The relationship between the 5 major clans of the current era was subtle. There had been countless experts who wanted to establish a force to fight against the major clans of the current era, but without exception, they all failed. But now, Fang Chun had succeeded, especially when people learned that Fang Chun came from the miniature universe. Countless people were amazed. There was actually such a heaven-defying monster in the miniature universe. His achievements far surpassed the natives of the Chaos Void. Many people were analyzing Fang Chun's various encounters and events along the way, hoping to discover something. But in the end, they were still in the dark. After leaving the godly sword heaven, Fang Chun picked up many acquaintances from the Su Xing heaven, including Qing Ho and Barbarian from the Mo Shatian. Finally, he went to the Xing Chun heaven and brought his wife, Star and Moon, and daughter, Fang Shi, to the great devil heaven. As time passed, the opening ceremony in March was getting closer and closer. However, Fang Chun's mood was getting more and more irritable. What's going on? Why do they seem to have disappeared into thin air? At the peak of the Dongming Mountain, Fang Chun was sitting. Chapter 2638. After searching the entire primal chaos void, he still couldn't find his brothers. Where did Xiao Huang, Xiao Hai, Pangolin, and the old faker go? Fang Chun had mixed feelings. Kid, the Wind Thunder Beast suddenly appeared. In the beginning, the Wind Thunder Beast was not willing to help Fang Chun. However, he was pressured by the Rhinoceros Horn Clan leader to follow him to the Great Devil Sky. However, the more he interacted with Zhou Donghuang, the more he felt that Zhou Donghuang was powerful. I heard some news. The Wind Thunder Beast said, your brothers went to one of the demon clan's subordinate forces. Fang Chun's expression changed slightly, and he looked at the Wind Thunder Beast eagerly. Although the Rat Clan is a subordinate force of the Demon Clan, one of their experts offended a branch of the Demon Clan, causing them to be persecuted. The entire Rat Clan was relocated to a continent outside of the Buter Heaven, the Wind Thunder Beast said slowly. However, your brothers are not in the Rat Clan now. As for the details, you can ask them yourself. Thank you. Fong Chun cupped his fists and thanked the Wind Thunder Beast. No matter what, the Wind Thunder Beast was once the ancestor of the Demon Clan, even though he had joined the Rhinoceros Clan. Although he had joined a Rhinoceros Horn Clan, his ability to gather information was still very powerful. The Rat Clan? Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately left the Great Devil Sky. The Buddha Sky was one of the 10 great heavenly regions, and the ruler here was the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan was a general term, but it was actually made up of countless clans. The Rat Clan was one of them, but because their overall strength was too weak, they were persecuted and relocated. There were countless continents around the Buddha Sky, and a branch of the Demon Clan lived on each of them. However, the branch of the Demon Clan that lived on the continents were the lowest of the Demon Clan. Cultivation resources were scarce here, and they were often bullied by the powerful clans in the Buddha Sky. In short, their lives were not good. The Rat Clan's continents were very small, and many of the Rat Clan members lived there. The strongest person in the Rat Clan was only an ordinary honorable one. In a certain city, the clan leader of the Rat Clan stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him stood an old man. The elder was the one who had brought the little mouse back from Demon City. Clan leader, I'm afraid the Flood Dragon clan won't let this matter rest. The plain-clothed elder said with a bitter expression. I heard that the Horned Dragon's old monster strength has reached the level of a supreme, venerable one. It's not something that our Hamster clan can resist at all. The Flood Dragon clan was one of the more powerful clans of the Demon Clan. The reason why the Rat Clan was reduced to such a state was because they were persecuted by the Flood Dragon clan. Damn it! Could it be that the Flood Dragon clan wants to force us to our deaths? The Rat Clan leader said coldly. The Flood Dragon clan clearly took a fancy to the few little fellows we brought back and wanted us to hand them over. We refused, so they kept forcing us. The plain-clothed elder said. Just as the two of them were talking, a mighty aura suddenly came over. A loud and clear voice came from the sky. The expressions of the Rat Clan leader and the plain-clothed elder changed greatly. The Flood Dragon clan had arrived. Have you made your decision? The Flood Dragon clan's leader arrived personally. His body emitted a terrifying aura as his sharp eyes stared at the Rat Clan's leader. Every year, 500 clansmen will come to the Flood Dragon clan as slaves. Not a single one of them can be missing. The Flood Dragon clan's leader was very domineering. Otherwise, your clan can just wait for death. For a moment, everyone in the Rat Clan was extremely anxious. Crack! Seeing that the Rat Clan's leader was unmoved, the Flood Dragon clan's leader began to make his move. Not a single person was able to withstand his attack. The Rat Clan's clansmen fell into a pool of blood one by one. Enough! The Rat Clan's leader closed his eyes in pain and roared loudly. The Flood Dragon clan's leader stopped attacking and grinned. What? Have you finally thought it through? In the sky, Fong Chun had just appeared when he saw this scene. Civil war? Fong Chun muttered. He did not expect that the Demon Clan was not united and had internal strife. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he watched. If you had handed over that heaven-devouring divine rat and his companions back then, your Rat Clan would not have fallen to such a state. The Flood Dragon clan's leader sneered. You are the greatest sinner of the Rat Clan's current state. Every word of the Flood Dragon clan's leader pierced the Rat Clan's leader's heart deeply. The heaven-devouring divine rat is the hope of our clan. If you take him away, it's tantamount to destroying our clan's future. How can we agree? The plain-clothed elder said angrily. My patience is limited. The Flood Dragon clan's leader urged. Whoosh! The void flickered, and Fong Chun appeared. Is this the heaven-devouring divine rat you're talking about? Fong Chun waved his hand casually, and the image of the little mouse appeared in the void. After the plain-clothed elder recovered from his shock, he immediately nodded heavily and said, Who are you? What do you have to do with it? Didn't it die in the Demon City? Why would it appear here? Fong Chun was very puzzled and excited at the same time. Oh, so you're an old friend of his. Indeed. When he was in the Demon City, he was in the greatest danger. Everyone thought he was dead, but I happened to pass by and saved him. Then I brought him back to the clan. Because he's a heaven-devouring divine rat and has outstanding talent, our clan focused on nurturing him. Later, he even went to Mo Shation and brought a few of his companions. The plain-clothed elder did not say a word, but it made Fong Chen's heart tremble. At the same time, he was wild with joy. Little Mouse isn't dead. Fong Chen's face revealed an excited smile. All along, he had been very guilty in his heart. He was responsible for the death of Little Mouse. Back then, he violated the rules of the Demon City and was expelled from the Demon City, which led to the crisis of Little Mouse and the others. Now that he heard that Little Mouse was not dead, he was too excited. Ha ha, I knew it. Fong Chun lost his composure and laughed maniacally. The Flood Dragon clan's leader frowned and was a little unhappy. As for the Rat clan, they were a little curious. Who was this person? Where did they go after that? After a long time, Fong Chun tried hard to suppress the excitement in his heart and hurriedly asked. The brothers were very talented and their cultivation progress was very fast. They went out together to hone their skills, but unexpectedly, they were swept into the heavenly venerate sea by accident. At the end, the plain-clothed elder's face completely darkened. Originally, the Rat clan had hopes of rising, but Little Mouse and the others were swept into the heavenly venerate sea, causing their hopes to be instantly dashed. In addition, the Flood Dragon clan was pressuring them step by step, causing the Rat clan to be even more miserable. Fong Chen's face changed slightly, but he quickly calmed down. Little Mouse and the others were not dead, but they were accidentally swept into the heavenly venerate sea. Thinking that he would fulfill his promise in 100 years and enter the heavenly venerate sea, he might be able to meet his brothers. They will definitely be fine. Fong Chun comforted himself in his heart. Get lost. The Flood Dragon clan's leader suddenly punched out and shouted, Don't be an eyesore here. Bang! Fong Chen's figure drifted and dodged the Flood Dragon clan's leader's punch. His eyes flickered, and his mood had already calmed down. I thank you for saving my brothers' lives. Fong Chen cupped his fists and thanked the plain-clothed elder. Young friend, you don't have to do this. Hurry up and leave. Our Rat clan is facing a crisis now and can't receive you. The plain-clothed elder said helplessly. The Rat clan's leader stared at the Flood Dragon clan's leader as if he was facing a great enemy. Fong Chen grinned when he heard that. Are you talking about these little earthworms? Fong Chen's words completely angered the Flood Dragon clan's people. What they hated the most was others calling them little earthworms. Fong Chun had undoubtedly angered them. Brat, you're courting death. An elder of the Flood Dragon clan attacked at lightning speed. Crack! Fong Chun stood motionless, allowing him to attack as he pleased. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. When the elder of the Flood Dragon clan came into contact with Fong Chun, his body exploded with a bang, and a bloody mist spewed out. The Flood Dragon clan's leader stared at Fong Chun with a solemn expression. Who exactly are you? Does it matter? Fong Chun shrugged and said, All right, I'd like to see who you are. The Flood Dragon clan's leader attacked with a thunderous attack. The Rat clan's people shook their heads, worried for Fong Chun. Little earthworm. Under everyone's gaze, Fong Chun slapped the Flood Dragon clan's leader away. Whoosh! As the Flood Dragon clan's leader was sent flying, he transformed into his original form. A thick flood dragon floated in the sky and roared at the sky. Swoosh! Before the Flood Dragon clan's leader could make a move, Fong Chun reached out his hand and enveloped him. Then, he grabbed his tail and hung him up. Everyone was speechless and shocked. Chapter 2639. The Horned Dragon clan's patriarch, whose strength was comparable to an ultimate venerable, was grabbed by the tail and beaten up by this fellow in front of him. How powerful did he need to be? Could it be that the person in front of him was a celestial venerable? A celestial venerable? The Rat clan's patriarch and the others behind Fong Chun exclaimed one after another. Their eyes widened, and a storm was set off in their hearts. A celestial venerable was a powerhouse that only existed in legends and was on the same level as the Demon clan's patriarch. They did not expect him to appear on the Rat Clan's land and even protect them. The heavens blessed the Rat Clan. Many powerhouses of the Rat Clan were extremely excited. Slap! A slap landed on the little earthworm's body, almost causing the Horned Dragon Clan's patriarch to faint. Who exactly are you? The Horned Dragon Clan's patriarch roared angrily, unable to accept the fact in front of him. I'm the Horned Dragon Clan's patriarch. If you dare to touch me, the Demon Clan won't let you off, the Horned Dragon Clan's patriarch threatened. Hearing this, a cold, killing intent flashed across Fong Chen's eyes. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, the Horned Dragon Clan's patriarch's body instantly exploded into a bloody mess. In an instant, countless demons on the Rat Clan's land were shocked. The people of the Rat Clan were even more dumbfounded. The Horned Dragon Clan's patriarch, who was an ultimate venerable, was killed with a flick of his finger. Was this not too exaggerated? Although many of the Horned Dragons were furious, they knew Fong Chen's strength very well. Let's go. Fong Chen sneered and suddenly threw out a punch. Immediately, a vast power turned into a majestic fist light that enveloped many powerhouses of the Horned Dragon Clan. Crack! Miserable cries came from the majestic power. In the blink of an eye, all the powerhouses of the Horned Dragon Clan died. The entire land was dead silent. As for Fong Chen, he gently patted his clothes and turned to look at the shocked elder in plain clothes. Thank you, Senior. Suddenly, the elder in plain clothes reacted and hurriedly cupped his fist to thank him. At the same time, the entire Rat Clan was thanking Fong Chen. If not for Fong Chen's appearance, with the strength of the Flood Dragon Clan's patriarch, the Rat Clan would definitely have been annihilated today. Fong Chen waved his hand. Little Mouse is my brother. You owe him a favor, so I owe Fong Chen a favor. After today, the Flood Dragon Clan will definitely not dare to invade the Rat Clan. However, if the Demon Clan knows that it was me who did it, they will definitely attack you. Fong Chen said solemnly. Now, there are two paths in front of you. The first is to follow me to the great devil heavens and withdraw from the demonic beast race. The second is to stay here. With the strength that Fong Chen had shown, the Flood Dragon Clan would definitely not dare to come again. However, if the Demon Clan knew that he had helped the Rat Clan, they would definitely not stand by and do nothing. He didn't want to put the Rat Clan in danger because of him. The eyes of the members of the hamster tribe flickered as they fell into deep thought. On the other hand, the plainclothes elder gritted his teeth and said, Patriarch, have you not realized it after all these years? The demon race has long since abandoned our rat race. Rather than drag out an ignoble existence here, it's better to leave with this senior. Hearing the plainclothes elder's words, the expression of the Rat Clan's patriarch changed. Then, he said in a deep voice, since the demon race has abandoned us, there's no need for us to continue defending. Not long after, many members of the Rat Clan followed Fong Chen back to the great devil heavens. When the Demon Clan heard the news and rushed to the Rat Clan's land, it was already empty. That damned fellow dares to cause trouble in our Demon Clan's territory. Many experts, led by the Demon Clan's patriarch, were filled with killing intent. Patriarch, that fellow has gone too far by openly slaughtering a branch of our Rat Clan, said one of the elders. If it were up to me, Patriarch, raise your arms and lead the entire clan to attack the great devil heavens. I don't believe that fellow can withstand our attack. That's right, I agree. For a time, many Demon Clan cultivators roared, their hearts filled with anger toward Fong Chen. After settling the Rat Clan, Fong Chen entered Dark Cave Mountain. Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch. Fong Chen looked at a mountain peak in front of him. The Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Whoosh! The Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch opened his eyes and asked Fong Chen, What's the matter? Are you familiar with the Heavenly Sovereign Sea? Fong Chen asked. The Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch's expression changed when he heard the words, Heavenly Sovereign Sea. Our agreement is in 100 years. What's wrong? You can't wait to go in? Asked the Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch. Fong Chen shook his head, his expression somewhat unsightly. A few of my brothers entered the heavenly sovereign see by mistake. I don't know if they're alive or dead. I'm a little worried. The rhinoceros horn patriarch pondered for a moment, then said, "Actually, the heavenly sovereign sea is not as cruel as people think. As long as your brothers don't court death and find a place to hide, they can still survive. As for the heavenly sovereign sea, you won't understand even if I tell you now. You'll know when you go in." With that, the rhinoceros horn patriarch ignored Fang Chun and closed his eyes to continue cultivating. To him, every second was extremely precious. Fang Chun was helpless. He could only suppress the worry in his heart and leave Dark Cave Mountain. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, the 3-month deadline was up. Recently, the entire chaotic void was discussing the Azura Sword sect. Fang Chun and the 6 heavenly venerates joined forces and forcibly opened up an independent space in a certain mountain range in the Great Devil Sky. This independent space was surrounded by 9 mountain ranges, as if 9 dragons were guarding it. Fang Chun had used a special method to refine the 9 mountain ranges into a supreme array to protect the independent space. This independent space was the headquarters of the Azura Sword sect. Rise! Outside the mountain range, Fang Chun waved his hands, and a vast power spread out in a deafening manner. The 9 mountain ranges continued to move, eventually forming a strange posture. Behind him, the 6 heavenly venerates also worked together to perfect the independent space. Buzz! The independent space was surrounded by a powerful heavenly energy. It was very shocking. Next, it was the construction of the independent space. This was a piece of cake for the heavenly venerates. When the 3-month deadline was up, the Azura Sword sect had been completed perfectly. The entire Great Devil Sky was bustling with activity. Countless cities were built one after another. The number of martial artists also increased. The entire chaotic void and the 33 heavens focused their attention on the Great Devil Sky. The 5 great clans, super clans, and many first-rate forces all sent people to congratulate the Great Devil Sky. Rumble! A deafening sound reverberated through the sky. In the core of the Great Devil Sky, 9 mountain ranges surrounded the independent space. In the void, there was a magnificent stone gate. Below the stone gate, there was a flight of white clouds that connected directly to the ground. When the array was opened, Fang Chun and the other 6 stood at the top of the white clouds to welcome the guests. "The Void Tribe has come to congratulate you." Suddenly, a voice sounded. The Void Tribe's Grand Elder had brought many tribesmen and important gifts to the Great Devil Sky. "The Thunder Punishment Tribe has come to congratulate you." "The Holy War Tribe has come to congratulate you." The voices took place one after another. The 5 great clans were the first to arrive, followed by the Shio clan of Azure Net Heaven, the Li clan of Divine Sword Heaven, and many other first-rate forces. In just half a day, the Great Devil Sky was bustling with activity. Many supremacies were not qualified to enter the independent space. They could only stay in the Great Devil Sky and watch the majestic Azura Sword sect from afar. This is too shocking. Yeah, I didn't expect the Azura Sword sect to be so powerful. 5 great clans, 2 super clans, many first-rate forces, and the upper-class forces of the vast chaotic void have all come to congratulate the Azura Sword sect. Amazing, as expected of the powerful force that could destroy the Sky Pillar Zone family overnight. Many martial artists discussed in low voices. They looked at the white clouds and saw the white clouds. Heavens, do you see the white clouds? It's completely formed by heavenly energy. This is too terrifying. Ordinary heavenly venerates can't do this, right? Isn't this too extravagant? This is just a flight of stairs to welcome the guests. Many people were complaining. Just by standing on the stairs formed by the power of the heavenly Tao, one would be able to match decades of cultivation. Extravagant. This is truly extravagant. I'm really curious. What kind of shocking things are in the independent space? It's a pity that we don't have the qualifications to go in and take a look. Chapter 2640. Azura Sword Sect. The sword chi was like a dragon. The entire independent space was filled with extremely domineering and sharp sword light. Fong Chun stood at the front with his hands behind his back, looking at the many experts with a smile. Welcome to the opening ceremony of Azura Sword Sect. Fong Chun waved his hand, and the independent space opened to welcome the experts inside. Buzz. Fong Chun, the Flood Dragon clan, a subordinate clan of the monster race, was slaughtered by you. How should you be punished? The monstrous clan leader questioned in front of everyone. Of the 5 great clans, only the monster race and the blood clan had their patriarchs present. As for the other 3 clans, their grand elders had come. Fong Chun frowned and stared at the monster race patriarch. What do you want? Fong Chun asked. Hand over all the members of the rat clan and cede half of the great devil heaven to the monster race. Then, this matter will be settled. Otherwise, the monster race patriarch knew that with his strength, he could not threaten Fong Chun. Therefore, he brought out the ancient god experts of his clan. Our ancient god ancestors already know what you have done. They believe that you have violated the heavens and will be punished by the heavens. If you dare to continue attacking the monster race, don't blame us for being impolite. Ancient God, the most powerful experts of the Chaos Void, the experts who stood at the peak. Their strength, had almost reached the level of a celestial being. It was very terrifying. Are you using the ancient gods to threaten me? Fong Chun smiled sinisterly and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, the wild power of the heavenly Tao was caught in his hand. Boom! He suddenly punched out, and a vast fist radiance formed by the power of the heavenly Tao whizzed out toward the monster race patriarch. You're courting death. The monster race patriarch was furious and attacked with lightning speed. Crack! Fong Chen's fist radiance exploded beside him, and the powerful force instantly forced him back. At the same time, miserable screams came from the monster race. You're courting death. The monster race patriarch was completely enraged. He transformed into his original form, roared at the sky, and charged toward the white cloud stairs. Let me do it. The Sword King's body was surrounded by a biting cold sword chi. His entire body was like a straight sword, extremely terrifying. Whoosh! The Sword King's swordsmanship was not inferior to Fong Chen's. A dazzling sword light whizzed through the air. King of Swords pointed at the patriarch of a monster race. Bang! The monster race patriarch was caught off guard and was instantly struck. His clothes were torn apart and one of his arms exploded, causing a bloody mist to gush out. Dong! At this moment, a dark light shot out from the side of the Sword King. The Sword King turned around and brandished his long sword, displaying a tyrannical and peerless sword technique. Bang, bang, bang. The Sword King's sword collided with the dark light, emitting a deafening sound. Kill! The Dark Clan leader and the Yao Clan leader joined hands to deal with the Sword King. For a moment, everyone in the Great Devil Sky was looking at the battlefield. Fong Chen's pitch-black eyes emitted a cold, killing intent. Today was the opening day of the Shura Sword Sect. The Dark Clan leader and the Yao Clan leader disregarded everything and disrupted the ceremony. Damn it! Fong Chun cursed in his heart, but he did not make a move. Many experts trembled. The Sword King was fighting against 2 alone and was not at a disadvantage. This kind of strength was enough to look down on the Chaos Void. This is too shocking. The Shura Sword Sect's heavenly venerate is so powerful. The Dark Clan leader and the Yao Clan leader are super experts whose names shake the Chaos Void. The 2 of them joined hands and still can't fight against this heavenly venerate. The Sword King's attack was too stunning. The large clans were all shocked. Noisy. The War King saw that Fong Chen's expression was not good and scolded coldly. Then his battle intent surged as he took a step forward and fought side by side with the Sword King. In an instant, the Dark Clan leader and the Yao Clan leader were completely suppressed by the 2 kings. That is, the Void Race Grand Elder exclaimed, Invincible battle intent. No, although it is similar to the Holy War Clan's invincible battle intent, it is somewhat different, the Thunder Punishment Race Grand Elder said. The Holy War Clan Elder's heart was filled with shock. In the vast Chaos Void, only the Holy War Clan had the secret technique to cultivate battle intent. The invincible battle intent was famous throughout the world. But now, the guy who was shrouded in battle intent was able to control battle intent to such an extent. Amazing. Admirable. Even our Holy War clan doesn't have many people with such talent. The few elders of the Hallowed War tribe shook their heads one after another. A complicated expression appeared in their eyes. No wonder the clan leaders of the large clans recognized the Shura Sword sect as the sixth largest clan. Now, it seemed that they deserved it. Boom! The War King and the Sword King joined hands and forced the Dark Clan leader and the Yao Clan leader to retreat. Today is the opening day of the Shura Sword sect. You are not welcome here. Fang Chun ordered them to leave. If it weren't for the ancient god behind them, he would have already killed these two eyesores. Kid, one day, you will die in the hands of my clan, the Yao Clan leader said coldly. Then, he led the remaining Yao clan members and left. The Dark Clan leader's eyes flickered as he turned around and left. Whoosh! Fang Chun flicked his finger. While the Dark Clan leader was unprepared, a dazzling sword light whizzed out. Crack! Although the Dark Clan leader dodged in time, the dazzling sword light still pierced through his clothes. A drop of blood fell from his arm. Rip! Fang Chun extended his hand and sucked the drop of blood into his palm. Let me borrow your essence blood, Fang Chun said with a smile. The Dark Clan leader was furious, but he held it in. He flung his sleeve and turned to leave. The great devil sky was dead silent. This was a slap in the face, a slap in the face. Fang Chun used the Sword of Darkness to pierce the Dark Clan leader's arm and forcibly take a drop of his essence blood. Wasn't this too overbearing? As a great clan, they couldn't even protect their clan's treasure. What kind of humiliation was this? Hiss! Hiss! Fang Chun opened his palm and absorbed the drop of essence blood from the Dark Clan leader's body. It completely merged with his blood. Dong! After absorbing this drop of essence blood, Fang Chun's blood underwent the final transformation. Crack! The Dark Clan bloodline was completely perfected. Fang Chun now had the true Dark Clan bloodline. Moreover, it was the purest Dark Clan bloodline in history. It was as rich as the ancient god ancestors. The Dark Clan bloodline is indeed powerful. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. The Dark Clan bloodline was much more powerful than the average human bloodline. When the elders of the three large clans saw this scene in the distance, their pupils constricted and their hearts trembled. They could feel the faint Dark Clan aura emanating from Fang Chun's body. It made their hearts palpitate. Thank you for coming to the opening ceremony of the Azura Sword sect. Fang Chun clasped his fists and said, Guests, the Azura Sword sect will welcome you with a smile, but enemies will fight with fists. Everyone, please come in. With Fang Chun as the leader, the 6 heavenly venerables entered the independent space. The upper echelons of the large clans, super clans, and first-rate forces also entered one after another. This is too shocking. I can't believe I can see such a magnificent scene in my life. Many martial artists who weren't qualified to enter the independent space side. Even supremacies weren't qualified to enter. One could imagine how high the threshold was. Normal supremacies aren't even qualified to step on the white cloud stairs. Only the thousands of supremacies on the supremacy list are qualified to enter. Many people curled their lips and felt helpless. Today, the great devil realm had gathered the most powerful forces in the entire chaotic void. After today, the Azura Sword sect would be famous in the chaotic void. Brother Qing, I'm so excited. Barbarian stood nervously in front of a building in the Azura Sword sect. Why are you so excited? Qing Ho was calmer and glanced at Barbarian indifferently. Aren't you excited? Brother Fang's faction has already been recognized by the current great clans as the 6th great clan. How can I not be excited? Barbarian felt like he was dreaming when he recalled fighting side by side with Fang Chun in the Blackstone prison. Uncles. A woman as beautiful as a flower walked up to him and called out with a smile. Sheer, come here. Uncle will take you to play, okay? Barbarian said happily when he saw Fang Shi walk over. Sheer, why don't you accompany your mother to greet the guests? Qing Ho asked. As Fang Chen's wife Star and Moon naturally had to greet the guests on such an important day. For example, ancestral patriarch Xing He and the others from Su Xing Heaven and Jian Wuji from the Wuji Sword Sect. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2641, Shura Sword Sect. Banquet after banquet was set up. Countless venerables sat together, drinking and singing. The huge independent space was full of joy. Under the night sky, Fang Chun stood under the starry sky. Specks of light flickered on his body. Not far away, the lights were bright. From today onwards, Shura Sword Sect was officially established. As the sect master, he had to consider the long-term interests of Shura Sword Sect. Now, Shura Sword Sect was the 6th largest clan, standing side by side with the 5 largest clans. Although it had just been established and didn't have a strong foundation, it was enough to intimidate many super experts. Sect Master Fang. The Void Tribe Grand Elder walked over slowly. Fang Chun turned around and nodded slightly. I really didn't expect that I would be able to see such a young and outstanding person like Sect Master Fang in my lifetime. The Void Tribe Grand Elder sighed. I thought that Su Zichen was already the top prodigy in the chaotic void, but compared to Sect Master Fang, he's nothing. A long time ago, Fang Chun was recognized as the strongest prodigy in history. He was even the most promising supremacy of this era to step into the ancient God realm. When he first entered the profound God realm, he was already able to fight against an ultimate supremacy, and after 30 years, he was able to fight against a heavenly venerate. Moreover, he was able to persuade the 6 heavenly venerates and the ancient God clan leader of the Rhinoceros clan to support him. This ability alone made many experts look at him in a different light. Today, on the day of Shura Sword Sect's opening, he even suppressed the Dark Tribe leader and the Monster Clan leader, making all the forces in the chaotic void recognize the strength of Shura Sword Sect. Shura Sword Sect is worthy of being the 6th largest clan, the Void Tribe Grand Elder said. Today, Shura Sword Sect had become a force to be reckoned with. They wanted to stop it, but they didn't have the strength. Moreover, Fang Chun was a human martial artist, so the appearance of Shura Sword Sect was tantamount to increasing the overall strength of the human race. There's something that the clan leader wants me to tell you personally, the Void Tribe Grand Elder said in a low voice. Oh, Fang Chun was curious as to what could make the Grand Elder of the Void Tribe so serious. The human tribe's foundation in the primal chaos void isn't as simple as what you see. If Sect Master Fang has the time, you can head over to the Void Tribe. At that time, everything will be clear at a glance, said the Great Elder of the Void Tribe. I'll go when I have time, Fang Chun said. The stronger one was, the heavier the responsibility on one's shoulders. Fang Chun felt even more conflicted after learning about the situation of the Heavenly Venerate Sea. Every clan in the Celestial Venerate Sea was once a dominant force that had suppressed all the clans in the universe and dominated the chaos void. However, things had changed with the passage of time. The chaotic void was also evolving with the passage of time. Destruction, rebirth, destruction, and rebirth. It kept repeating itself. Every time it was destroyed, it would be the doomsday of a race. Only by entering the Empyrean Sea would one be able to avoid the apocalypse. And the price was that he would never be able to leave the Empyrean Sea. Somehow, the chaos void seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand. Fang Chun even wondered if there were stronger beings above the ancient God realm. Was the ancient God realm the pinnacle of martial arts? Was there a higher level of heaven and earth above the chaos void? All these speculations made Fang Chun very curious about the chaos void. No matter what, you're still a human. The 3 major clans won't attack you. However, you have to be careful. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The demon race and the dark blood race won't let this go so easily. The Great Elder of the Void Tribe reminded him. To be able to resist the human tribe and take root in the chaos void for countless years, one could imagine how strong the 2 major clans were. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't bear the consequences, the human tribe would never allow others to sleep in their territory. However, Although the dark blood race and the demon race took root in the chaos void, the ruler of this era was the human tribe. Thank you for the reminder, Great Elder. Fangchen cupped his fists in thanks. All right, see you in the Void Tribe. After the Great Elder of the Void Tribe finished speaking, he left the Shura Sword sect with many members of the Void Tribe. The experts of the Thunder Punishment Tribe and the Holy Warriors also came to find Fangchen. After chatting for a while, they all left. Fangchen turned his head and looked. Under the bright lights, countless friends and family were cheering and jumping for joy. A faint smile appeared on his face. I will never let any of you be hurt, Fangchen said to himself. Father, uncle, and the others are all waiting for you. She walked to Fangchen's side mischievously. She pulled her father's arm and said with a smile. Fangchen looked at his daughter dotingly and followed her to the table where Qing Ho and the others were sitting. Come, come, come. Let's toast to our sect master Fang. The barbarians cheered. Everyone laughed loudly. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Fangchen also enjoyed this beautiful atmosphere. After a night of joy, everyone was drunk. The next day, the Shura Sword sect officially started operations. Fangchen was the sect master, the Wind Thunder Beast was the deputy sect master, and the 5 great kings were the 5 great guardians. Qing Ho, the barbarians, and the others all joined the Shura Sword sect. With many experts from the Blackstone Prison and the Rhinoceros Horn tribe, the Shura Sword sect was soon filled with people. At the same time, the news of the Shura Sword sect's opening was completely spread in the chaotic void. It caused a huge uproar. Countless martial artists exclaimed. The Shura Sword sect was the 6th great clan. At the same time, in a dark place in the chaotic void, Wu Tong's eyes sprang open. His pitch-black pupils emitted a terrifying glow. Boom! The light from his eyes flattened a mountain in front of him. His aura trembled, and a majestic power swept over. He reached out his hand, and the surrounding void instantly distorted. The Shura Sword sect is the 6th great clan, and Fangchen is the sect master. Wu Tong was furious when he thought of this. Fangchen, how can you be the sect master of the Shura Sword sect? Wu Tong was very unhappy. He was even a little jealous of Fangchen. They were both of the younger generation. When they were in the Blackstone prison, he had completely suppressed Fangchen in the limelight. But now, he was like a stray dog, hiding from enemies at all times. On the other hand, Fangchen was limitless and had become the strongest sky pride since ancient times. He was not satisfied. They had the same potential, but why were their circumstances so different? I want to prove to the world that you, Fangchen, are not as good as me. Whoosh! Wu Tong's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. A few days later, Wu Tong arrived at the Great Devil Sky. Standing on the land of the Great Devil Sky, he felt a majestic power rushing toward him. I want to see what you can do. Wu Tong sneered. After his crimson eyes were awakened, his strength had skyrocketed. He could even fight against a heavenly master. This time, Wu Tong came to find Fangchen with endless killing intent. Today you must die. Wu Tong's figure flashed and flew toward the direction of Dark Cave Mountain. Stop right there. Who are you? Suddenly, 2 angry roars were heard. At the same time, a majestic power attacked Wu Tong. Get lost. Wu Tong growled. Blood-red threads shot out from his eyes and instantly entangled the 2 martial artists. Crack! The 2 martial artists' bodies exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Wu Tong was expressionless. He tiptoed and crossed Dark Cave Mountain, arriving in front of the white cloud stairs. Heavenly energy? Wu Tong's pupils shrank when he saw the majestic, smoke-like white cloud staircase. His heart was filled with shock. How extravagant! I can't believe they used the heavenly energy to condense the stairs. At this moment, even Wu Tong could not help but exclaim, "Thump! Thump!" Wu Tong's figure flashed and stepped onto the white cloud stairs. Buzz! Violent heavenly energy instantly pressed down on him. Condense! Wu Tong roared. His aura trembled as he forcefully resisted the heavenly energy's pressure. He then took a step forward and entered an independent space. Shura sword sect? Wu Tong looked around and sneered. Blood-red threads kept shooting out from his eyes. Thump! Wherever the blood-red thread passed, the buildings of the Shura sword sect were all destroyed. Crack! As the buildings were destroyed, miserable cries were heard. Fong Chun, who was discussing something with the 6 heaven venerables, took a step forward and arrived in the sky. Who is it? Fong Chun said coldly. Wu Tong smiled coldly and looked at Fong Chun. It's you? Fong Chun was astounded. He initially thought that Wu Tong had died during the destruction of the tunnel. Who would have thought that he was still alive and well? Fong Chun, do you think you're qualified to be the leader of a sect? Wu Tong sneered. Chapter 2642. Wu Tong. A furious voice came from behind Fong Chun. Then, King Wu appeared. He had a complicated expression on his face. He looked at Wu Tong with regret. Master? You. Wu Tong did not expect his master to be here. He even colluded with Fong Chun. Shut up. King Wu scolded. Wu Tong betrayed him. He was not qualified to call him master. Kid, you're really lucky. You didn't die when the passage was destroyed? King Zhan appeared. Humph. I really want to slap you to death. You almost ruined our plan. King Demon said. King Qing and King Sword stood side by side. They did not say anything, but their expressions said it all. He had already betrayed the Blackstone prison when Wu Tong had rushed into the tunnel without a care for anything else. Therefore, now that he had appeared, there was not the slightest bit of pity on the faces of the 5 great kings. It's fine if you didn't die. Why didn't you find a place to hide and cultivate? Why did you come here to seek death? Who can save you? Wind Thunder Beast appeared. Wu Tong was the one who released him. Wind Thunder Beast? Wu Tong's heart was filled with disappointment after seeing the Wind Thunder Beast. Didn't you ask me to do that? Wu Tong shouted crazily. He was not satisfied. Why did he let Wind Thunder Beast out and listen to his order to rush into the passage? Why'd he end up like this? But this guy in front of him got everyone's approval. No, I'm not satisfied. Wu Tong's heart was filled with despair. He was in complete despair. Despair for the world. Despair for the human race. He shook his head forcefully. A blood-red light shot out from his pitch-black eyes as he stared at Fong Chun. Fong Chun, do you dare to fight me fair and square? Wu Tong gritted his teeth and said, You're no match for me. Fong Chun shook his head and said, If Wu Tong hid himself and did not appear, they would not know that Wu Tong was still alive. But he did not know what was good for him. He appeared and wanted to kill him. Was he not courting death? I, King Wu, expel Wu Tong from my sect. King Wu's words hit Wu Tong hard in the heart. Voila! Wu Tong's face was pale as he kept retreating. He shook his head with a complicated expression on his face. It's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, perhaps the one standing in your position would be me, Wu Tong. Wu Tong vented all his anger on Fong Chun. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Wu Tong roared furiously. At that moment, he had completely disregarded his own life and death. This was because the 5 great kings and the Wind Thunder Ferocious Beast were all here. It was impossible for him to walk out alive. Rather than that, he might as well fight to his heart's content. Even if he died, he would drag Fong Chun down with him. This was what Wu Tong thought. Kill! Wu Tong's eyes fired blood-red threads. These threads contained an extremely evil power. Even Fong Chun felt a trace of fear. What power is this? Fong Chun said in surprise. Let me do it. Wu Tong said. Leave it to me. Fong Chun took a step forward and fought with Wu Tong. Seeing this, King Wu closed his eyes in pain. He was unwilling to watch the battle. No matter what, Wu Tong was his former disciple. Now that he had fallen to such a state as his master, he was partly responsible. Blood-eye power. After a moment of fierce battle, Wu Tong roared. The blood-red power in his eyes kept surging out. These powers condensed into a blood-red eye in the void, emitting an evil aura that made people tremble. Oh no! The Wind Thunder Ferocious Beast saw this and said, Destroy that blood eye. Hearing the Wind Thunder Ferocious Beast's words, Fong Chun also realized that something was wrong. He took out the Hidden Star Sword and performed the Shura Sword skill. Crack! The Shura Sword light pierced the blood-red eye fiercely. Suddenly, the sound of metal colliding was heard. Mysterious sky, cone nail. The Shura sword skill could not destroy the blood-red eye. Fang Chun activated the mysterious sky, cone nail, and supplemented it with the Sword of Darkness. The three supreme weapons fought side by side, erupting with a shocking power. No! Wu Tong shouted unwillingly. In the end, the blood-red eye shook and his body exploded, turning into a blood mist and dissipating in the void. The blood-red eye in the sky seemed to be tainted by Fang Chen's aura. With a whoosh, it disappeared into Fang Chen's eyes. Fang Chen shouted and rubbed his eyes in pain. What's going on? Seeing this, the five great kings were surprised. Don't panic. Only the wind, thunder, ferocious beast was calm. That blood-red eye just now was the evil ancestral eye. Evil ancestral eye. The five great kings were surprised. They did not know what the evil ancestral eye was. Legend has it that in ancient times, there were three supreme experts. The three of them ruled on behalf of the heavens. They could represent the heavenly axiom and control the chaotic void. One of them had a pair of eyes that emitted lightning, known as the thunderbolt ancestral eye. Another one had a pair of evil eyes, known as the evil ancestral eye. The last one had a pair of eyes formed by the power of the heavenly axiom, known as the heavenly axiom ancestral eye. The three great ancestral eyes suppressed the ancient times. They were the representatives of the heavenly axiom. They enforced justice on behalf of the heavens and controlled the world. They were the messengers of the heavenly axiom. The thunderbolt ancestral eye emits endless power of lightning. With a thought, it can control the lightning of the heavens. The wind, thunder, ferocious beast said in a deep voice, the evil ancestral eye is known as the most evil thing in the world. Once it looks at it, any martial artist will become evil. Its experience is omnipresent. The change of Wu Tong should be due to the evil ancestral eye. As for the strongest heavenly axiom, ancestral eye, it is said that it was the will of the heavenly axiom. It enforces justice on behalf of the heavens. No one can escape its gaze. Although it was only a simple introduction, the five great kings already deeply understood the power of the three great ancestral eyes. Wu Tong obtained the evil ancestral eye. However, the evil ancestral eye was damaged in the destructive war of ancient times, causing its evil power to weaken greatly. This gave everyone a chance. Otherwise, just coming into contact with the evil ancestral eye would cause one to be completely demonized and forget oneself. The wind, thunder, ferocious beast continued. Will the evil ancestral eye affect Fang Chun after it entered his body? The battle king asked anxiously. The wind, thunder, ferocious beast stared at Fang Chun. The latter had already stabilized. However, his eyes had turned blood-red. It was extremely frightening. The evil ancestral eye has already taken root in your eyes. As time passes, it will completely fuse with your eyes. This is an opportunity for you and also a challenge. The wind, thunder, ferocious beast said. If you are unable to resist the corrosion of the evil power, you will gradually lose yourself and eventually become a puppet of the evil ancestral eye. On the contrary, if you can endure and completely control the evil ancestral eye, you will become the new owner of the evil ancestral eye. At that time, the vast primal chaos void and even the many foreign races in the celestial sovereign sea will not be able to withstand the power of your eye. The evil ancestral eye is so powerful. Fang Chen was shocked. When he fought with Wu Tong earlier, he also felt that the evil power was extraordinary. However, he did not expect the evil ancestral eye to be so powerful. Fear lingered in his heart. If Wu Tong had gone into seclusion until he had complete control over the evil ancestral eye, let alone him, even an ancient god expert would not have been his match. However, you have to be mentally prepared. The evil ancestral eye is too powerful. If you're not careful, you will suffer a backlash. The wind, thunder, ferocious beast warned. Fang Chun is the strongest genius of the primal chaos void since ancient times. The evil ancestral eye will not be a problem for him. The Sword King said, That's right. Perhaps Fong Chun can use this opportunity to become a peerless expert. Take advantage of this opportunity. If you defeat the evil ancestral eye, you will be the strongest expert in the world. The five kings comforted Fong Chun one after another. The latter, on the other hand, was quite open-minded and did not feel too depressed. The evil ancestral eye. Fong Chun felt his eyes twitch as blood-red threads emerged. The evil power contained within them made him tremble. What a powerful evil power! He felt that his eyes were being worsened by the evil power. Buzz! As the evil ancestral eye eroded Fong Chun, the void mystic scripture automatically circulated, sending out strands of gentle energy that refined the evil power. The sword Tao Supreme Treasure, the illusory sword, was also consuming its own energy to cleanse the evil ancestral eye. Chapter 26:43. After the evil ancestral eye took over Fong Chen's eyeballs, it did not corrode his eyes as expected. After a short tremble, Fong Chun regained his composure. His scarlet eyes gradually recovered as well. This scene caused the five kings to exclaim in surprise. "Are you all right?" the warlord asked in surprise. The other four kings also looked over. "It hurt a little at first, but I can't feel anything after that," Fong Chun said. "It seems that you are stronger than we thought." The wind thunder beast said in a deep voice, his eyes flickering. No one knew what he was thinking. After the establishment of Ashura Sword Sect, they became the sixth largest clan. They were extremely powerful and shook the chaotic void. As the sect master, Fong Chun had been cultivating in the immortal cave mountain. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. Whoosh! Fong Chun opened his eyes abruptly. Sword chi surged around him, and a vast power surged toward him. The Shura Sword principle seems to have reached a bottleneck. Fong Chun had been expanding the Shura Sword principle ever since he started cultivating. Now, he finally felt that he had reached a bottleneck. Buzz! In his mind, the illusory sword was being consumed at a much faster speed. After it dissipated, all the power was integrated into his blood. This made him even more powerful, and his comprehension of the sword principle also became even more powerful. Sword principle. Suddenly, a light flashed in Fong Chen's mind. Immediately, he was delighted. He suddenly waved the hidden star sword in his hand. The moment the tip of the sword pierced out, the void trembled and crazy ripples appeared. Crack! The hidden star sword pierced into the void, but the void was unusually calm, and there was no change. Whoosh! Seeing this, Fong Chun withdrew the hidden star sword. Suddenly, the calm void exploded. It collapsed from the inside out. I see. After cultivating for 50 years, he finally comprehended the ultimate move of the Shura Sword principle. This move is inspired by the Khanate E-Wood. Let's call it the Shura E-Wood sword. Fong Chun murmured. His face was full of smiles. This move was integrated with the Khanate E-Wood chi. Not only could it injure the enemy from the inside, but it could also accelerate his recovery. It was a very overbearing move. If I use this move with all my strength, it will be difficult to find a match among the heavenly masters. After 50 years of hard cultivation, he finally became the strongest person below the ancient gods. Fong Chun got up and left the immortal cave mountain. Just as he appeared in the Shura Sword sect, his communication jade pendant suddenly. Fong Chun opened his communication jade pendant, and Reverend Black Red's anxious voice could be heard from the azure sieve plane. Fong Chun, if you have time, come to the Shura. It was clear that Venerable Black Red's voice was filled with urgency. Something happened. Thinking of this, Fong Chun transmitted a message to the 6 celestial venerables, telling them to guard the Azura Sword sect while he rode the sky, traversing a ray to the azure sky. In the vast primal chaos, the 10 super heaven regions each guarded an area, forming a complex array. As for the azure-wide sky, it was located at the edge of the formation disk. The Shio family was the absolute ruler of the azure conglomerate plane. However, they had encountered a crisis today. In the square of the Shio clan, a mysterious expert led many subordinates to the city and forced the Xiao clan into a desperate situation. So it's you. The Xiao family head's face was gloomy as he stared at the mysterious black-clothed expert. His heart was filled with anger. Venerable dragon cultivator, I've treated you well over the years, haven't I? Why are you doing this to my Xiao clan? The Xiao clan's patriarch asked angrily. The black-clothed expert, called the Venerable Dragon Cultivator, smirked with a cold expression. When Xiao Qian died, I swore to myself that I would overturn the Xiao clan and make you suffer so much that you would wish you were dead. The Venerable Dragon Cultivator said crazily. After planning for countless years, I almost failed. Fortunately, I succeeded. Today, I, Venerable Xiao Long, will trample the Xiao clan and make you a sinner of the Xiao clan. The Venerable Dragon Cultivator had been planning this for a long time. As early as 200 years ago, there was a large-scale betrayal in the Azure Conglomerate Plane, and it was the Venerable Dragon Cultivator who played tricks behind the scenes. However, he had been waiting for the right time and didn't act rashly. Now, the time was ripe. Once he acted, he would force the Xiao clan into a dead end. The Xiao clan's patriarch clenched his fists and bared his teeth. Especially when he heard the name Xiao Qian, his face became even more ferocious. He couldn't wait to tear the Venerable Dragon Cultivator into pieces. You still have the face to say Xiao Qian's name? If it wasn't for you, Xiao Qian wouldn't have died. The Xiao clan's patriarch shouted. Boom! The Venerable Dragon Cultivator suddenly punched out. A majestic fist light swept up gusts of wind and fiercely hit the Xiao clan's patriarch. The latter was unable to resist and was sent flying with a bang. He struggled to get up from the ground and looked at the Venerable Dragon Cultivator. If it wasn't for Xiao Qian's face, would I have left you alive? The Xiao clan's patriarch was filled with regret, but there was no other way. Seeing that the Venerable Dragon Cultivator was about to attack again, the black-red Venerable roared. Azure Sword Sect's Sectmaster, Feng Chun, used to be one of the 5 feudal lords of my Xiao clan. He's on his way here. If you attack my Xiao clan, you'll definitely be hunted down by Feng Chun. Left with no other choice, the black-red Venerable could only use Feng Chun to scare the Venerable Dragon Cultivator. However, the Venerable Dragon Cultivator didn't believe it at all. What kind of person is Feng Chun? Why would he attack me just because of the Xiao clan's destruction? A heavenly venerable powerhouse's state of mind was different from ordinary people. They wouldn't casually attack someone they regarded as an ant. Besides, even if Feng Chun wants to help you, the Xiao clan will already be destroyed by the time he arrives. The Venerable Dragon Cultivator sneered. If he hid, even a heavenly venerable would have a hard time finding him. Today, no one can save you. The Venerable Dragon Cultivator's face was ferocious. I will avenge Xiao Qian. Bang! The Venerable Dragon Cultivator punched out again. This majestic fist was originally aimed at the Xiao clan's patriarch. However, at the critical moment, the black-red Venerable stood in front of the Xiao clan's patriarch and blocked the attack. Pucci! The black-red Venerable's body flew out like a kite. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. How could a mere venerable resist a heavenly venerable? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Venerable Dragon Cultivator's figure flashed and turned into a stream of light. He rushed to the front of the black-red Venerable and grabbed him. The black-red Venerable laughed crazily. His heart was filled with despair. The Venerable Dragon Cultivator clenched his fist, and a cracking sound was heard. The black-red Venerable's bones shattered and blood spurted out. Buzz! The void was torn apart, and the sky-crossing array appeared. Feng Chun walked out from it. Venerable Black-Red Venerable? He happened to see the Black-Red Venerable being attacked by the Venerable Dragon Cultivator and was furious. Stop! Feng Chun roared angrily and punched out with a whistling sound. The Venerable Dragon Cultivator felt a powerful force behind him and gave up on attacking the Black-Red Venerable. He turned to block Feng Chun's attack. Bang! The Venerable Dragon Cultivator couldn't help but take a few steps back. Let go of the Black-Red Venerable. Feng Chun glared at the Venerable Dragon Cultivator and said word by word. You think you can do that? The Venerable Dragon Cultivator sneered. Buzz! Fong Chen's eyes suddenly turned crimson as blood-red threads burst out from his eyes. When these threads gathered in the void, they instantly shot out and drilled into the venerable dragon cultivator's body. Suddenly, the venerable dragon cultivator's eyes became blurry as if he was lost. "Get lost!" Fong Chun roared, and the venerable dragon cultivator's body flew out like a machine. Bang! The blood-red thread exploded in his body, instantly injuring him. "Are you all right?" Fong Chun asked as he supported the black-red venerable. "I'm fine." Seeing Fong Chen's arrival, Venerable Black-Red was finally relieved. "Venerable Dragon Cultivator is a heavenly venerable. Be careful. Don't worry. Leave the rest to me." Fong Chun turned around and walked towards the Venerable Dragon Cultivator. The latter struggled to get up from the ground. When he saw Fong Chen's eyes, he was terrified. "Your eyes?" The Venerable Dragon Cultivator also noticed that there was something wrong with Fong Chen's eyes, but in the next moment, he was lost again. Evil Ancestral Eye. Fong Chen secretly activated the power of the Evil Ancestral Eye. A terrifying evil force shot out and surrounded the Venerable Dragon Xiao. Then, the Azura Sword skill was displayed. Pucci. The Venerable Dragon Cultivator's body exploded. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2644. Everyone from the Xiao family was shocked. To be able to kill the people who were suppressing the Xiao clan with just a wave of his hand, how powerful would he need to be? Even the 5 supremacies on the supremacy list couldn't do that, right? For a moment, everyone was shocked. The Xiao family head and supremacy He Qi stared at the scene with their eyes wide open. Bang! Supremacy Dragon Xiao's body exploded as his primordial spirit tried to escape. Buzz! The evil ancestral, I looked over, and Supremacy Dragon Xiao's primordial spirit exploded. Phew! Fong Chun heaved a sigh of relief. The evil ancestral, I disappeared again, and the blood-red eyes gradually returned to normal. His mind was also very shaken. As expected of one of the 3 great ancestral eyes, the evil ancestral I can make heavenly venerables lose their minds. Fong Chun sighed in his heart. If it wasn't for the evil ancestral eye, it would be difficult to kill Supremacy Dragon Xiao. When one reached the level of heavenly venerables, their strength was basically the same. It was easy to defeat an opponent, but killing one was a different matter. Therefore, Fong Chen's killing of Supremacy Dragon Xiao had shocked the entire Xiao family. Even though Fong Chen had already displayed extremely powerful strength before this, it was still incomparably shocking to see it with their own eyes. Fong Chen, thank you for saving my life, Azura Sect Master. The Xiao family head cupped his fists and thanked him. You don't have to be so polite, Xiao family head. Although I'm the Azura Sword Sect Master, I have another identity. I'm one of the 5 feudal lords of Azure Heaven. Fong Chen smiled brightly. The Xiao family head felt a warmth in his heart. He was very happy. Fong Chen was already standing at the top of the primal chaos void, but he still remembered the Xiao family. This touched him. Ha, I didn't misjudge you. Supremacy He Qi was even more excited. Fong Chen had brought the Azura Sword Dao to greater heights. Everyone in the primal chaos void knew about it. It was even named after the Azura Sword sect and became the 6th great family. This achievement was unprecedented. If my brother could see this from the heavens, he would be very happy, Venerable Black-Red thought to himself. Originally, it was a disaster for the Xiao family, but with the appearance of Fong Chen, it was easily resolved. The Chaos Void was shocked once again when the news spread. The leaders of the big clans even said that Fong Chen was qualified to rank first on the Venerable list. What did this mean? It meant that the leader of the Void tribe, who used to be the first on the Venerable list, also thought he was inferior to Fong Chen. While the experts of the Xiao clan were cleaning up the rebellion and sweeping through the entire Azure Civ plain, Fong Chen was frowning. This was because his evil ancestral eye had actually twitched when he looked at a certain area of space. What is it? Fong Chen was rather curious. Something that could cause the evil ancestral eye to twitch had to be a supreme treasure. Thinking of this, Fong Chun used the space-time collapse technique and instantly arrived at a mountain range north of the Xiu family's headquarters. He immediately saw through the entire mountain range with his divine sense. The strongest beast in the mountain range was only at the mysterious star realm. Everything seemed normal, but the evil ancestral I was twitching faster and faster. What is going on? After thinking for a while, Fong Chun entered the mountain range. The deeper he went, the faster the evil ancestral I twitched. At this moment, there was a very strange area deep in the mountain range. This area was isolated from all divine sense. Even a heavenly venerate couldn't detect this place. This was because there was a wisp of powerful aura here. Smoke lingered and lightning flashed. The surroundings of the mountain stream were almost surrounded by lightning. The lightning aura was very special. It could isolate primordial spirit detection. On a bluestone near the mountain stream, there was a black-robed old man squatting carefully, as if he was looking for something. I've waited here for 6 billion years. I'm finally going to succeed. The black-robed old man's eyes were filled with excitement. Splash! Suddenly, the water under the ground was cut off, and a palm-sized eyeball broke out of the ground. The moment the eyeball appeared, all the lightning around the mountain stream bombarded it. Crack! The eyeball rapidly absorbed the lightning energy, and then its body constantly changed, flickering with lightning runes. In the blink of an eye, the eyeball seemed to have awakened. The eyeball blinked, and the might of the world extinguishing lightning burst forth. The lightning ancestral eye. The black-robed old man was extremely excited. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the eyeball wrapped in lightning. Crack! He grabbed the eyeball in his hand. When Fong Chun heard the news, he rushed over and saw the shocking lightning. The evil ancestral I was twitching faster and faster. Moreover, he sensed a familiar aura in the lightning. That's the aura of the lightning ancestral eye. Fong Chun exclaimed. He didn't expect to encounter the lightning ancestral eye in this mountain stream. He deeply sensed the power of the 3 ancestral eyes from the evil ancestral eye. Splash! Fong Chun arrived in front of the bluestone and saw a black-robed old man with a savage face holding the lightning ancestral eye. The black-robed old man clearly didn't expect someone to appear. Die! He injected power into the eyeball, and the violent, destructive lightning energy roared out, attacking Fong Chun. Buzz! The evil power emerged and easily blocked the destructive lightning energy. Go! The black-robed old man leaped and instantly disappeared. Want to leave? Swoosh! The hidden star sword slashed out without warning, and the mountain stream immediately broke, sending gravel flying. At the same time, the power of the evil ancestral I was fully activated, and the mighty evil power filled the entire mountain stream. Unfortunately, the black-robed old man escaped with the destructive lightning energy. Who is it? Fong Chun frowned. He had never heard of such an expert in the primal chaos void. His strength should be close to the limit of a heavenly venerable, right? It seems that the primal chaos void isn't as simple as it seems. After a long time, Fong Chun thought to himself, Buter Heaven, Monster Race. In the Monster Palace, the monster race patriarch sat on the bronze throne, his monster chi soaring into the sky. Splash! A black-robed old man appeared out of thin air. He had some injuries on his body. Why are you here? The monster race patriarch's eyelids twitched, and he said unhappily, Humph, for 6 billion years, you have been revered by tens of thousands of people, while I hid in a dark corner to cultivate. The black-robed old man was rather displeased. Do you still remember the agreement back then? The black-robed old man changed the topic. The monster race patriarch frowned, stood up, and stared at the black-robed old man. I found a lightning ancestral eye. The black-robed old man opened his palm, and an eyeball wrapped in lightning runes appeared in front of the monster race patriarch. Lightning ancestral eye? The monster race patriarch was somewhat excited, but soon he calmed down. This is not the real lightning ancestral eye, just a pseudo-ancestral eye, said the monster race patriarch. What? Are you going back on your word? The black-robed old man said. Wait until you find the real ancestral eye. The monster race patriarch waved his hand and prepared to leave. Condense. Suddenly, the black-robed old man shouted, and lightning runes shot out of the eyeball, binding the monster race patriarch. A pseudo-ancestral eye is still an ancestral eye. The promise from that day should be fulfilled. As soon as his voice fell, the black-robed old man opened his palm and merged the pseudo-ancestral eye into his eyeball. Then his body turned into a faint shadow and drilled into the monster race patriarch's body. Dong! The monster race patriarch's face was ferocious, and he kept struggling, but it was to no avail. The black-robed old man was too strong, and he was also an expert of the monster race, so he knew all of the monster race patriarchs means like the back of his hand. The ancient god ancestor will not let you go. The monster race patriarch roared in anger. The ancient god ancestor will not care about these things. I am destined to lead the monster race to glory, the black-robed old man said. A moment later, the monster race patriarch stopped struggling. As if he had become a different person, his primordial spirit was directly devoured by the black-robed old man. From today onwards, I am the monster race patriarch. The black-robed old man and the monster race patriarch merged into one. If there were people of the monster race here, they would definitely recognize that the black-robed old man was the famous Thunder Beast supremacy from 6 billion years ago. However, 6 billion years later, Thunder Beast supremacy had become Thunder Beast supremacy. Other than the ancient god ancestor, no one knew that the monster race patriarch had merged with Thunder Beast supremacy. The Thunder Beast ancestral eye is compatible with the bloodline of the monster race. Whoever obtains it can control the monster race. Thunder Beast supremacy murmured. This was the agreement between him and the monster race patriarch. Buzz. The two merged their primordial spirits and shared information. Thunder Beast supremacy knew that the person who attacked him at the mountain stream was Fong Chun, the sect master of Shura Sword sect, who had been in the limelight recently. Chapter 2645. After the internal strife of the Xiu family was quelled, the Azure Sky plane finally settled down. The remaining forces of the venerable Xiu Long subordinates were all wiped out. Fong Chen also left the Azure Sky plane. The Great Devil Sky had now become the core of the primal chaos void. The Azure Sword sect, in particular, made countless cultivators tremble in fear. On this day, Fong Chun had just come out of seclusion. The power of the evil ancestral eye had been completely suppressed by the illusory sword. Moreover, he could control a bit of it. If I can fully control the evil ancestral eye, my strength will increase again, Fong Chen said. At his level, it was almost impossible to increase his strength. Every time he took a step forward, he would undergo a qualitative transformation. Sect Master, the Void Tribe emissary requests an audience, an elder of the Azure Sword sect said in a low voice. A Void Tribe emissary? Fong Chun was a bit confused, but he still received the emissary. Greetings, Sect Master Azura. The emissary cupped his fists at Fong Chun. I came here on behalf of my clan leader. He asked me to personally deliver this to you. With that, the emissary handed a letter to Fong Chun. He slowly unfolded it, and the words on it entered his eyes. The Human Race Convention is about to begin. Heavenly Venerable Azura is invited to participate. It was a simple sentence in the letter, but it surprised Fong Chun. The Human Race Convention? What was going on? Everyone knew that the upper echelon of the human race in the chaos was made up of the 3 great clans. Go back and tell the Void Tribe leader that I will be heading to the Void Tribe soon, Fong Chun said. After the emissary left, the 6 heavenly venerables appeared one after another, their expressions grave. Could this be a plot against the Azure Sword sect? No matter what, we can't act blindly. That's right. The 6 of us will go with you, the War Monarch said. They were a bit worried about Fong Chun going to the Void Tribe alone. Fong Chun swept his gaze over them and finally decided. The Tempest Beast will guard the Azure Sword sect. If any strong enemies invade, kill them without mercy. The other 5 will follow me to the Void Race to participate in the Human Race Convention. The Void Race was located in the clear, void heaven. It was also one of the 10 super heaven regions. The land was vast and fertile. Several days later, Fong Chen's group of 6 arrived at the Qing Su heaven. Welcome, Empyrean Azura. As soon as they set foot in Qingshu heaven, the Void Race discovered them. Soon, Fong Chun and the other 5 were brought to the main residence of the Void Tribe. How have you been, Empyrean Azura? The Void Tribe patriarch cupped his fists at Fong Chun and said with a smile, Clan leader Su Kong, may I know why you call me here? Fong Chun asked bluntly. Sit. The leader of the Void Tribe said as he pointed at the stone bench beside him. Everyone sat on the stone bench, and the Void Tribe patriarch began to explain. Fong Chun, you are now an Empyrean and the number 1 on the Empyrean list. You are qualified to know some secrets of the human race. He paused for a moment before continuing. In the vast, primal chaos void, the ruler of this era is the human race. The human race is vast and has a large population. Our 3 great clans are the core forces of the human race. Any force must have a leader. Otherwise, there will be no order without rules. The same goes for the human race. There is a reason why they have been able to dominate the primal chaos void for countless years. Before this, you were not qualified to know. But now, as the leader of the Azura Sword sect, you are qualified to know. In the primal chaos void, there is a human race elder council. This council is the highest authority of the human race. To put it simply, the Council of Elders had the authority to punish any force. Anyone, even the leader of a great clan, will be punished by the Council of Elders if they harm the interests of the human race. There are a total of 7 people in the Council of Elders. These 7 people represent the core authority of the human race. They also maintain the stability and prosperity of the human race for countless years. The Void Tribe has 2 people, the Thunder Punishment Tribe has 2 people, and the Holy War Tribe has 2 people. As for the 7th person, he belonged to the Thousand Sword Venerable many years ago. However, this seat has been empty ever since his death. Fong Chun was slightly surprised when he heard this. He had not expected that the Thousand Sword Venerable, the ancestor of the Kong family in the Kungsu Impasse, would actually be one of the 7 great members of the Council of Elders. The Human Race Convention is held once every 100 million years, and the next one will be held in just over 30 years. I called you here this time to ask your opinion. Do you want to join the Council of Elders and fight for the human race? The Void Tribe patriarch stared at Fong Chun with his pitch-black eyes. The members of the Council of Elders of the human race stood at the top of the primal chaos void. They had great authority and the power to decide life and death. However, they also had great responsibilities on their shoulders. Once you join the Council of Elders, you will not be able to kill enemies as you wish. You will also not be able to destroy the interests of the human race. You will put the human race first. However, there's also a great advantage. You will be able to share resources. Fong Chun fell silent. As a member of the human race, if the human race was destroyed, would he still be able to live? He would live and die with the human race. Thinking of this, Fong Chun nodded heavily. It was not for anything else, but to create a good environment for his family and friends. I am willing, Fong Chun said. However, will joining the Council of Elders restrict my freedom? You don't have to worry about this. The members of the Council of Elders are very free. Normally, you will not be required to do anything. Only when the human race is in a life and death crisis will you be required to take action, the Void Tribe patriarch said. Good. The position of the 7th elder that has been empty for so long finally has a candidate. The Void Tribe patriarch was very happy. He immediately told Fong Chun many secrets of the human race. After staying in the Void Tribe for a few days, Fong Chun left the Qingshu heaven with the 5 great kings. The dark void was boundless. Fong Chun and the 5 great kings were flying at a fast speed. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in front of them and exploded. The powerful force affected the 6 of them. Crash! The 6 of them hurriedly dodged, barely avoiding the attack of the black hole. However, Just as the six of them stabilized their bodies, Fong Chen's eyelids twitched. He subconsciously shouted, "Dodge!" The six of them had just dodged when a thick thunderbolt swooped down from where they were and exploded. The impact of the explosion was horrifying. What a powerful force. The five great kings' faces changed drastically. They finally realized that this was not a simple black hole explosion, but a murder. Who is it? Who in the primal chaos void had such great ability? Rumble. The six of them looked around cautiously. Suddenly, thick thunderbolts rumbled in the dark sky. The power of lightning surged, as if it had gathered all the lightning in the primal chaos void. To be able to control lightning on such a large scale, could it be the Thunder Punishment Tribe? The War King said coldly, "It must be the Thunder Punishment Tribe. Otherwise, who can control lightning?" Damn it, they just let us join the Elder Assembly, and now they're attacking us? Despicable. The five great kings cursed one after another. Only Fong Chen opened his evil ancestral eye and stared at the dense thunderbolts in the dark sky. His face was extremely solemn. Could it be him? Fong Chen thought to himself. He recalled a few days ago when he met the black-robed old man in a mountain stream in the Qingluo heaven. Lightning ancestral eye? The Thunder Punishment Tribe had no reason to attack them. Moreover, he could feel that the dense thunderbolts did not contain the Thunder Punishment Tribe's lightning power, but pure lightning power. In the entire world, only the lightning ancestral I could control such dense lightning power. It must be him. Boom! Wild thunderbolts flew down and exploded in front of Fong Chen's group. Not good. Fong Chen cried out in his heart. Soon after, he pushed his evil ancestral eye to its limits. Evil force spread out, barely blocking the impact of the thunderbolt force. "Let's go," Fong Chen hurriedly called out. The five great kings left one after another. In the end, only Fong Chen was left. With a low roar, all the power in his body gathered in his evil ancestral eye. Buzz! A dazzling light burst out from his eyes. At that moment, it seemed as if the dark sky was about to collapse. Berserk power swept across the sky, instantly enveloping the dense thunderbolts. Explode. The evil ancestral eye stared at the highest point of the dark sky, and with a low roar from Fong Chen, it instantly exploded. Chapter 2646. Kacha. The void collapsed, and a black hole exploded. A wild, evil force swept across the dark sky. Suddenly, a furious roar came from the depths of the sky. Rip. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fong Chen used the space-time collapse technique and quietly left the dark sky. Dong! The void shook and a figure covered in black aura appeared. His eyes flickered with a powerful lightning aura, and his body was wrapped in lightning runes. He was the leader of the monster race, and also the former Thunder Beast Supremacy. Evil Ancestral Eye. A look of fury appeared on Thunder Beast Venerable's face, and his eyes were filled with greed. Damn it! Thunder Beast Supremacy originally planned to kill Fong Chen with the Lightning Ancestral Eye. Who would have thought that he would use the evil Ancestral Eye at the critical moment to break his pseudo-Ancestral Eye attack and escape unscathed? If I have the real Lightning Ancestral Eye, I will definitely be able to snatch the evil Ancestral Eye. The three supreme Ancestral Eyes were extremely powerful, and everyone wanted to have them. It was something that every martial artist dreamed of, and he did not expect to find it here. Thunder Beast Supremacy had guarded the Azure Sky mountain stream for 6 billion years and barely obtained a pseudo-lightning ancestral eye. The current leader of the Azure Sword sect had cultivated for less than 20,000 years and obtained the real evil ancestral eye. Thunder Beast Supremacy was not convinced. The evil ancestral eye belongs to me. Thinking of this, Venerable Thunder Beast smiled sinisterly and immediately disappeared into the dark sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! The five kings were extremely fast, and they finally got out of the danger zone after a few days. Looking ahead, they could already see the huge heavenly region floating in the dark void. Great Devil Sky. The five of them heaved a sigh of relief. The expert who ambushed them must be an ultimate heavenly master, the strongest expert under the ancient god realm. Moreover, the lightning power that the person controlled was more powerful than the lightning punishment of the thunder punishment tribe. They felt their hearts palpitating. "I wonder how the sect master is doing," Warlord asked worriedly. "Fong Chun asked us to leave first. I think he has a way to deal with it." Just as the 5 great kings were talking, the sound of something tearing through the air was heard. Fong Chun appeared from the void. "How is it?" King Wu hurriedly asked. Fong Chen's face darkened as he shook his head. "The person who ambushed us possesses the lightning ancestral eye." "What? Lightning ancestral eye?" The 3 supreme ancestral eyes had existed in legends for countless years. Who would have thought that 2 ancestral eyes would appear consecutively? What was going on? Could it be that the Golden Age had really arrived? Even the most powerful ancestral eyes came out to search for the fated person. "Do you know who that person is?" Sword King asked. "I'm not sure. That person is very strong. He's even stronger than the 5 celestial venerables on the venerable list." Fong Chun said, "I can vaguely sense a trace of the demon clan leader's aura on him, but he is not." Fong Chun concluded that the person who ambushed them was not the patriarch of the demon race. When did such an expert appear in the Ao clan? The 5 great kings were all astonished. Since they possessed the Thunderbolt Ancestral Eye, their first reaction was the Thunder Punishment race. However, Fong Chun sensed a trace of the demon race's aura on that person. "He discovered my evil ancestral eye and will definitely not let it go. The best way is to wait for him to appear," Fong Chun said. "I like to see who dares to make an enemy of my Azura Sword sect. In the great demon sky, anyone who dares to violate the dignity of Azura Sword sect will be killed without mercy." The ambush of Venerable Thunder Beast was just a small interlude. Although the 5 great kings did not take it to heart, Fong Chun was particularly concerned. After all, that was the owner of the Thunderbolt Ancestral Eye. After obtaining the evil Ancestral Eye, Fong Chun knew better than anyone how powerful the 3 supreme Ancestral Eyes were. If that mysterious person took the lead and completely controlled the Ancestral Eyes, not to mention him, even Azura Sword sect would be in danger. Who could it be? Fong Chun frowned and pondered. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. There were less than 20 years left before the 100-year agreement between Fong Chun and the Rhinoceros Horn Tribe leader. The Human Race Convention, which was held once every 100 million years, was about to begin. As a member of the Elder Guild, Fong Chun naturally had to participate. In the past 30 years, Fong Chun had been cultivating an Azura Sword sect in the Great Demon Sky. Their overall strength had increased again. Moreover, the speed of development of Azura Sword sect was beyond everyone's imagination. In just 30 years, several venerables had been born. Compared to the other 5 tribes, this was a large number. Qingshu Heaven, the territory of the Void tribe. The vast white clouds in the sky separated it from the land below. At the top of the sky, there was a palace made of white clouds. This palace was surrounded by an unparalleled power. Unless one was an ancient god expert, even a heavenly venerable could not forcibly break through the palace's obstruction. Whoosh! With the leader of the Void tribe in the lead, the 6 elders arrived before the white cloud palace. This palace was the headquarters of the human race in the Chaos Void. It was also the center of power. It would only open once every 100 million years. Only the 7 supreme elders of the Council of Elders were allowed to enter it. Creak! The 6 great elders waved their hands, and drops of essence blood dripped onto the palace. Immediately, the powerful restriction around it gradually disappeared, and the door creaked open. The Void tribe leader's face was solemn. He took the lead and walked into the palace. After a while, Fong Chun was the last to arrive. How magnificent! Fong Chun's heart trembled. He was now a heavenly venerable expert. Ordinary palaces could not enter his eyes at all. The palace in front of him looked simple, but it was actually very complicated. Moreover, the palace was surrounded by heavenly energy. It seemed to be the center of the entire chaos void. The heavenly energy is so rich. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Then, he sprinkled a drop of essence blood on the door and stepped into the palace. The interior of the palace was very luxurious and shocking. Inside the magnificent hall, there were 7 bronze thrones. Each throne represented a member of the Council of Elders. Fang Chen, you're here. The leader of the Void tribe pointed at a bronze throne at the end of the row and gestured for Fang Chen to sit. The latter nodded slightly and sat on the bronze throne. Ha! I didn't expect our elder guild to have such a young elder. Suddenly, the Thunder Punishment tribe leader laughed. He admired Fang Chen very much. That's right. Fang Chen has broken the record of the Elder Guild for countless years. It's unprecedented, the Holy War tribe leader said. The other 3 elders also nodded slightly. When Fang Chen noticed the 3 of them, he was slightly surprised. The 3 of them were not experts on the honorable list. In fact, Fang Chen had never heard of them before. Fang Chen guessed that they were the reclusive experts of the 3 great clans. Fang Chen could vaguely feel the powerful aura on their bodies. Each of them had an aura that was not weaker than his. This made Fang Chen feel even more emotional. The human tribe was indeed the dominant tribe of this era in the chaotic void. Its foundation was so deep that it was shocking. Fortunately, he had entered the human tribe's elder guild and come into contact with more core things. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such knowledge. Fang Chen, let me introduce you. This is the supreme elder of the Void tribe, Heavenly Master Su Wei. The one in the middle is the supreme elder of the Thunder Punishment tribe, Heavenly Master Wan Lei. After the last one, he is the supreme elder of the Holy War tribe, Heavenly Master Zhan. The 3 heavenly masters were the supreme elders of the 3 great tribes. Junior Fang Chen greets the 3 seniors. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said, the 3 people in front of him were higher in seniority than the 3 great tribe leaders. Not bad. To be able to achieve such achievements at such a young age, you are qualified to join the Elder Guild, Heavenly Master Su Wei said with a smile. Even if we are at the same stage, we are far inferior to Fang Chen, Heavenly Master Wan Lei said. Only Heavenly Master Zhan looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of fighting spirit. Boom! An unparalleled fighting spirit emerged in an instant. The entire White Cloud Palace was oppressed. When the other 5 saw this, they grinned and felt a little helpless. Fang Chen, you don't have to worry about it. The Supreme Elder's personality is like this. He likes to fight with experts, the Holy War tribe leader explained. Fang Chen, do you dare to fight with me? Sure enough, as soon as the tribe leader finished speaking, Heavenly Master Zhan stood up. His fighting spirit surged as he approached Fang Chen. Invincible fighting spirit. This was the real invincible fighting spirit. Chapter 26:47. The Sacred War Tribe was the most warlike tribe in the human race. Their tribe claimed to be the descendants of the god of war, and they cultivated the invincible battle intent. In their opinion, the battle intent was their strongest trump card. If the battle intent was strong enough, they could defeat the enemy without even fighting. The stronger the battle intent, the greater the amplification. It was said that the strongest expert in the Sacred War Tribe could cultivate the invincible battle intent and increase the amplification by 10,000 times. And this heavenly venerable Zhan in front of them was a genuine heavenly venerable. Moreover, his comprehension of the invincible battle intent had reached an extremely high level. For countless years, he had been in seclusion and studying the invincible battle intent. Today, he had a new understanding of the undefeatable battle intent. Everyone knew that Heavenly Venerable Zhan liked to fight. Back then, when he was still the leader of the Sacred War Tribe, he kept looking for supremacies in the primal chaos void to fight. He only stopped when his iron fists were invincible in the primal chaos void. Seeing that Fang Chen was a heavenly venerable at such a young age, he naturally wanted to fight. 1. The powerful invincible battle intent was like a flood, overwhelming the mountains and overturning the seas. Its aura shook the heavens as it surrounded Fang Chen and squeezed his body. Rip! The chaotic origin sword body automatically operated, and traces of sword chi formed an armor that covered Fong Chen's body, resisting the pressure of the invincible battle intent. Amen. The five elders' eyes lit up, and they were full of praises for Fong Chen. This guy is really a monster. The leader of the Void tribe sighed. Yes, according to the previous information, he only has the myriad sword body. Could he have used his own strength to forcefully evolve the myriad sword body into the chaotic origin sword body? Heavenly Venerable Su Wei guessed. Thinking of this, everyone was speechless. It seemed that Heavenly Venerable Su Wei's guess was most likely correct. Monster. This was the unanimous evaluation of the five elders. Even the stern Heavenly Venerate Zhan curled his lips into a faint smile. His eyes were burning as he raised his hands, and the invincible battle intent soared again. The atmosphere in the White Cloud Palace was extremely tense. The principle of the invincible battle intent was to become stronger when facing a strong opponent. I'm getting more and more interested in you, Venerable War Celestial said. Fong Chen stood up from the bronze throne, his robe fluttering in the wind. He said calmly, I've always been curious about the invincible fighting spirit. His words were tantamount to declaring that he would accept the challenge. Voila! Inside the Palace of White Clouds, the aura was suppressed to the extreme. It instantly erupted, causing the entire palace to shake. All right. Venerable War Celestial waved his hand, and all his fighting spirit gathered in his palm, turning into a ball of fighting spirit. Invincible battle intent. Battle the heavens and the earth. Reverend Zhan Tianzhan roared as his invincible battle intent was pushed to the maximum. His strength suddenly soared, increasing by almost 10,000 times. Boom! Just one punch had caused the palace to tremble. One could only imagine how powerful Venerable Zhan was. The White Cloud Palace was built by the combined efforts of the few remaining ancient god experts. Its defense was so strong that it could even block the full-strength attack of an ancient god. It was not easy for Venerable War Celestial's punch to shake the White Cloud Palace. The five elders sat on their bronze thrones and watched the exciting battle with smiles on their faces. If they were in the outside world, the shockwaves from their battle could instantly destroy a heaven region. But in the Palace of White Clouds, they did not have to worry. Pung! Fong Chen clenched his fist tightly, gathering the energy of the chaotic origin sword body. Kacha! Both fists collided. Fong Chen felt a powerful force coming from his fist, causing the blood in his body to churn. Dang, dang, dang. His body was forced to retreat continuously. After stabilizing his body, the power of darkness bloodlines surged, barely suppressing the churning blood in his body. His pitch-black eyes also flashed with a fiery look. He opened his palm, and the void flickered. A long sword appeared in his palm. Darkness bloodline. Venerable War Celestial could see the darkness bloodline in Fong Chen's body at a glance. He was slightly surprised. No wonder. Venerable War Celestial was getting more and more curious about Fong Chen. What kind of environment could produce such a monstrous genius? Invincible battle intent. Venerable War Celestial activated his invincible battle intent once again. With the battle intent, he looked down on the world. However, Fong Chen did not hesitate to display the Azura sword technique. A terrifying sword light cut through the void and pierced towards Venerable War Celestial. Kacha! It was blocked by Venerable War Celestial's battle intent and could not move forward. All of this was within Fong Chen's expectations. The Azura sword technique was just a cover. The real killing move was the evil ancestral eye. Evil energy. Fong Chen muttered. His eyes were red and a terrifying evil energy spread out, wrapping around Venerable War Celestial. Seeing this scene, the five great elders also stood up in shock. The five great elders widened their eyes in disbelief. I've never seen such a dense evil energy. Legend has it that the evil ancestral eye, one of the three supreme ancestral eyes, can release an evil energy that can destroy the world. Could Fong Chen possess the evil ancestral eye? The five great elders' heartbeats quickened at the thought. Roar! A furious roar was heard. Venerable War Celestial was filled with invincible battle intent. His iron fist blasted open the evil energy wrapping around him. Kacha! The evil energy was too powerful. Fong Chen's eyes were scarlet red, and drops of blood dripped down from them. This was the result of him forcefully activating the evil ancestral eye. Dong! Venerable War Celestial blasted the evil energy away with a punch, and his body flickered. Stop! His voice echoed around the white cloud palace. Whoosh! Fong Chun heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly retracted the evil energy. He wiped the blood around his eyes. Huff! Venerable War Celestial was too powerful, and his invincible battle intent was extremely powerful. If not for the evil ancestral eye, it would be difficult to fight against him. Even among heavenly venerables, there were differences in strength. Venerable War Celestial was undoubtedly one of the strongest heavenly venerables. In the blink of an eye, the white cloud palace calmed down. Venerable War Celestial retracted his invincible battle intent and stared at Fong Chun with his dark eyes. After a long while, he gave Fong Chun a thumbs up. I humbly admit defeat. For Venerable War Celestial to say such words, it was enough to shock everyone. Fong Chun, you have the evil ancestral eye? Asked Venerable Su Wei. The evil ancestral eye is one of the 3 supreme ancestral eyes in the world. How did you obtain it? Asked Venerable Wanlei anxiously. In fact, what they were really concerned about was whether Fong Chun could control the evil ancestral eye. In the history of the Chaos Void, the rumors about the evil ancestral eye were extremely terrifying. None of the previous owners of the evil ancestral eye had a good ending. This was because the evil ancestral eye was using its owner to feed itself. When it was strong enough, it would control its owner and absorb the power in its owner's body. The evil ancestral eye is too powerful. Can you control it? A series of questions appeared in Fong Chen's ears. Fong Chun did not hide anything and bluntly told them how he obtained the evil ancestral eye. I see. The 6 elders side had the 3 supreme ancestral eyes that had always existed in the legends and finally appeared in the world. After a long while, Venerable Jean warned, you should also be aware of the history of the evil ancestral eye. No matter what, you must remain vigilant. If you discover any strange movements from the evil ancestral eye, you must immediately stop it. If necessary, you must even dig out the eye. After the battle, just now, Venerable Jean's attitude toward Fong Chun had clearly become much warmer. He believed that Fong Chun had the qualifications to sit on the same level as them. In addition, Fong Chun was so young and would definitely step into the ancient god level in the future, so he was even more enthusiastic about making friends with him. Many thanks for everyone's concern. I know what I'm doing. Fong Chun lightly nodded. He did not tell them that the illusory sword in his mind was currently suppressing the evil ancestral eye. With the illusory sword suppressing it, the evil ancestral eye could not do anything. One day, it would truly be under his control. Ha! Now that Fong Chun has the evil ancestral eye, the overall strength of our elder assembly has increased once more. This is truly worthy of celebration. Everyone temporarily forgot about the negative news of the evil ancestral eye and laughed heartily. That's right. Speaking of which, the 6 of us are already old. In the future, the world is destined to be Fong Chen's. This fellow possesses the chaotic origin sword body and has the strongest potential in the sword Dao. In the future, he will definitely use the sword Dao to become an ancient god and become the ancient god with the strongest offensive power. This way, the pressure on us will lessen. Everyone laughed heartily. If you want to read a novel, please visit Chapter 2648. Fong Chen's battle with Master Zhan had completely gained the approval of everyone and integrated into the circle of the Elders Guild. Now, he was also considered one of the core members of the human race. He was the only one who could achieve such achievements in 20,000 years of cultivation. Unknowingly, Fong Chun had created an unprecedented record that was difficult for future generations to reach. This record would eventually accompany Fong Chen's advancement and spread to future generations. He would be revered by tens of thousands of people. 7 bronze thrones stood in the White Cloud Palace. The 7 elders sat on them and chatted happily. The purpose of every human race convention was to discuss how to improve the overall strength of the human race and allow the chaotic void to develop healthily. Fong Chun, you know the purpose of the Elders Guild's existence, but you haven't joined the Elders Guild before, so there are some things you don't know. Now is the time to know, Heavenly Master Su Wei said. Among everyone present, he was the most senior and had the best void techniques. Even Master Zhan, who was known to have the strongest attack power, couldn't touch his clothes. In terms of escape techniques, if Heavenly Master Su Wei said he was second, no one would dare to say they were first. Even the Void Clan leader, who was also from the same clan, was far inferior to him. His prestige was very high, and he was basically the leader of the Elders Guild. Everyone nodded when he introduced the secrets of the human race to Fong Chun. You must be very curious. The great clans have reclusive ancient gods. Why don't the Elders Guild see them? Heavenly Master Su Wei said. Fong Chun nodded. He was indeed curious. So far, other than the Rhinoceros clan leader, he hadn't seen any ancient gods. He even suspected whether there were ancient gods in the chaotic void. Ancient gods do exist, and in our great clans, every clan has an ancient god. Heavenly Master Su Wei's words made Fong Chun exclaim in surprise. However, all of this was reasonable. In the golden age of the ancient times, there were many ancient gods. That was the most brilliant era. However, after the ancient cataclysm, the primal chaos void had evolved. Cultivation resources were scarce, and the heavenly energy was even thinner. Such a drastic change in the world directly made it almost impossible for future generations to rely on their own efforts to reach the ancient god realm. Celestial Master Su Wei slowly explained. Fong Chun was also listening attentively. Gradually, many ancient god experts began to realize that something was wrong. The upheaval of the world was causing endless damage to the primal chaos void. No one in the later generations was able to break through. As for the older generation of ancient gods, after experiencing the ancient calamity, they either died or were injured. They realized that there would be a day when many ancient gods would fall one by one. If they didn't find a way out, the primal chaos void would revert to the primordial era after countless years. This was a terrifying reality. Many peak experts couldn't accept it. They joined forces and left the primal chaos void. They entered the dark void and searched for other methods, but they never returned. Speaking up to here, Emperor Su Wei also sighed endlessly. He admired the courage of those peak experts. There were spatial storms and black holes everywhere in the dark void. Even ancient god experts didn't dare to go too deep. But for the environment of their hometowns, they resolutely embarked on a path of no return. Since then, there were almost no ancient god experts in the primal chaos void. In the countless years that followed, the human race gradually dominated the primal chaos void. The major clans of the era began to send some of their top prodigies into the heavenly Venerate Sea to train. To this day, only 5 heavenly Venerates had successfully reached the ancient god realm. No matter how many people went after them, they all failed. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. So the human race had 5 ancient gods? Emperor Su Wei seemed to see through Fong Chen's thoughts and explained, strictly speaking, the human race only has 3 ancient gods. They are the ancient god of void, the ancient god of thunder punishment, and the ancient god of holy war. The other 2 are the ancient god of darkness and the demon god. The demon race and the blood race each had an ancient god expert. Fong Chun pursed his lips. So it was true that the major clans of the era had ancient gods. Emperor Su Wei, I'm very curious. Why would the human race allow the demon race and the blood race to take root in the primal chaos void? Fong Chun asked, puzzled. Logically speaking, the human race would never allow such a thing to happen. However, not only did the demon race and the blood race survive, but they were also called major clans of the era. This was somewhat inconceivable. Before joining the Council of Elders, he didn't think much of it. Now that he thought about it, It was indeed inconceivable. Speaking of this matter, the faces of the 6 elders darkened. It seemed that the topic had touched on their sore spot. The atmosphere in the entire White Cloud Palace also gradually dropped. It was still Emperor Su Wei who opened his mouth to explain to Fong Chun. Do you know why the 3 major clans consider themselves as the core higher-ups of the human race? Before Fong Chun could speak, Emperor Su Wei spoke again. That's because we've put an endless effort behind the scenes for the human race. We've even sacrificed countless clansmen. The alien races in the heavenly Venerate Sea are constantly trying to break out of their cage and invade the primal chaos void. In order to protect ourselves, the human race could only enter the heavenly Venerate Sea and fight to the death. Over the countless years, the human race has lost countless supremacies. Seeing our clansmen fall one after another is very sad and painful. However, in order to prevent the primal chaos void from being invaded by the alien races, we still resolutely entered the heavenly Venerate Sea to fight to protect our homeland. Emperor Wanlei said in a low voice, the demon race and the blood race were originally 2 superclans. At that time, in order to survive, they reached an agreement with the human race to help the human race enter the heavenly Venerate Sea and kill the alien races. Who would have thought that someone from the 2 clans would break through to the ancient god realm in the heavenly Venerate Sea? Since then, the demon race and the blood race have stood side by side with us and become major clans of the era. The original agreement's binding force became weaker and weaker. The blood race and the demon race each had their own ulterior motives, but they still didn't dare to openly oppose the human race. In the face of internal and external troubles, the human race chose to temporarily endure and join forces to fight against the alien races in the heavenly Venerate Sea. After listening to the 6 elders' explanation, Fong Chun finally understood. At the same time, he had a new understanding of the heavenly Venerate Sea. The enemy of the human race was the alien race that had once dominated the primal chaos void and then hid in the heavenly Venerate Sea. The Human Race Convention that is held once every 100 million years is where the elders discuss the matter of fighting against the alien races, Emperor Wanlei said. With great power came great responsibility. Sometimes it was beyond one's control. Only the 3 major clans knew how much effort they had secretly made for the human race. Now that he thought about it, there was no problem at all for them to call themselves the core higher-ups of the human race. In Fong Chen's heart, he admired the 6 of them immensely. If the primal chaos void didn't have such selfless human experts, how could it have exchanged for endless years of peace and prosperity? Thinking of this, Fong Chen's state of mind gradually changed. Boom! The void mystic scripture automatically operated. In an instant, Fong Chen's state of mind reached the peak of the first level. His state of mind had completely transformed. Buzz! The aura emitted from Fong Chen's body attracted the attention of the 6 great elders. Void mystic scripture, it's indeed the case. The world said that Fong Chen obtained Great Emperor Void Mystic's inheritance. Looking at it now, it's completely true. I've long heard that the Void Mystic Scripture is abnormally profound. Seeing it today, it lives up to its reputation. Just sensing the aura of the Void Mystic Scripture, the 6 great elders knew how terrifying it was. Cultivating the heart, the foundation of martial arts. When the state of mind improved, the martial arts would naturally improve. I finally fully grasped the first level of the Void Mystic Scripture. Fong Chun was secretly delighted. After his state of mind improved, he clearly felt that his strength also improved a lot. If he had to fight with Emperor War again, the outcome would be hard to predict. At least, he could fight with Emperor War without deploying the evil ancestral eye. Emperor War's eyes were filled with a fiery look. His thoughts were the same as Fong Chen's. All right, I'm here today to discuss a plan to resist the enemy. If the 2 of you want to spar, there will be plenty of time in the future, Emperor War said with a chuckle. All right, after the Human Race Convention ends, I will definitely seek advice from Great Emperor Void Mystic Scripture. How powerful is it? Emperor War's body was overflowing with fighting spirit as he said in a deep voice. The invincible fighting spirit mainly cultivated fighting spirit, while the void mystic scripture mainly cultivated the state of mind. The two were completely different, yet somewhat similar. No problem. I'm ready to battle at any time. Fong Chen also agreed readily. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2649. After some explanation, Fong Chen learned that the two ancient gods of the monster race and the dark vampire race weren't in the chaos void at all. They'd entered the heavenly venerate sea in search of opportunities to counterattack the human race. As for the three ancient gods of the human race, the void ancient god resided in the chaos void in seclusion. He was the true pillar of the human race. The remaining two ancient gods had also entered the heavenly venerate sea. After all, if the human race wanted to advance, they had to resist the threat from the heavenly venerate sea. This was why everyone knew that the heavenly venerate sea was as dangerous as a mortal cave mountain. However, there were far fewer people entering the heavenly venerate sea than a mortal cave mountain. Thinking of this, Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the monster race and the dark vampire race didn't dare to act rashly. They didn't have the confidence to do so. Any prodigy born in the human race will be sent to the heavenly venerate sea to hone himself. We hope to use this opportunity to break through to the ancient god realm, said Celestial Master Su Wei. His gaze fell on Fong Chen. The latter shrugged. I'll enter the heavenly venerate sea in 20 years. 20 years later was the date he'd agreed upon with the Rhinoceros Horn clan leader. The 7 elders have been discussing the human race's grand plan for the past few days. In the end, they'd basically planned out the development of the next tens of thousands of years. This year's human race convention was about to end. Suddenly, Celestial Master Myriad Thunder asked curiously, "By the way, Fong Chen, who's the mysterious ancient god of your Azura Sword sect?" Celestial Venerable Myriad Thunder's words successfully attracted the attention of the other elders. They also looked at Fong Chen with burning eyes. That's right, they'd actually forgotten about this ancient god. If he was the human race's ancient god, then the human race's overall strength would definitely increase again. Do you know the Rhinoceros Horn clan? Fong Chen asked. The Rhinoceros Horn clan? Everyone shook their heads. What about a mortal cave mountain? Fong Chen asked calmly. You mean? The Rhinoceros Horn clan comes from a mortal cave mountain, and that ancient god powerhouse is from the Rhinoceros Horn clan? Asked Celestial Master Su Wei. Fong Chen nodded. I'm sure everyone has their own guesses. Why would a mortal cave mountain suddenly disappear from Rippling Lake and appear in the great devil sky? Hearing Fong Chen's words, everyone nodded. In truth, Immortal Cave Mountain was not personally moved by an ancient god as the outside world says. Fong Chen said, because Immortal Cave Mountain itself is a pinnacle true treasure. I refined the core of Immortal Cave Mountain and took control of it. Hearing this, the 6 elders turned pale with fright. They stared at Fong Chen, dumbfounded. This was definitely a big secret. This was too shocking. A dangerous land that was as famous as the celestial venerable sea was actually a pinnacle true treasure. Moreover, it was controlled by the youngest elder in front of them. This was too inconceivable, wasn't it? Everyone's hearts trembled as they looked at Fong Chen solemnly. If Dark Cave Mountain is a supreme treasure, then what about its master? He's definitely not someone an ordinary ancient god can compare to, Myriad Thunder said. Yes, the one that the 6 elders really valued was the original master of Immortal Cave Mountain, that mysterious powerhouse. Fong Chen said bluntly. The original master of Immortal Cave Mountain seemed to have left the chaotic void to explore the depths of the darkness and strive for a higher level of martial arts. After I took control of Immortal Cave Mountain, I used the power of Immortal Cave Mountain to suppress the Rhinoceros Horn clan. In the end, I forced the Rhinoceros Horn clan to bow their heads and reach an agreement with the Rhinoceros Horn clan leader. After listening to Fong Chen's explanation, everyone understood. No wonder. With Fong Chen's strength, how could he make an ancient god fight for him? Now that they thought about it, there was actually such an inside story. The six elders did not ask about the agreement between Fang Chun and the Rhinoceros Horn Clan leader. As long as it did not endanger the interests of the human race, they would not ask about personal matters. Ha ha! I really didn't expect that this little guy in our Elders Guild would have such ability. Celestial Master Su Wei and the others laughed. The seven of them left the White Cloud Palace side by side. At this point, this year's Human Race Convention was completely over. At the top of the sky, Fang Chun and Celestial Master Zhan looked at each other. Both of them were emitting a biting, cold battle intent. It was very shocking. Boom! The battle was on the verge of breaking out. The two of them fought in a sealed, independent space. Outsiders could not see anything at all. As for the other five elders, they all returned to their clans to carry out the plan that they had previously discussed. Dong! It was said that someone near the independent space felt a powerful impact. Even through the space membrane, the airflow that rushed out could injure ordinary supremacies. One could imagine how fierce the battle between the two of them was. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the two of them strolled out of the independent space. No one knew what the result was. They only knew that after Celestial Master Zhan came out, he did not say a word and directly disappeared into the void. Fang Chun, on the other hand, had a smile on his face. Great Devil Sky. After a tiring journey, Fang Chun finally returned to the Great Devil Sky. Just as he stepped on the ground of the Great Devil Sky, the void suddenly shook and circles of ripples appeared. Then, terrifying thunderbolts roared out. Dong! Thick thunderbolts swooped down and bombarded Fang Chun, shattering the sword chi around him. Chaotic Origin Sword Body. Fang Chun activated the Chaotic Origin Sword Body and raised his defense to the maximum. At the same time, he began to counterattack. Thunderbolt Ancestral Eye. As soon as they exchanged blows, he discovered the aura of the Ancestral Eye in the air. Damn it! Fang Chun cursed inwardly and casually swung his sword. At the same time, he activated the Evil Ancestral Eye. The dense, evil energy instantly spread out and enveloped the entire void. 2 black figures appeared from the void crack. Let's end this quickly. The two of them were very powerful. When they attacked together, their fighting strength was comparable to Celestial Master Zhan. Unfortunately, Fang Chun had a breakthrough in his mental state during the Human Race Convention, and his strength had skyrocketed. Boom! Seeing a black figure whizzing over, Fang Chun recognized the other party. Dark Clan leader. Fang Chun said in a deep voice. He immediately activated the dark bloodline in his body and gathered it on his fist before punching out. Dong! The void trembled as a berserk energy exploded outwards. The 2 dark bloodlines fiercely collided, causing the void to collapse. Seeing this, the Dark Clan leader's expression changed drastically, and he cried out involuntarily. Your dark bloodline? The Dark Clan leader shouted and roared in his heart. Not only did a human martial artist have the dark bloodline, but he also had such a high-purity bloodline. Damn it! As the Dark Clan leader, how could he not see how pure Fang Chun's dark bloodline was? Such a dark bloodline was rare, even among the Dark Clan. He must die. The Dark Clan leader's heart was filled with killing intent. Using the dark bloodline as a guide, he activated a secret technique of the Dark Clan. Wong. Violent flames instantly burned as the dark bloodline continuously poured into the sea of fire. In an instant, the sea of fire spread out and enveloped Fang Chun. At the same time, Thunder Beast Heavenly Master activated his pseudo-ancestral eye and released endless lightning energy. For a moment, Fang Chun was in danger. Great Devil Heaven, Azura Sword Sect. What a powerful aura. The aura of the demonic clan. Is the demonic clan invading? There's also the aura of the Dark Clan. When the Wind Thunder Beast felt the eruption of a biting cold aura, he rushed into the sky. At a glance, he saw Fang Chun in danger. Damn it! The Wind Thunder Beast roared at the sky and rushed over. Fang Chun, who was trapped in the sea of fire, was attacked by the lightning ancestral eye. He could barely resist the attack with the evil ancestral eye. Wong. The Khanate Iwit on his neck emitted a soft light. The Yiwu Qi drilled into Fang Chen's body and spread out, immediately healing all the injuries on Fang Chen's body. At the same time, the heart of mysterious underworld began to move. Dark Cave Mountain, Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. Dark Cave Mountain, which was far away from the giant dragon, shook. All the martial artists in the great devil heaven could feel the shaking. They were shocked and thought that the end of the world had come. Whoosh! Immortal Cave Mountain soared into the sky and whistled over. Dong! When Immortal Cave Mountain arrived, Fang Chen directly drilled into it. Boom! All of the power blasted onto Cave Demon Mountain and dissipated. Damn it! Seeing this, Empyrean Thunder Demon and the Dark Clan leader cursed. They felt the wild aura rushing towards them. They looked at each other. Since they had failed their mission, they could only retreat. Let's go. The two of them took a step forward and entered the void. Where are you going? The Wind Thunder Beast howled and roared at the sky. Its claws tore through the void and attacked from a distance. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2650. Dong! The void was torn apart and a black hole appeared. A few drops of blood floated over. The Wind Thunder Wild Beast angrily retracted his claws. You guys ran fast. The Wind Thunder Wild Beast looked at his claws. There were obvious traces of lightning bombardment in his palms. His eyes flickered as he pondered. Could it be that the one who attacked Fang Chen was the Demon Clan expert who had the Thunderbolt Ancestral Eye? Are you okay? The Wind Thunder Wild Beast asked when he saw Fang Chen walk out of the Dark Cave Mountain. Fang Chen shook his head. I'm fine. However, after this incident, Fang Chen was more or less certain of his suspicions. The Demon Clan had obtained the Thunderbolt Ancestral Eye and could no longer hold back. Humph! Thinking that the ancient god of the Demon Clan and the ancient god of darkness were not in the chaotic void, he sneered in his heart. If he was forced into a corner, he did not mind making a trip to the two clans personally. Buter Heaven, the base camp of the Demon Clan. Damn it, that guy can actually activate the Dark Cave Mountain. At this time, even a stupid pig could guess that the Dark Cave Mountain was a supreme treasure. As we guessed, the Dark Cave Mountain is a supreme treasure that is controlled by Fang Chen, the Thunder Demon Heavenly Master said in a deep voice. In fact, what he really cared about was not the Dark Cave Mountain, but the evil Ancestral Eye in Fang Chen's hands. If he could gather the three supreme Ancestral Eyes, he would definitely be able to become an ancient god. He has already discovered us. The difficulty of the next sneak attack will be greatly increased, the Dark Clan leader said. He looked at the Thunder Demon Heavenly Master with eyes full of doubts. Over the countless years, he had fought side by side with the Demon Clan leader many times. He had never seen him use Thunderbolt attacks. This time, he felt the power of his Thunderbolt attacks. Even I would have no chance of winning if I were to face him, the Dark Clan leader thought to himself. However, he did not show it. What should we do next? The Dark Clan leader asked. Don't act rashly. After the sneak attack, Fang Chen will definitely be very careful. As long as he is in the Great Devil Sky, we have no chance. The Thunder Demon Heavenly Master said, Wait patiently. As long as he leaves the Great Devil Sky, it will be the time for us to take action. Or what? Our clan's ancient gods have returned, Thunder Demon Exalted Celestial said softly. The chaotic void was calm. After decades of shock, although there were still people talking about the Azure Sword sect, they were no longer as shocked as before. Azure Sword sect was the sixth largest clan in the world. This was something that was already set in stone. No matter how they discussed it, it was useless. However, as one of the core members of the Human Clan's Elders Association, Fang Chen had learned more about the secrets of the Human Clan in recent years. This also strengthened his decision to enter the Empyrean Sea. Over the years, Fang Chen had set two goals for himself. First, finding a few good brothers was the most important thing. The second was to find an opportunity to break through to the ancient god realm. Although these two goals seemed simple, they were actually extremely difficult. In the vast primal chaos void, from the Antiquity Age until now, how many people had broken through to the ancient god realm? Want to break through? How could it be that easy? Only the illusory sword in his mind could give Fong Chun some confidence. Time passed. During this period, Fong Chun cultivated while accompanying his wife, daughter, and friends. Fong Chun even brought his 2 disciples to the Azura Sword sect. His eldest disciple, Tian Xian, was not very strong, but at least he had the strength to protect himself. As for his youngest disciple, Kong Jiu, he was slightly weaker. However, he was the descendant of the 1,000-sword venerable, and the blood of the 1,000-sword venerable flowed in his body. Once it was completely awakened in the future, he would definitely become a famous swordsman in the primal chaos void. Fong Chun imparted the Azura Sword principle to his 2 disciples and guided them in their cultivation. Under Fong Chun's guidance, the 2 of them made rapid progress. After the trip to the Blackstone prison, his wife, Star and Moon, had long been tired of the life in the primal chaos void. She took the initiative to stay in the Azura Sword sect, accompanying her daughter every day and cultivating in an instant. As for his daughter, Fong Shi, who possessed the myriad fusion body and had heaven-defying potential, many giants appreciated her and wanted to take her as a disciple. Unfortunately, she rejected everything and accompanied her mother in peace. As for Ching Ho and Barbarian, they were very free. They were used to fighting everywhere and could not adapt to a comfortable life. Therefore, after staying in the Great Devil Sky for a short period of time, they returned to their respective secluded places. After making arrangements for everyone, Fong Chun was ready to enter the heavenly Venerate Sea. Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch. In Dark Cave Mountain, Fong Chun stared at the Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch. "What? Have you decided to set off?" asked the Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch. He was ready to enter the heavenly Venerate Sea. Fong Chun nodded. "Everything has been arranged. I have sent the Rhinoceros Horn clan members who wanted to go out to train. As for the rest, they don't want to go out." The Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch was very satisfied with this. At least, Fong Chun did not break his promise and kill his clansmen. "Before I leave, I'm a little worried about the Dark Blood race and the Demon race." Fong Chun expressed his worries. "The 2 races have deep foundations. I will need to go all out to destroy them. Everything I have done these years is to prepare for entering the heavenly Venerate Sea, so I can't go all out." The Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch said, "However, it is still possible to intimidate them a little. This is the second thing I will do for you." The Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch promised to help Fong Chun 3 times. The first time was to subdue the Wind Thunder Beast. This was the second time. As for the opening of the Azura Sword sect, it was only to intimidate them. It did not count. "Okay," Fong Chun grinned. When the 100-year promise was about to arrive, a terrifying vortex suddenly appeared in the sky above the Buddhist sky. A black figure walked out of the vortex. He looked down as if he was looking down on ants. "The demon race." The Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch murmured softly. Immediately, his aura fluctuated as he pressed down with his palm. Boom! A terrifying force whizzed out and pressed down on the Butter sky. It was as if the entire Butter sky was about to be crushed. Thunder Demon Heavenly Venerate, who was cultivating in the stupa heaven, was terrified. "What's going on? Did the ancient gods of the human race attack?" Thunder Demon rushed into the sky and roared crazily. Bang! Thunder Demon activated a powerful force, but he was still sent flying by a slap. His heart trembled and his body trembled. "If you dare to attack the Azura Sword sect, there is no need for you to exist." Thunder rumbled in the sky. In the next moment, the oppressive aura gradually disappeared. In the vast Buddhist sky, all the martial artists felt fear from the depths of their hearts. They would never forget this day. It was a day that made them feel the threat of death. Damn it! Thunder Demon clenched his fists. He was furious. The Azura Sword sect had ignored the agreement and sent an ancient god. However, he could do nothing about the ancient gods. "Pass down my order. Don't provoke the great demon heaven's Azura Sword sect," Thunder Demon ordered. At least, they couldn't provoke them for a short period of time. When an ancient god was angry, blood would splatter for thousands of miles. It was very terrifying. On the same day, the same thing happened in the dark sky. The arrival of an ancient god expert intimidated the dark vampires, causing them to tremble and tremble. In the end, the Dark Blood tribe lowered their heads and promised not to invade the Azura Sword sect. Only then did the ancient god leave. This news quickly spread throughout the Chaos Void. All the martial artists were shocked. On the other hand, the three major tribes were relatively calm. The 6 elders gathered in the sky above the Void tribe's territory in the clear void heaven. They looked at the dark sky and Buddha's sky across the endless void. After a long time, the 6 elders looked at each other and smiled. It seems that Fang Chun is ready to enter the Heavenly Master Sea. He will let the ancient god experts intimidate the 2 races. Yes, if he leaves, the Azura Sword sect will become his concern. So, we must eliminate all future troubles. I just don't know if he can succeed in this trip. To be honest, the 6 elders didn't want Fang Chun to enter the Heavenly Master Sea, but they also hoped that he could enter. Their thoughts were contradictory. They didn't want him to enter because the Heavenly Master Sea was too dangerous. Even a Heavenly Master would die if he entered. He was the future hope of the human race. They couldn't lose him. However, they wanted him to enter because only by entering the Heavenly Master Sea could he have a chance to enter the ancient god realm. Chapter 2651. The Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch's deterrence played a huge role. The originally restless demon race and dark blood race directly fell silent. At least for a long time after this, they did not dare to recklessly target Azura Sword sect. This way, Fang Chun also had no worries and could let go of everything and enter the Heavenly Venerate Sea. The 5 kings and the Wind Thunder Beast also followed Fang Chun and prepared to enter the Heavenly Venerate Sea. Apart from them, Azura Sword sect still had many powerhouses on the Venerable list, so there was no need to worry at all. Moreover, before leaving, Fang Chun also greeted the members of the Elders' Council and asked them to take care of him. After all, Fang Chun was a member of the Elders' Council, the true core of the human race. Entering the Heavenly Venerate Sea this time was also for the future of the human race. How could the 6 elders not care? They patted their chests and guaranteed that no one would dare to go to Azura Sword sect to cause trouble, telling Fang Chun not to worry. The south of the Chaos Void was very remote, almost close to the edge of the void. The environment here was harsh and very barren. Compared to Void Star Heaven, it was much worse. This heavenly region was the lowest level heavenly region in the 33 heavens. It was almost impossible to survive. The reason why this heavenly region was famous was because the Heavenly Venerate Sea was inside. The south had the Heavenly Venerate Sea, and the north had a mortal cave mountain. These 2 great forbidden lands intimidated the Chaos Void. In front of a mortal cave mountain, some martial artists could often be seen, wanting to enter, restless. However, there was almost no one in front of the Heavenly Venerate Sea. The Heavenly Venerate Sea was too dangerous. Even if a Heavenly Venerable entered, it would be a narrow escape, let alone other Venerables. The Profound God Realm had a total of 6 minor realms. As the last realm of the 6 minor realms, the Profound God Realm was also the most transcendent realm. Because the strength gap between martial artists in this realm was too great, it was divided into ordinary Venerables, peak Venerables, limit Venerables, and heavenly Venerables. To be able to be called heavenly Venerables, that was already the strongest among the profound gods, the strongest below the ancient gods. The Heavenly Venerate Sea was known to be able to kill all Venerables. Even the ancient gods did not dare to act rashly inside. Splash! At the edge of the void, there was a vast ocean. A cool breeze blew past, and the waves of the ocean splashed. All of a sudden, space began to distort as 8 figures slowly walked over. The leader of this group was none other than the Rhinoceros Horn Tribe chief. He was an ancient god expert who had once ventured out of the Celestial Sovereign Sea, so he was naturally very familiar with this place. "Is this the Empyrean Sea?" Fang Chun asked. "Umph." The Rhinoceros Horn Patriarch snorted, his face full of disdain. "Is such a trashy sea worthy of being called the Empyrean Sea?" The rhinoceros horn chief said, "The true celestial venerate sea is incomparably vast. Even ancient gods would only feel insignificant in it. This sea is only a disguise. The true Empyrean Sea is in the deepest part of this sea." "Are we going in directly?" the Battle King asked. "Although this ocean is very weak, it's not a place where you can just barge in. The seawater contains an extremely strong corrosive power that can corrode everything." The rhinoceros horn patriarch explained, "There are two ways to enter the celestial worthy sea." "What method?" "The first method is to resist the corrosive power of the seawater and rush into the depths of the sea, then enter the Empyrean Sea. The second method is to move freely above the sea. Who knows when a space-time storm will appear and sweep you to the bottom of the sea, but you can still enter the Empyrean Sea." There were only two ways to enter the Empyrean Sea. Hearing this, Fang Chun curled his lips. Waiting for a space-time storm to sweep him to the bottom of the sea sounded somewhat unreliable. At the same time, he guessed that his brothers must have accidentally entered the sky above the sea and been swept to the bottom of the sea by a space-time storm. "Will a space-time storm appear at any time?" the Sword King asked. "How is that possible? A space-time storm can only be encountered by chance. Sometimes it appears once in 10,000 years. Sometimes it doesn't even appear once in 1,000,000,000,000 years," the rhinoceros horn patriarch said. "Then let's just rush in directly." With that, the five kings were ready to rush into the sea. "Idiot," the rhinoceros horn patriarch said in a deep voice. "What are you waiting for? Take out Immortal Cave Mountain." The rhinoceros horn patriarch was somewhat speechless. Why did Fang Chun, this idiot, ask him to bring Immortal Cave Mountain here? Fang Chun was taken aback for a moment, then immediately summoned Immortal Cave Mountain. The vast Immortal Cave Mountain exuded a majestic power, faintly causing the sea to vibrate. Circles of ripples appeared on the surface of the sea. In the blink of an eye, the powerful force caused a huge whirlpool to appear in the sea. Within the whirlpool, a vast power emerged. Fang Chun and the others looked solemn, their hearts beating faster. So powerful. They had not yet reached the Empyrean Sea, but they could already feel such a powerful force. What if they entered the Empyrean Sea? For a moment, everyone's hearts became heavier. Before this, their fantasies were too simple and too perfect. Immortal Cave Mountain is a pinnacle true treasure. The corrosive power of the sea cannot corrode it at all. We just need to stay in Immortal Cave Mountain and drive it to the bottom of the sea, the rhinoceros horn patriarch said. In fact, with the rhinoceros horn patriarch's strength, he could completely resist the corrosive power of the sea. However, he had to take care of Fang Chun and the others. Splash! Immortal Cave Mountain opened, and Fang Chun and the others entered in a line. Buzz! The heart of Xianming flickered. An Immortal Cave Mountain entered the sea. Splash! Immortal Cave Mountain kept sinking. Through the boundary wall, they could see the pressure outside. It was very shocking. Immortal Cave Mountain is really good. Even the wind, thunder, ferocious beasts' eyes were burning with desire. Nonsense! The rhinoceros horn patriarch closed his eyes and rested. If it were not for Fang Chun's sudden appearance, Immortal Cave Mountain would have been under his control, and it would not have become like this. However, it was too late to say anything now. The sea is very deep. At our current speed, it will take at least 10 years to sink to the bottom of the sea. After the rhinoceros horn patriarch finished speaking, he closed his eyes and stopped talking. The others looked at each other and were even more shocked. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. One day, Fang Chun and the others were cultivating when they suddenly felt Immortal Cave Mountain shaking. What's going on? Brother Fang opened his eyes and instantly found that Immortal Cave Mountain had been attacked. Through the boundary wall, he saw countless sea monsters in the sea around Immortal Cave Mountain. Each sea monster had the combat power of an ultimate venerable. Aren't they too strong? Fang Chun was dumbfounded. There were a total of 81 sea monsters besieging Immortal Cave Mountain. Moreover, they were all ultimate venerables. With such combat power, even in the chaotic void, they were definitely a Dominator-level force. So many ultimate venerables? No wonder heavenly venerables came in with a slim chance of survival. Fang Chun could not help but complain. The threshold of the heavenly venerable sea was too high, not to mention how dangerous it was inside. Just the sea alone was so dangerous. Many people would have been eaten alive by these powerful sea monsters before they could even sink to the bottom of the sea. Dong! Rumbling noises were transmitted into everyone's ears. These sea monsters won't bite through Immortal Cave Mountain, right? King Qing asked. A bunch of idiots. Immortal Cave Mountain is a pinnacle true treasure. Do you think you can bite through it? King Wu sneered. Crack! Immortal Cave Mountain kept shrinking until it was like a small hill and kept sinking. The surrounding sea monsters attacked mercilessly. My king, we found an unknown object in the shallow sea area. It's very hard. Even 81 ultimate venerables can't break it. On a reef in the deep sea area, an ultimate venerable sea monster was reporting to a guy with countless tentacles all over his body. Could it be a human's true treasure? Thinking of this, the tentacle sea monster said, Take me to have a look. Soon, the tentacle sea monster came to the shallow water area and saw Immortal Cave Mountain. He was dumbfounded and his heart trembled. Retreat, he shouted loudly. Immediately, the 81 sea monsters besieging Immortal Cave Mountain all retreated. Do you want to die? Hurry up and leave. The tentacle sea monster hurriedly led the other sea monsters and left. My king, what exactly is that small hill? A sea monster asked in confusion. This is the territory of us, sea monsters. Do you think we're afraid of mere human martial artists? For countless years, many human martial artists have been eaten alive by us. Even heavenly venerables can't escape when they come to our territory. Some sea monsters thought they were very powerful and did not fear humans. However, the tentacle sea monster's sharp eyes swept across the sea monsters and then scolded. Shut up. Chapter 2652. After being scolded by the tentacle sea demon, many sea demons did not dare to say anything. However, there were still some sea demons who were puzzled as to why even the king was so afraid of the small mountain. What was it? Was it really that terrifying? As if reading their minds, the tentacle sea demon said in a deep voice, Do you know that there are two forbidden lands in the chaotic void? Of course, there is the heavenly venerate sea in the south and Immortal Cave Mountain in the north. One of the sea demons replied. Then do you know what Immortal Cave Mountain looks like? The tentacle sea demon continued to ask. Some sea demons shook their heads, not knowing. Some sea demons' pupils shrank, and their bodies trembled as they cried out involuntarily. Could it be that the small mountain just now is Immortal Cave Mountain? Impossible! Immortal Cave Mountain is as famous as the heavenly venerate sea. It should be very majestic, right? Moreover, why would Immortal Cave Mountain move? That is Immortal Cave Mountain. The rumors are true. Immortal Cave Mountain is a pinnacle true treasure. The person who controls Immortal Cave Mountain is very likely to be a legendary powerhouse. Even the ancient gods would not dare to provoke him, let alone us. Suddenly, many sea demons' expressions changed drastically as they took advantage of the situation. Fang Chun and the others saw clearly from Immortal Cave Mountain that the tentacle sea demon appeared and hurriedly took away many sea demons. That tentacle sea demon is a heavenly venerate powerhouse. He should have recognized Immortal Cave Mountain. So he took his people away. Yes, Immortal Cave Mountain's deterrence is still very strong. Ha ha! Fortunately, we have Brother Fang. Otherwise, it would be too difficult for us to enter the heavenly venerate sea. The group was happy and harmonious, chatting and joking from time to time, exchanging pointers with each other. From the beginning, the five kings had been exchanging pointers with Fang Chun one after another. In the end, except for the Wind Thunder Beast, no one was willing to exchange pointers with Fang Chun, because this guy was too demoralizing. This guy's growth speed was astonishing, especially after he perfected the first level of the Void Mystic Scripture. He had truly reached the level of the strongest heavenly venerate. The five kings found that they could not do anything to Fang Chun, even if they joined forces. This scene made them speechless. Boom! On a certain mountain peak, the five kings were fighting Fong Chun together. At first, they were evenly matched, but when Fong Chun activated his evil ancestral eye, the five kings were instantly defeated. Stop fighting? How are we supposed to fight? Sword King complained. He did not even have time to display his swordsmanship before he was defeated. Monarch Qing, who was on the side, was also dealt a heavy blow. He was proud of his speed, but after witnessing Fong Chen's space-time collapse technique, he felt that he had been living like a dog for hundreds of millions of years. The Demon King was even more miserable. His attacks were completely countered by the power of evil, and he had no way of retaliating. As for the Battle Emperor and the Martial Emperor, they were relatively more relaxed. The evil ancestral eye is too strong. Let alone us, even the wind, lightning, berserk beast wouldn't be able to withstand such evil power, right? Battle King curled his lips. At the side, King Wu also shook his head and even rejoiced. Fortunately, Fong Chun had obtained the evil ancestral eye. If Wu Tong had continued to possess it, there was no telling what kind of earth-shattering thing he would have done. Perhaps, when he became a heavenly venerate, he would be unmatched in the world. Buzz! Fong Chun waved his hand, and the evil power quickly drilled into his palm. His scarlet eyes gradually dimmed and returned to normal. I have mastered the most basic parts. Next is the deeper structure, Fong Chun murmured. The more he came into contact with the evil ancestral eye, the more he felt that it was evil and terrifying. In fact, Fong Chun could clearly feel that there was an independent consciousness within the evil ancestral eye that seemed to be ready to devour his power at any time. Fortunately, with the power of the illusory sword suppressing it, he could still deal with it for the time being. I have to break through to the ancient god level as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the energy of the illusory sword completely disappears, it will be troublesome, Fong Chun thought to himself. Roar! Just as everyone was sighing, the roar of a beast was suddenly heard. It's the wind, lightning, berserk beast. Did he break through? A black figure broke through the sky and landed on the mountain peak. Boom! Without saying a word, the wind, lightning, berserk beast clenched his claws into fists and punched at Fong Chun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fist wind was vast, and the void shattered. The power of this punch had reached the limit of a heavenly venerate. Crack! The two fists collided, and a terrifying explosion was heard. The power of wind and thunder in the wind, lightning, berserk beast's body surged and bombarded Fong Chun. Dong! A deafening sound was heard, and Fong Chun's body was forced to retreat a few steps. The wind, lightning, berserk beast looked at him in surprise. You can actually withstand my full power attack. The wind, lightning, berserk beast was surprised. He had just used his trump card, the power of wind and thunder, but he did not expect that it would only make Fong Chun retreat a few steps. Wind, lightning, berserk beast, it seems that you're only SOSO. You will soon be surpassed by that guy, the king of sword joked. The five of us were suppressed by him even when we joined forces. Who can compete with the evil ancestral eye? The Demon King said. You can only suppress him if you can obtain the lightning ancestral eye or the heavenly Tao ancestral eye, the Martial King said. Hearing that, the wind, lightning, berserk beast lowered his head and curled his lips in dissatisfaction. I thought that I could defeat you guys after taking a small step forward, but in the end, you can only blame this guy for being too abnormal. Just like that, the seven of them sparred and discussed the Tao for a long time. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Dong! One day, a shocking sound came from outside Dark Cave Mountain. Dark Cave Mountain shook violently, awakening all seven of them. What's going on? Is there another attack? The wind, lightning, berserk beast looked into the distance with his big eyes. A glossy mirror appeared in the sky. The patterns on it flickered, and then a scene appeared. In the majestic ocean, waves surged into the sky, and pillars of water were swept up. The place where Dark Cave Mountain was located was filled with endless light. We've reached the bottom of the sea, the seven of them exclaimed, their hearts trembling. Splash! A vast power came from the mountain. They turned their heads, and saw that the rhinoceros horned patriarch had come out of seclusion. At this moment, a terrifying vortex formed by seawater appeared on the mirror. This vortex was even more terrifying than an interspatial storm. It constantly released a wild suction force that pulled Dark Cave Mountain. Fong Chun could clearly feel that Dark Cave Mountain was moving toward the terrifying vortex at a slow speed. Is that the entrance to the heavenly Venerate Sea? Fong Chun licked his dry lips and asked, "We've arrived at the heavenly Venerate Sea." The rhinoceros horned patriarch's eyes were burning as he said in a deep voice, "What should we do now?" The 7 of them were shocked. The majestic power at the entrance of the heavenly Venerate Sea could crush their bodies in minutes. It was too powerful. There was actually such a powerful force in the world. Raging waves surged into the sky, and countless seawater spun rapidly around the vortex. The world spun as if the entire ocean was spinning with the rotation of the terrifying vortex. Rip! A sea demon was unfortunately enveloped by the suction force emitted by the terrifying vortex and was instantly sucked into the vortex. Crack! The sea demon with the combat strength of an ultimate venerable could not withstand the pressure of the terrifying vortex and directly exploded, spewing out a bloody mist. Seeing this, Fong Chun was somewhat worried. With such a strong pressure, could it be that his brothers had already been killed? Under normal circumstances, 8 or 9 out of 10 people who pass through the barriers of the ocean to come here will die here. Those who are lucky enough to be swept here by the interspatial storm can enter the heavenly Venerate Sea before the storm dissipates, the rhinoceros tribe leader said. Hearing this, Fong Chun breathed a sigh of relief. All right, control Dark Cave Mountain and enter the heavenly Venerate Sea, the rhinoceros tribe leader urged. With such a powerful pressure, will Dark Cave Mountain be crushed? The Demon King asked worriedly. Idiot, if a supreme treasure like Dark Cave Mountain is crushed by the pressure of the vortex, then who can enter the heavenly Venerate Sea with their own strength? The Wind Thunder Beast mocked. Even the physical body of an ancient god was not as tough as Dark Cave Mountain. If Dark Cave Mountain could not withstand it, then an ancient god would find it even more difficult. Clearly, an ancient god could easily withstand the pressure of the vortex. Buzz! Fong Chun controlled Dark Cave Mountain and charged into the terrifying vortex. Whoosh! Dark Cave Mountain was submerged by the massive waves of the vortex and instantly disappeared. Thump! At the same time, the entire ocean was trembling. The ocean roared, and massive waves spread to the entire primal chaos void. The 6 elders stood in front of the White Palace and looked down at the earth. He went in. Chapter 26:53. In the south was the heavenly Venerate Sea, and in the north was Immortal Cave Mountain. Since ancient times, these 2 forbidden lands have been famous for a long time. In fact, some people even compared these 2 danger zones to the 18 layers of hell. In short, when people talked about the heavenly Venerate Sea or Immortal Cave Mountain, their expressions would change. The reason for that was because the 2 forbidden lands were simply too shocking, especially profound God realm experts who were already at the peak of the chaotic void. If they wanted to take a step forward, they didn't want to break through the norm and find some incredible methods. Immortal Cave Mountain and the heavenly Venerate Sea were undoubtedly the best choices. However, since ancient times, countless supremacies who entered these 2 forbidden lands had all died. Over time, no one dared to rashly enter it anymore. Now, Fong Chun had taken control of Immortal Cave Mountain. No one would have thought that he would drive Immortal Cave Mountain into the heavenly Venerate Sea. Rumble. Boundless energy rippled out, causing the entire Immortal Cave Mountain to shake. Even Fong Chun and the others who were hiding in Immortal Cave Mountain were shocked. They could clearly feel that Immortal Cave Mountain was about to be torn apart. If they rushed in alone, they would almost certainly die. What terrifying power! What kind of existence is the heavenly Venerate Sea? Fong Chun's heart trembled. The 5 emperors beside him exclaimed too. Only the Wind Thunder Beast and the Rhinoceros Horn Tribe leader were more shocked, because among the 8 of them, the 2 of them understood the heavenly Venerate Sea better. What is this? The dangers of the heavenly venerate sea are not something you can imagine, the wind thunder beast said. Of course, in addition to the unknown dangers, there were also dangers from the other races. Every race had once dominated the chaotic void, but because the chaotic void had shattered, they hid in the heavenly venerate sea. As everyone knows, the heavenly venerate sea is located at the edge of the void, but it is actually located in a void crack, the rhinoceros horn tribe leader said. A void crack. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The void crack that the rhinoceros horn tribe leader spoke of was completely different from the void that they had shattered in battle. It was a real void crack, located at the edge of the chaotic void. There were countless spatial storms there, and the slightest carelessness could tear an ancient god apart. Moreover, the celestial master sea is just what the chaotic void calls it. The alien tribes inside the celestial master sea don't call it that. The rhinoceros horn patriarch continued. Then what do they call? God-destroying sea. Everyone was astonished, looking curiously at the rhinoceros horn clan chief. The latter slowly opened his eyes and said, destroying all deities is to destroy the deity ocean. Hearing this, Fong Chun and the others trembled again. What a big tone. How much power was needed to destroy all gods? Is it possible that the celestial venerate sea is also a pinnacle true treasure like Immortal Cave Mountain? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Fong Chen's mind, and he hastily asked. The rhinoceros horn patriarch glanced at Fong Chun and then shook his head. No one is clear about the birth of the Empyrean Sea. However, I can be sure of one thing, and that is that the celestial ocean is not a pinnacle true treasure. It is a real ocean. Actually, when the rhinoceros horn patriarch was in the Empyrean Sea, his strength was too weak. He could not come into contact with the secrets of the Empyrean Sea, so he did not know much. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Just as they were talking, a vast tremor suddenly came from Immortal Cave Mountain. Immediately after, Fong Chun felt a great impact on his head, as if his primordial spirit was about to shatter. Dong! Immortal Cave Mountain burst out of the terrifying whirlpool and heavily smashed into the ground. After a short tremor, Immortal Cave Mountain finally regained its calm. The hearts of Fong Chun and the others pounded. Had they entered the celestial venerate sea? Let's go out. With the rhinoceros horn patriarch in the lead, everyone stepped out and arrived outside Immortal Cave Mountain. At a glance, the entire sky seemed to be wrapped in fog. The place they were at was an extremely small and narrow island, surrounded by an ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the ocean, the water was scarlet, and terrifying waves of air were escaping from it. Is this the celestial venerate sea? Fong Chun asked. The rhinoceros horn patriarch nodded. In the celestial venerate sea, there are countless large and small islands. Relatively speaking, islands are relatively safe places. Don't cross the sea rashly, or your life will be in danger. As soon as the rhinoceros horn patriarch finished speaking, a stormy sea suddenly surged in the calm seen near the island. In an instant, a huge whirlpool appeared, stirring up the wind and clouds in the sea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gust of wind blew past, and a shocking power escaped from the whirlpool. Boom! In the sky, a bird happened to pass by, and in an instant, it was pulled into the whirlpool by the power of the whirlpool. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the bird turned into blood water and merged into the Scarlet Sea. Fong Chun and the others were shocked. The bird's strength was at least at the level of an ordinary venerable, but it was killed without any resistance. Wasn't this too exaggerated? This whirlpool is called a scarlet whirlpool. Due to the special environment of the celestial venerate sea, scarlet whirlpools will appear from time to time in the Scarlet Sea. Even celestial venerates cannot resist the power emitted by the scarlet whirlpool. Once they are enveloped, they will instantly turn into a bloody mist. The rhinoceros horn patriarch pointed at the scarlet whirlpool and explained. Can an ancient god expert resist it? Zhan Wang spat and asked. Remember, ancient gods are not the strongest in the celestial venerate sea. They will also encounter different levels of danger. the rhinoceros horn patriarch warned. Do not underestimate anything that can bring harm to yourself. The others were still immersed in shock, but the rhinoceros horn patriarch floated in the air and surveyed his surroundings. Soon, they finished inspecting the island. This island is the most common island in the celestial Venerate Sea. There are no cultivation resources or ancient inheritances on it. We have to find a way to leave as soon as possible, the rhinoceros horn patriarch said. The celestial Venerate Sea was incomparably vast, and they were clearly at the edge of the celestial Venerate Sea. How do we leave? Fang Chun and the others had such a thought. The scarlet whirlpool could appear at any time, and they could not guarantee that it would appear when they left. Under such circumstances, who would dare act rashly? The celestial Venerate Sea stretched as far as the eye could see. Above the Scarlet Sea, there was a towering mountain that was moving forward rapidly. If someone was here, they would definitely recognize that it was Mount Dongming, which was as famous as the celestial Venerate Sea. Within Mount Dongming, Fang Chun and the others were cultivating and controlling the whirlpool. It's too difficult to find an island with living creatures. Just think about it. In such a vast sea, how difficult would it be to find an island? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Time passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, they encountered at least 3 scarlet whirlpools. Fortunately, Mount Dongming withstood them with difficulty. However, this also allowed Fang Chun and the others to fully understand the power of the scarlet whirlpools. According to the rhinoceros horn patriarch, the strongest experts in the celestial Venerate Sea could completely suppress the scarlet whirlpools by themselves. When they stepped out, the entire celestial Venerate Sea would tremble. They're too strong. Are they really ancient gods? Fang Chun could not help but exclaim. Idiot! The rhinoceros horn patriarch snorted coldly. They're strong and weak profound gods, let alone ancient gods. In the outside world, ancient gods were already the strongest experts. Therefore, when it came to ancient gods, no one knew if there were realms in the ancient god realm. Fang Chun and the others repeatedly asked, but the rhinoceros horn patriarch simply closed his eyes and ignored them. You will naturally know these things in the future. After flying around Dongming Mountain for about 3 years, they finally found an island with living creatures. Look, there's an island in front, Fang Chun exclaimed in surprise. Through Mount Dongming, they could indeed see a huge island in the Scarlet Sea. There was no end to it. There are creatures of the foreign tribe on this island. Whoosh! The rhinoceros horn patriarch opened his eyes and revealed a smile. Let's land on the island. Dong! Mount Dongming shook and landed on the island. Fang Chun and the others walked out in a line. After Fang Chun put away the island, 2 members of the foreign tribe came whistling from afar. Humans! These 2 members of the foreign tribe had 2 heads, and an evil aura surrounded them. Their strength was at the heavenly venerate level. Where did you come from? The 2 members of the foreign tribe interrogated Fang Chun and the others. Fang Chun and the others looked at the rhinoceros horn patriarch. The rhinoceros horn patriarch suddenly stretched out his hand and suppressed the 2 of them. Chapter 2654. The dark cave mountain was disguised as a mountain peak, and the group of people hid inside and began to interrogate the 2 foreign races. Who are you? The 2 outsiders turned pale with fright. They hadn't expected that there would be an ancient god in this group. What is this place? The rhinoceros horn patriarch asked calmly. How dare you invade our race? All of you must die. One of the alien race members shouted angrily. Crack! One of the aliens' heads was smashed into pieces by the rhinoceros chief. A miserable shriek came out of his mouth. You still have one more chance. The rhinoceros horn patriarch continued. With one of his heads crushed, the outsider charged towards the rhinoceros horn chief with bloodshot eyes. With a single glance, the foreign cultivator's body exploded into a mist of blood that sprayed out in all directions. Instantly, the remaining outsider's heart began to pound, and his body began to sway back and forth in terror. I'll tell you everything. Finally, fear overcame reason, and he bowed his head in submission. This is Twin Head Island. I am a member of the Twin Head race. My race has occupied this island for countless years, The outsider stuttered as he explained the situation to the others. After that, everyone gained some understanding of Twin Head Island. Two-headed race. The rhinoceros horn tribe chief frowned. He vaguely remembered that he had heard of the two-headed tribe. I see. After a while, he finally remembered. What he had led the rhinoceros horn clan to fight in the celestial Venerate Sea. The two-headed clan had only been a vassal force of a large clan. Who would have thought that after so many years, the weak tribe that was not even as strong as the rhinoceros horn tribe had now established themselves as kings and occupied a huge island? Thinking of this, the rhinoceros horn patriarch sighed inwardly. If they had not offended a peerless powerhouse, the rhinoceros horn clan would not have been driven out of the Empyrean Sea and had to hide in a mortal cave mountain for a long time. Since I have returned to the celestial sovereign sea, I will lead the rhinoceros horn clan to rise again and walk towards glory. The rhinoceros horn clan chief swore in his heart. Then he looked at the alien with a burning gaze and asked, "How many ancient gods does your two-headed race have?" "Our clan's strongest expert is our clan leader. He is an ancient god, and the rest are profound gods," the foreign being said. Overall, the two-headed race was considered a relatively weak race. Bang! The rhinoceros horn patriarch killed the alien with a single punch. "Let's go." The rhinoceros horn patriarch took the lead and walked out of Dark Cave Mountain. The group arrived at the territory of the two-headed race, and the rhinoceros horn race chief released his powerful aura. Wong. Within the two-headed race, a wild aura suddenly emerged. "Which expert has come to my two-headed race?" The newcomer was an ancient god expert, the patriarch of the two-headed race. Two-headed patriarch? The rhinoceros horn patriarch looked at him. "Who are you?" "Who I am is not important. What's important is that from today onwards, this island is under my control," the rhinoceros horn patriarch said domineeringly. Courting death. When the ancient gods were enraged, blood would flow for 1,000 miles. The two-headed patriarch was furious and attacked like lightning. Dong! This was the first time Fong Chun and the others had witnessed a battle between ancient gods. "This is too shocking." The War King and the others all cried out in surprise. Would they be able to reach this level? Kill these outsiders. While the two ancient gods were fighting fiercely, the two-headed race heavenly venerate powerhouses rushed towards Fong Chun and the others. I've long wanted to make a move. The Wind Thunder Beast was the first to attack. His claws suddenly grabbed a two-headed race heavenly venerate that was close to him. He pulled hard and tore the other party's body apart, causing blood to spurt out. Whoosh! Fong Chun was also attacked by a two-headed race heavenly venerate. This two-headed clan member also had Empyrean cultivation, but in Fong Chun's eyes, it was not worth mentioning. The hidden star sword danced, and the Shura sword technique instantly burst out, condensing into rays of trembling sword light in the void. Poochie! The sword light pierced into the two-headed race heavenly venerate's head at an extremely tricky angle. Crack! His head exploded. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fong Chun punched out and killed the two-headed race heavenly venerate. The battle was very chaotic. The two-headed race's strength might be strong enough in the outside world. However, in the celestial Venerate Sea, they could only be considered the weakest race. After a fierce battle, the two-headed race suffered heavy losses. The battle ended with the two-headed race heavenly venerate being severely injured. In the celestial Venerate Sea, the strong were respected. Whoever's fist was harder was the king. Without a doubt, the rhinoceros race heavenly venerate defeated the two-headed race heavenly venerate and made the entire two-headed race submit. My two-headed race is willing to become a subordinate force of the rhinoceros race. The two-headed race heavenly venerate cupped his fists and said, reality was like this. If they did not submit, the two-headed race heavenly venerate would undoubtedly die. If they submitted, not only could they protect themselves, but they could also protect the entire race. As the saying went, where there was life, there was hope. Moreover, it was very good to have a backer in the celestial Venerate Sea. In just a few days, the rhinoceros race completely took over the two-headed race's position and dominated the island. The road of my rhinoceros race's reemergence will begin on this island. The rhinoceros race, heavenly venerate, was full of confidence. After staying on the island for half a month, Fong Chun was always restless and wanted to leave. This was because the life and death of his brothers were unknown. After experiencing the cruelty of the celestial venerate sea, he could not wait to find his brothers. With your strength, only death awaits you in the celestial sovereign sea. The rhinoceros horn patriarch warned. Right now, you only have one path to take, and that is to stay on Twin Head Island and cultivate diligently. Only when you step into the realm of ancient God can you go out and explore. This was the safest and most reliable method. However, Fong Chun gently shook his head and rejected the rhinoceros horn chief's good intentions. I don't know if my brothers are dead or alive. I can't calm down to cultivate, Fong Chun said. I've had enough of this lonely and empty life. The Wind Thunder Beast also refused. The five kings looked at each other and finally decided to stay. They also had their own plans. After being trapped in the Blackstone prison for so many years, they had almost gone insane. It wasn't easy for them to survive, so they cherished their freedom even more. Therefore, they would rather cultivate diligently on Twin Head Island than risk their lives. Moreover, they were only one step away from breaking through. Perhaps it would be easier to break through in the Empyrean Sea. I'm sorry. Although we really want to accompany you to find your brothers, but Zhan Wang said apologetically. Fong Chun waved his hand. There's no need for that. You made the right choice. Just remember that you'll always be members of Azura Sword sect. No matter what, as long as we're alive, we're members of Azura Sword sect. The five kings all expressed their stance. Kid, although you have Dark Cave Mountain, let me give you a word of advice. It's better to be safe than sorry, the rhinoceros horn chief said. Although his attitude was tough, he was actually very concerned about Fong Chen's safety. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted his breath here. Many thanks. Fong Chen cupped his fists and turned to leave. The Wind Thunder Beast followed behind him. Whoosh! Dark Cave Mountain drew a beautiful arc in the Scarlet Sea and disappeared from everyone's sight. Although the Rhinoceros Horn Chief was an ancient god, he prioritized the overall situation. He had been chased out of the Empyrean Sea before, so he knew how cruel it was. After occupying Twin Head Island, his first thought was to let the Rhinoceros Horn tribe settle down here temporarily. Twin Head Island was at the edge of the Empyrean Sea. It was a desolate place where very few experts came. The Rhinoceros Horn tribe could develop quickly here. At the same time, he could use this opportunity to familiarize himself with the Empyrean Sea and find his old friends. As for the five kings, the Rhinoceros Horn Chief arranged for them to cultivate in a secret room. They wouldn't come out until they reached the ancient god realm. The Empyrean Sea was boundless. A mountain peak streaked across the surface of the sea, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Dark Cave Mountain was now empty. The members of the Rhinoceros Horn tribe had all stayed on Twin Head Island. Fong Chun and the Wind Thunder Beast looked at each other. The Wind Thunder Beast chuckled. Fong Chun, do you know what's the most famous thing in the Empyrean Sea? What? There are 49 supreme divine techniques in the Empyrean Sea. All foreign races dream of obtaining these 49 supreme divine techniques, the Wind Thunder Beast explained. It said that each of these 49 supreme divine techniques is exquisite. After a heavenly venerate cultivates them, they can fight against an ancient god. After an ancient god cultivates them, they can become a duke in the Empyrean Sea. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. Divine techniques were divided into ranks, each higher than the last. According to the current chaotic void, supreme divine techniques were already the top divine techniques. Moreover, in the vast chaotic void, only one supreme divine technique had appeared since ancient times, and no one had obtained it. Chapter 2655. 49. Fong Chun was stunned. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Where did the 49 supreme divine skills in the Heavenly Master Sea come from? Could it be that the Heavenly Master Sea was vaster than the entire chaotic void? Obviously, Fong Chen didn't believe it. In his opinion, the Heavenly Master Sea was just a dangerous place in the chaotic void. Aren't you underestimating the Heavenly Master Sea? The Wind Thunder Beast curled his lips and said, the Rhinoceros Horn Clan leader once said that the Heavenly Master Sea is in the Void Crack. Do you know where it is outside the Void Crack? The Dark Void? Fong Chen couldn't help but ask. The entire chaotic void was like a continent floating in the dark void. You're wrong. The dark void is just what ordinary people call it. The real experts call it the chaotic realm. The Wind Thunder Beast said with a solemn face. Chaotic realm? Fong Chen was even more confused. What was going on? The chaotic realm is vast and boundless. It is the most primitive and the purest chaotic zone. It is filled with endless chaotic power. The Wind Thunder Beast said. Fong Chen was shocked. The chaotic realm was filled with chaotic power. Wasn't it too terrifying? In the chaotic void, where they were, the power of heaven was already the top power above the power of origin. The chaotic power was the most primitive power. Back when Fong Chen was on Earth, his textbooks had mentioned this as well. The world was originally a hazy, chaotic realm. Pangu held a giant axe and created the world. The axe split the chaotic realm, and the world was born. Although this was only a story in mythological history, it could help Fong Chen understand the chaotic realm better. These are what I eavesdropped on others. They are too profound, and I can't understand them. The Wind Thunder Beast went back to the topic and continued to talk about the 49 supreme divine skills. It is said that the 49 supreme divine skills came from the vast chaotic realm. As long as we can get one of the supreme divine skills, we can step into the ancient God realm and establish ourselves in the Heavenly Master Sea. Do you understand what I mean? The Wind Thunder Beast asked. Fong Chen nodded. His heart was burning. There were 49 of the legendary items in the outside world. It was too exaggerated. However, countless monstrous geniuses have been born in the Heavenly Venerate Sea over the years. Some of the supreme divine skills have already been taken away. The remaining supreme divine skills have yet to appear. Every time they appear, it will cause a storm of blood. Pucci, just as the two were chatting, they suddenly noticed huge waves on the Scarlet Sea. Shocking sounds of battle instantly. Through Dark Cave Mountain, Fong Chen saw a shocking scene. Two ancient god experts were engaged in a fierce battle on the surface of the raging sea. One of them was a sword cultivator. He was covered in wounds and seemed to have been severely injured. Another black-robed man wielded a spiked club and charged over with a vast amount of power. Enduring the last bit of strength, he charged out of the sea, but he no longer had the strength to fight. Huff, huff, huff. The panting sword cultivator bitterly smiled as he stared at the black-clothed man. In the end, he still couldn't escape the pursuit. After you die, the matters of the fiend domain will not be known by outsiders, the black-clothed man said with a sinister smile. Cave Mountain slowly approached. The sword cultivator froze for a moment. Then he cupped his fists and said, Senior, please save me. I will definitely repay you. Die. The black-clothed man also sensed Cave Mountain's powerful aura. Not daring to linger, he swung his mace at the sword cultivator's head. Whoosh! A ripple appeared in the air as the sword cultivator's body disappeared. The black-clothed man's mace missed and struck the surface of the sea, causing fierce winds and waves to surge. The black-clothed man's face turned gloomy as he saw Cave Mountain approaching. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a huge wave suddenly appeared in the sea. Then, a terrifying scarlet vortex appeared in an instant. Rip! The scarlet whirlpool released a powerful force that shrouded the black-clothed man. No! The black-clothed man had just gone through a fierce battle and had consumed too much energy. Caught off guard, he couldn't resist the power of the scarlet whirlpool and was instantly pulled into it. Crack! Under the impact of the scarlet whirlpool's powerful force, the black-clothed man's body instantly exploded and turned into a bloody mist. His angry voice resounded through the sky. Fong Chen controlled Cave Mountain and disappeared into the vast celestial Venerate Sea. Inside Cave Mountain, the Wind Thunder Beast and Fong Chun carefully sized up the injured sword cultivator. The latter's injuries were too severe, and his internal organs were damaged. Fortunately, he was an ancient god with strong, self-healing ability. As long as his primordial spirit wasn't damaged, he could recover in a very short time. After a while, the sword cultivator slowly opened his eyes. "Thank you for saving me," the sword cultivator said apologetically. When he looked at Fong Chun and the Wind Thunder Beast, he was surprised. These two were only celestial venerates, but how could they control such powerful, pinnacle, true treasures? Could it be that they're just subordinates of the owner of the pinnacle, true treasure? The sword cultivator's expression turned grave. "Who are you? Why did the black-clothed ancient god want to kill you?" Fong Chun asked. The sword cultivator muttered to himself for a moment, then clenched his teeth and said, "Originally, I wouldn't easily reveal these secrets, but since you saved me, I can't thank you enough. Thus, I will tell you all the secrets I know." This could be considered as repayment to Fong Chun and the others. "My name is Ancient God Ling Jian, and the black-clothed man who chased after me is called Ancient God Black Devil." Ancient God Ling Jian sank into his memories. "We both belonged to Demon Sword Island, and during one of our missions, we discovered the Fiend Domain together. Who would have expected that Ancient God Black Devil would secretly attack me, wanting to silence me?" "Fiend Domain?" Fong Chun frowned. Ancient God Ling Jian was somewhat surprised that these two didn't even know about the Fiend Domain, but he still told them the truth. The Fiend Domain is extremely famous in the Celestial Venerate Sea because everyone knows that a supreme divine technique is hidden within it. "What?" Fong Chun and the Wind Thunder Frenzied Beast both cried out in alarm. They had just been talking about a supreme divine technique, so they didn't think that there would be news of it so quickly. The Fiend Domain doesn't have a fixed location. Everyone only knows that it's a place where fiend beasts gather and that it frequently wanders through the vast Celestial Venerate Sea. When Ancient God Black Devil and I discovered the Fiend Domain, we were extremely excited and immediately sent the news back to Demon Sword Island. But who could have imagined? Ancient God Ling Jian didn't finish his sentence, but Fong Chun could guess at a few things. The upper echelon of Demon Sword Island had given the order to silence them. "Since they are heartless, don't blame me for being unrighteous," Ancient God Ling Jian sinisterly said, a cold glint in his eyes. "Do you know where the Fiend Domain is?" Fong Chun asked. The Wind Thunder Frenzied Beast also stared at Ancient God Ling Jian with a scorching gaze. "Celestial Venerate Sea, Demon Sword Island. Trash, simply trash." A humanoid monster covered in scales furiously roared. His heart was filled with rage. The news of the Fiend Domain's appearance can't be spread. That idiot Black Devil had best atone for his crimes by killing Ancient God Ling Jian. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a grave, the scaled humanoid monster angrily said. Although Demon Sword Island was a faction, it was divided into two factions. Ancient God Black Devil belonged to this faction, while Ancient God Ling Jian belonged to the other faction. "The Fiend Domain belongs to me, and the Supreme Divine Technique also belongs to me. Don't even think about obtaining it." When the scaled humanoid monster thought about the Supreme Divine Technique, his eyes blazed with desire. "Master, what will we do now?" A person below asked. "Is there any news from Black Devil's side?" The scaled humanoid monster asked. "No." Halfway through his words, the person's expression suddenly changed. "And Master, it's bad," the person hurriedly said. "Ancient God Black Devil's life slip has shattered." "What?" The scaled humanoid monster was enraged by this news. That damnable scoundrel must have been killed by Ancient God Ling Jian. The scaled humanoid monster was somewhat anxious, and he waved his hand. "Immediately set out for the Fiend Domain. We can't let that scoundrel get there before me." "Yes, Master. Once I obtain the Supreme Divine Technique, I'll personally slaughter you in unified Demon Sword Island," the scaled humanoid monster sternly said. His eyes blazed as he inwardly sneered. In his mind, he was already imagining the scene of him obtaining the Supreme Divine Technique. Chapter 2656. On a certain island in the vast celestial exalt sea, what entered his eyes was a scene of devastation. It was as if the entire island had gone through a war and was nearly sunk. The island was badly damaged, and some of the scarlet seawater had already seeped into it. This was a nameless island that wasn't very far from Twin Head Island. Is this the place? A mountain suddenly appeared on the calm surface of the sea. Fang Shun and the wind, thunder, frenzied beast stood at the peak of Dark Cave Mountain and looked into the distance. To their surprise, this nameless island was covered in ruins. Right, the monster territory is here. Ancient Godling, Jian sternly said, his eyes blazing. With the help of Dark Cave Mountain, the three of them arrived at the nameless island. This island experienced a very large war, the wind, thunder, frenzied beast said. Where is the monster territory? Ancient Godling Jian had told them that the monster territory was an independent dimension. Anyone who could enter the monster territory would have comprehended a supreme divine art. The group of three quickly arrived at a mountain that had been cut in two. It's in this abyss, Ancient Godling Jian said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in, Fang Chen said. BZZ. As Xiao Chan stood on the peak and looked down, he suddenly discovered circles of gray ripples gradually appearing. In the depths of the abyss was a bubble of light. This bubble of light was clearly the legendary monster territory. If the matter of the monster territory gets out, it will definitely shock the many experts of the Celestial Exalt Sea, Ancient God Ling Jian said. As he explained, he prepared to lead Fang Chun and the wind, thunder, frenzied beast into the monster territory. BZZ. At this moment, a massive warship appeared on the distant surface of the sea. That's... Ancient Godling Jian grimaced at this sight. A massive sword was carved into the surface of this massive warship, and it was surrounded by fierce and tyrannical sword chi. Not good. The people of Demon Sword Island have come, Ancient Godling Jian urgently said as he prepared to jump into the abyss. Ancient Godling Jian. As the warship howled, the scaled humanoid took a step forward and used spatial bending to arrive at the mountain. You dared to betray Demon Sword Island? Die. The scaled humanoid roared as it flicked its finger, unleashing a dazzling sword light. Not good. Fang Chen also felt the powerful force contained in the sword light. Without any hesitation, he hid in Immortal Cave Mountain. Hoo. Immortal Cave Mountain fell into the abyss. Bang. Ancient Godling Jian was unable to resist and was killed by the scaled humanoid monster's sword. At the same time, the Wind Thunder Beast was also fleeing in panic. Unfortunately, the scaled humanoid monster was too powerful. He threw out a punch and sent the huge body of the Wind Thunder Beast flying. With the help of the recoil, the Tempest Beast dragged its battered body into the Scarlet Sea. Plop! The water column soared into the sky, and the waves were turbulent. What's that? The scaled humanoid monster's eyes flickered as it fell into deep thought. You did. Suddenly, a furious voice was heard. The battleship docked at the edge of the nameless island swayed as though it was about to shatter. And on the surface of the endless sea, a black figure with a huge sword on his back came treading on the waves. Swish! In an instant, a shocking and intense battle broke out on the nameless island. Hiding in Immortal Cave Mountain, Fang Chun personally witnessed the death of Ancient Godling Jian and the defeat of the Wind Thunder Beast. Damn it! He clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. At the same time, he also deeply committed the scaled humanoid monster to his memory. If his guess was correct, this scaled humanoid monster was the master of Demon Sword Island. Thump! With a rumbling sound, Immortal Cave Mountain fell into the bubble of light. There was a rustling sound in the air, and in the midst of this shocking sound, the bubble of light gradually disappeared. BZZZE. The air was filled with thick demonic chi, completely different from the demonic chi of the primal chaos dimension. This is the demonic beast domain. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Everyone knew that the demonic beast domain had a supreme divine art, but he didn't know which of the 49 supreme divine arts it was. As Fang Chen stepped on the scorching desert, he felt a strange aura enter his body. His darkness bloodline was instantly activated, and a wild bloodline energy surged out and wrapped around Fong Chen's body. Demonic transformation divine art. The profound nether heart emitted a faint light as it spoke. You know of the 49 supreme divine arts? Fong Chen asked in surprise. I once followed Master to the Empyrean Sea. The profound nether heart's words enlightened Fong Chen. The demonic transformation divine art is ranked 35th among the 49 supreme divine arts. After cultivating it, one can take the form of a demonic beast, and the deeper one comprehends it, the more powerful one can become. The demonic transformation divine art is in this demonic beast domain. If you want to obtain it, then search for it, the profound nether heart said. How can I find it? Fong Chen asked. The profound nether heart thought for a moment. If you are fated with the demonic transformation divine art, you will naturally discover it. If you are not fated with it, then don't even think about obtaining it in this lifetime. Who? Just as the profound nether heart finished speaking, a violent storm blew up, causing dust to fly everywhere. The entire desert was covered in a dense fog, and sand and stones flew everywhere as if they were facing a great enemy. What's going on? While Fong Chen was shocked, a stone golem walked out from the dense fog. Why was it called a stone golem? Because its entire body was formed by stones, and there was no flesh at all. Don't! The stone golem was 100 jong tall, and every step it took would cause the desert to tremble. Oh! The stone golem roared towards the sky, clenched its fist, and punched towards Fong Chen. Not good. Chaotic origin sword body was fully activated, and the strongest defense was formed. Dense sword chi surrounded his body. Fong Chen also punched out fiercely. Gotcha! The two fists collided, and Fong Chen's body was instantly pushed back. So strong! Fong Chen exclaimed. He immediately pulled out the hidden star sword and executed the Azura sword technique. Whoosh! Streaks of sharp sword light whizzed out and intertwined in the sky, forming the strongest sword net, and attacked the stone golem like a storm. At the same time, Fong Chen took out the mysterious heaven cone nail with his right hand. The energy in his body was injected into the mysterious heaven cone nail, and it was fully activated in an instant. The mysterious heaven cone nail emitted a dazzling light. At the same time, the void mystic scripture in Fong Chen's mind was automatically activated. The power of the mysterious heaven cone nail soared rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it reached its peak. Die! Fong Chen swung the mysterious heaven cone nail at the stone golem's head. Dong! The mysterious heaven cone nail smashed on the stone golem's head, and sparks flew everywhere, and stone fragments fell. The stone golem was not injured, and instead, it grabbed the sword net that was coming at it. Retreat! The stone golem was too strong, and Fong Chen could not deal with it. His body flashed, and he quickly retreated. The stone golem chased after him, but its speed was too slow, and it could not catch up with Fong Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shuttling through the void, Fong Chen found a mountain peak in front of him. Go up. Without hesitation, he climbed up the mountain peak. At this moment, a strange scene appeared. The stone golem stopped at the foot of the mountain and did not climb up. Dong! In the sky, an explosive force spread out like fireworks. It was as beautiful as a painting, and a line of words slowly appeared. Defeat the stone golem, and you will receive the demonic transformation divine art. Seeing this line of words, Fong Chen's eyes were burning, and he almost jumped up. Defeat the stone golem, and I will receive the demonic transformation divine art. Fong Chen's heart trembled. He understood that the stone golem in front of him should be a test of the demonic transformation divine art. At the same time, he guessed that the stone golem could not climb up the mountain peak, and this should be a safe place specially prepared for him. I will definitely receive the demonic transformation divine art. Fong Chen licked his dry lips and said in a low voice, The stone golem is very strong, and its defense is invincible. Master, if you want to defeat it, there's only one way. The heart of mysterious underworld emitted a gentle light and said indifferently, use an array to trap it, and then use the power of the evil ancestral eye. Only then can you defeat it. Is the array combined with the evil ancestral eye? Fang Chen murmured. However, his current array was not strong enough to trap the unreasonable stone golem in front of him. Roar! At the foot of the mountain, the stone golem roared at the sky. Flames erupted from the cracks of the stone. It was like a volcano before it erupted, and it gave off an extremely oppressive aura. In terms of strength, I am not a match for the stone golem. However, it does not have intelligence, and I have infinite possibilities. If I use all my means, I will definitely be able to defeat the stone golem. The opportunity to soar was right under his feet. Whether he could grasp it or not depended on himself. Chapter 26:57. In the monster domain, Fang Chen sat cross-legged on a bluestone peak. His body was surrounded by a dense aura of array Dao. He had fully comprehended the 3,000 scrolls of array Dao in his mind. Few people in the chaos void could compare to him in terms of array Dao. However, he had encountered some difficulties. The stone golem's attack power was comparable to an ancient god, but he was still slightly weaker and needed to use an array to trap the stone golem, and then use the evil ancestral eye to destroy it. Array Dao. Fang Chen muttered as if he was deep in an ocean of array Dao. Like an old monk in meditation, he sat cross-legged on a mountain peak, and the aura of array Dao filled the air. This state lasted for 6 hours. Finally, Fang Chen opened his eyes. Array Dao halos spread out in the sky. As if they had a consciousness, they intertwined with each other and formed a very complicated array. Fang Chen jumped to his feet. His dark eyes looked at the stone golem at the foot of the mountain. Let's give it a try. He combined the 3,000 scrolls of array Dao and improved one of the arrays he had mastered. Ding! With a step, Fang Chen arrived halfway up the mountain. At the same time, he formed a seal with his hands, and a vast aura of array Dao spread out. In the blink of an eye, it formed a powerful array. The array base of this array was formed by the power of the heavenly Dao. The core of the array was formed by the evil power released by the evil ancestral eye. Crash! The array formed and trapped the stone golem. Azura sword technique. Fang Chen used the Azura sword technique again, but this time he didn't stab at the stone golem's head. The hidden star sword released a powerful force and stabbed at the stone golem's chest. Although the stone golem didn't have a heart, Fang Chen vaguely noticed that the light emitted from its chest seemed to be different from other parts of its body. He boldly guessed that the stone golem's fatal weakness was its chest. Crack! The stone golem punched out, and the array shook as if it was about to shatter. But in the end, it withstood the stone golem's attack. Pucci! Relying on the binding of the array formation, the hidden star sword ruthlessly pierced into the chest of the stone golem. Flames splashed in all directions. Majestic flames sprayed out from his chest and wrapped around the star-hidden sword. The raging flames burned fiercely. Evil ancestral eye. Fang Chen roared as he activated his evil ancestral eye. His eyes gradually turned scarlet red. At the same time, an evil power instantly filled the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Like a fire extinguisher, the evil power covered the flames and instantly extinguished the raging fire. The star-hidden sword had been released. So, he once again thrust his sword out. Crack! Finally, the stone golem could no longer endure the continuous heavy blows to its chest. Kacha sounds rang out from his body. His entire body erupted with fiery light, and the rocks shattered with a crash, piling up on the ground. Whoosh! Seeing this, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Swish! In the distant horizon, a resplendent beam of light shot into Fang Chen's forehead. Suddenly, he felt a concussion in his head, as if he was about to faint. He hugged his head with both hands and felt the pain. After holding on for a while, he was pleasantly surprised to find that there was a large amount of information in his mind. Taking a closer look, it was the legendary demonic transformation divine art. It's so easy to get. Fang Chen's eyes widened in ecstasy. He could not believe it. The demonic transformation divine art. was one of the legendary 49 supreme divine arts. He had obtained it not long after entering the heavenly Venerate Sea. Great! Fang Chun was extremely excited, and his heart was wild with joy. With a leap, he came to the mountain peak and sat on the ground. He began to seriously read the demonic transformation divine art. After a while, he read the demonic transformation divine art word by word. His heart trembled even more. It's too exquisite. There's actually such an exquisite divine art in the world. Fang Chun could not help but sigh. He did not know how strong the martial artist who created such a divine art was. At the very least, it should be an expert who surpassed the ancient god realm. Sure enough, the heavenly Venerate Sea was extraordinary. When the demonic transformation divine art was cultivated to the extreme, one could transform into any powerful divine beast in battle. Once in the chaotic void, Fang Chun had resisted the third level of the Demon Slayer art, the Kuan Peng diagram. He had already recognized the power of the ancient divine beast king, the Kuan Peng. However, according to the records of the demonic transformation divine art, after cultivating it, one could completely transform into a Kuan Peng. True Dragon, Kuan Peng, Phoenix, each name could make one's expression change. Whoosh! Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Fang Chun began to seriously analyze the demonic transformation divine art. The demonic transformation divine art had a total of 3 levels. The first level was invincible demonic aura. It could be understood from the literal meaning. After cultivating this level, one would be able to release extremely powerful demonic aura. Before a battle, the demonic aura would be released straight into the sky, and the enemy would be defeated without a fight. Of course, the invincible demonic aura was also in existence like the invincible battle intent. It could greatly increase one's strength. The second level was invincible demonic body. After cultivating this level, one could transform into any demonic beast or divine beast. At the same time, one would also have powerful innate abilities. The third level was invincible demonic spirit. This was the last level of the demonic transformation divine art. It was also the most powerful level. Martial artists who cultivated this level could perfectly fuse their primordial spirit with the demonic beast soul and become the purest demonic beast. This level involved the deeper structure of the primordial spirit. It was too difficult to cultivate it. According to the records of the demonic transformation divine art, only 3 people in the heavenly Venerate Sea had obtained the demonic transformation divine art. Among the 3 of them, only one of them had managed to reach the 3rd stage. Amazing! After reading the introduction, Fang Chun could not help but exclaim. If one could cultivate to the 3rd level and fuse their primordial spirit with the beast spirit, they would transform into the purest demonic beast. Even an ancient god expert would not be able to see their true form. However, Fang Chun suppressed the excitement in his heart. I can't bite off more than I can chew. The demonic transformation divine art is one of the 49 supreme divine arts. I'm already considered lucky to have obtained it. I'll take it one step at a time. I'll start cultivating from the 1st level, Fang Chun said to himself. After that, he began cultivating according to the demonic transformation divine arts incantation. As he chanted the incantation, wisps of air escaped from his primordial spirit and circulated through his meridians, spreading to his limbs and bones. After that, Fang Chun gathered all the energy in his body and began to condense an inner core in his dantian. The most important step in cultivating the demonic transformation divine art was to condense an inner core. An inner core was the source of a demonic beast's energy. Of course, what Fang Chun condensed was not a real inner core, but a fake one. This fake inner core was the source of the demonic transformation divine art's energy. Condense. When all the energy in his body had gathered in his dantian, Fang Chun let out a low roar. Immediately, the vast energy began to compress. In the blink of an eye, a wrinkled inner core appeared. After another hour, the fake inner core was successfully condensed. Hiss! Hiss! The fake inner core released a weak demonic chi. Fong Chun was overjoyed. He had taken the first step, and it was perfect. In fact, it was much easier than he had expected. After the fake inner core was successfully condensed, the next step was to use the fake inner core to compress the energy in his body and finally form a strong demonic chi to be stored in the fake inner core. This demonic chi was known as the invincible demonic chi and was the most important part of the first level. Rumble. The energy in his body vibrated and forcefully compressed the fake inner core. At the same time, the dark bloodline power in Fong Chen's blood instantly spread out. The dark bloodline flowed through his meridians and came to the fake inner core. Under the strong pressure, it surged into the fake inner core. In the blink of an eye, the space of the fake inner core was completely filled. Invincible demonic chi condense. Fong Chun let out a low roar and raised his hands to form a complicated seal. The incantation of the first level of the demonic transformation divine art was quickly activated. The dark bloodline in the fake inner core was gradually being compressed. In the blink of an eye, it was compressed into a gas. Seeing this, Fong Chun was overjoyed. He was halfway to success. As long as he could maintain this state for a long time and let the dark bloodline be completely compressed, the gas produced would be converted into demonic chi. 3 days later, the demonic chi condensed and filled the fake inner core. At the same time, the incantation of the first level of the demonic transformation divine art began to purify the demonic chi over and over again. Hiss, hiss. The purified demonic chi was obviously much purer. Buzz. Fong Chen's body began to be shrouded by demonic chi. As time passed, Fong Chen's understanding of the demonic transformation divine art became more thorough and enlightened. The so-called demonic transformation divine art transformed not one's physical body, but one's true heart. Chapter 2658. To be able to grasp the basics of the demonic transformation divine art in such a short time is already not bad. Fong Chun stood up and looked down at the ground. His invincible demonic aura surged, making him look extremely dazzling. His face was filled with a confident smile. Ever since he entered the heavenly venerate sea, he had been very careful. He gradually lost confidence, but now that he had cultivated the demonic transformation divine art, he regained his previous confidence. Whoosh! With a shake of his wrist and a flick of his finger, a sharp finger light appeared in the void. The finger light carried an invincible demonic aura and rushed towards the ground in the distance. With a bang, it smashed a huge pit. The surrounding void distorted, and the origin energy was instantly sucked dry. As expected of an invincible demonic aura, Fong Chun grinned. It was similar to the Holy War tribe's invincible battle intent. Most importantly, it could increase his strength by several times. With the demonic transformation divine art, I can at least fight against an ancient god powerhouse, Fong Chun said. Buzz. At this moment, the demonic transformation divine art shook. With a flash of white light, he appeared on the mountain peak of the nameless island. As for the bubble of light, it dissipated under his gaze, disappearing into nothingness. You're finally here. On the nameless island, there were a large number of foreign races stationed. Kill. As soon as Fong Chun appeared, he was discovered. At the same time, angry voices sounded. Numerous foreign races rushed towards Fong Chun. Heavenly venerates? Seeing this scene, Fong Chun's lips curled up, revealing a look of disdain. Whoosh! Dazzling sword light danced, and the nearest heavenly venerate was instantly killed. Buzz! The demonic transformation divine art was activated, and an invincible demonic aura surrounded the hidden star sword. His strength multiplied, and the power of the Shura sword technique reached an unprecedented level. Pucci. Every time he stabbed out, a foreign race heavenly venerate would definitely die under his sword. After dozens of sword strikes, a large number of heavenly venerates died tragically. Miserable cries came from their mouths. Let's join forces and kill him. The leader of the group roared. However, Fong Chun, who had executed the demonic divine transformation art, seemed to have entered an unstoppable state, killing his enemies from 1,000 miles away. Pucci. Almost all of the outsiders who got close to him were killed by him. Just as he was crazily slaughtering, he sensed the sound of something breaking through the air coming from the distant horizon. Then his heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously used the space-time collapse skill. As he traveled through the void, he started a massacre. In just a short period of time, he had carved out a bloody path and killed more than half of the non-humankind beings. On the nameless island, blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere. Fang Chun, on the other hand, jumped to the surface of the sea and drilled into Mount Dongming, disappearing into the vast sea. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as the void was torn apart. Several ancient gods appeared one after another. "Where is he?" "Sir, that man has escaped." The remaining outsider exclaimed in horror. "Chase after him. Capture him at all costs," several ancient gods ordered. After Fang Chun fell into the demon domain, the latter disappeared. The scaled humanoid monster fought with another big shot of the Devil Sword Island, and both sides suffered heavy injuries. After recovering, it discovered that the demon domain had disappeared, so it began to search for it. At the same time, it dispatched some subordinates to set up camp here to see if there were any movements from the demon domain. In a certain region of the sea, the scaled humanoid monster slapped an ancient god to death with a single palm and was preparing to leave when its communication jade pendant suddenly rang out. After hearing the message, the scaled humanoid monster was enraged, and its body flashed as it rushed toward the nameless island. 3 days later, the scaled humanoid monster arrived at the nameless island. "What's going on?" "Master, while we were guarding this place, the human martial artist who was with ancient godling Jian suddenly appeared out of thin air. We besieged him, but we were all slaughtered by him," one of the remaining outsiders said in detail. "He's too strong, and his body is brimming with monster chi. We suspect that he has obtained a monster transformation divine art." Upon hearing the words monster transformation divine art, the scaled humanoid monster was finally moved. He fell into the abyss, but not only did he not die, his strength also increased. With this thought, the scaled humanoid monster became even more enraged, and it clenched its fists so tightly that they creaked. Find him at all costs. It would rather kill 10,000 innocents than let anyone escape. This was the attitude of the scaled humanoid monster. After all, this involved the supreme divine art. Even if it had to expend a great deal of energy, it had to fight for it. "Be at ease, master. This region of the sea belongs to the territory of my race. You won't be able to escape," the ancient gods that had rushed over said. On a certain island in the celestial sovereign sea, a fierce battle was underway. Roar! With a bestial roar, the image of a massive violet rat instantly took shape behind a rat. The violet rat opened its bloody maw, revealing its fangs as it lunged at its enemy. At the same time, an ant's body suddenly swelled to a height of 1,000 feet. The two antennae on its forehead exuded frightening light as countless ants of the same race were released from its body. On the other end, the pangolin raised its defenses to the maximum and stood at the very front, blocking the enemy's strongest firepower and buying time for its brothers. The seahorse opened its mouth, spewing out a torrent of seawater that instantly drowned out the area. A towering tree descended from the sky, its branches and leaves extending as it risked injury to bind the enemy. Crack! The 5 of them joined forces and instantly blasted the enemy in front of them into smithereens. In the sky, powerful air currents were flowing chaotically. Seeing this, the 4 of them heaved a sigh of relief. This guy is really difficult to deal with. Xiao Huang's body shrank and transformed into a human as he curled his lips. "There's no weak opponent in the celestial sovereign sea," Xiao Hai sighed. "I wonder when we can leave the celestial sovereign sea." The little mouse thought of Fang Chun and was somewhat reluctant to part with him. "Right now, the most important thing for us is to obtain the inheritance. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk," the pangolin said calmly. It had been some time since they entered the celestial sovereign sea. Thinking about it, they felt extremely fortunate. After being swept into the celestial sovereign sea by the space-time storm, they had landed on this island. The strongest person on the island was only an ancient god. The 5 of them had hidden themselves, and with their unremitting efforts, they had finally broken through to the level of peak honorable. If they joined forces, they could kill a celestial venerable. However, against an ancient god, they had no chance of winning at all. It would be great if Boss was here, the little mouse said. I wonder how Boss is doing. With Boss's potential, he might have already become a high and mighty ancient god expert. Since the ancient era, after the upheaval in the chaotic void, it's almost impossible to break through to the ancient god realm. What they did not know was that their boss had already established the 6th major clan in the chaotic void and had also become one of the 7 core members of the human clan's elder assembly. He was already considered to be one of the top experts in the chaotic void. Moreover, he had also entered the celestial sovereign sea. Fong Chun sat on the dark cave mountain, drifting aimlessly in the vast ocean. Rumble. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The sky ahead was covered by dark clouds. Lightning dragons swam, and their auras shook the heavens. What's going on? Fong Chun was surprised and looked into the distance curiously. Boom! Every time there was a thunderclap, a thick thunderbolt swooped down and bombarded the sea. The thunderbolts swooped down faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, the entire sea was covered by thunderbolts. The thunderbolts danced wildly, and their auras shook the heavens. Fong Chun controlled the dark cave mountain and watched from afar. Is there an upheaval? Fong Chun murmured. Something's not right. Suddenly, Fong Chun was shocked to find that the thunderbolts were not bombarding the sea, but a figure standing on the sea. Who is she? Fong Chun's heart trembled as he cried out involuntarily. He rubbed his eyes, and only then did he realize that in the distant sea, there were huge waves and pillars of water soaring into the sky. A woman in white, with her beautiful hair draped over her shoulders, stood quietly on the turbulent sea with her back to him. In the sky, thunderbolts swooped down and exploded in front of her, attacking her delicate body. Although they were far apart, Fong Chun could still feel the terrifying aura of the woman. Too strong. Even the scaled humanoid monster can't resist the power of the thunderbolts, right? Fong Chun murmured. At this moment, the woman in white, bathed in thunderbolts, suddenly turned around. Her delicate face was full of indifference. She glanced at Fong Chun with her beautiful black eyes. Suddenly, Fong Chun felt dizzy, and the dark cave mountain shook violently. Chapter 2659. The white-clothed woman's hair covered her face, making it hard to see her face. However, from her beautiful figure, one could tell that she was a beauty that could cause the downfall of an entire city. Bathing in the lightning and bombarding his body, Fong Chun was incomparably shocked by such means. Just as he was hiding in dark cave mountain to observe, the thunder and lightning in the sky suddenly swooped down in a disorderly manner, as if a group of demons were dancing. A layer of milky white halo appeared on the white-clothed woman's body. As soon as this layer of light appeared, the woman's defense was raised to the highest level. No matter how many thunder and lightning strikes, I will stand tall. The white-clothed woman gave Fong Chun a strong visual shock. He had never seen such a powerful martial artist since he started cultivating. Whoosh! Suddenly, the white-clothed woman seemed to have sensed something and gently turned around. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she glanced at Fong Chun indifferently. Dong! Dark cave mountain shook and shook. As for Fong Chun, who was hiding in a mortal cave mountain, his heart was in turmoil. He widened his eyes in disbelief. The reason for that was because at that moment his body had been imprisoned in a ghostly manner. How was this possible? Fong Chun cried out involuntarily, his heart trembling. Dark Cave Mountain was a pinnacle, true treasure. He was the owner of Dark Cave Mountain and could control it as he wished. However, the white-clothed woman merely took a glance at him before she was able to pass through Immortal Cave Mountain and imprison his body. How powerful did she need to be? Fong Chun even thought that if the white-clothed woman wanted to kill him, he would not be able to resist even a glance. Too powerful. Fong Chen's heart palpitated. His body was imprisoned and the aura of death was quickly approaching. What's going on? Whoosh! The shocking thunder and lightning in the sky disappeared in an instant and the dark aura dissipated. The white-clothed woman took a step forward and appeared in front of Dark Cave Mountain. She did not enter Dark Cave Mountain. Instead, she stood in front of Dark Cave Mountain and sized it up with her beautiful black eyes. Looking at it from a close distance, Fong Chun saw the woman's face. She was as beautiful as a fairy. However, there was no expression on her face. She was very cold. Whoosh! Suddenly, the woman in white stretched out her fair hand and made a grabbing motion. Suddenly, Fong Chun was horrified to find that his body was uncontrollably leaving Dark Cave Mountain. His heart was trembling too much. How could there be such a strong person in this world? Even the scaled humanoid monster that could destroy an ancient god with a wave of its hand was far inferior to her. Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. No one could understand the shock in his heart. It was simply unimaginable. He appeared in front of the white-clothed woman in a daze and was directly stunned. Just as Fong Chun thought that the woman in white was going to kill him, an unforeseen event occurred. Evil ancestral eye? The white-clothed woman's voice was like the sound of nature, extremely beautiful and pleasant to the ears. Fong Chun froze for a moment, then nodded. It only took a single glance for him to realize that he possessed the evil ancestral eye. Fong Chun felt a little bitter. He could only consider himself unlucky to have met such a powerhouse. Even if she wanted to kill him, he could only accept his fate. Fortunately, the woman in white did not seem to care about him. Instead, she cared more about the evil ancestral eye. Seeing Fong Chun nod, the woman in white fell silent. A faint aura of grief emerged from her body. Fong Chun secretly sized up the woman in white, not daring to speak. After a long while, the woman in white raised her head and looked at Fong Chun. Her red lips opened slightly. You have not completely controlled the evil ancestral eye. Fong Chun nodded like a chick pecking at rice. In front of the woman in white, he even stuttered a little. The woman in white took out a token and handed it to Fong Chun. If you have any problems in the heavenly sovereign sea in the future, you can come to the God-slaying island to find me. With that, the woman in white disappeared into the endless sea. A shocking aura of lightning remained in the air. Only the aura of the lightning could prove that everything that had happened earlier was real and not an illusion. Fong Chun was dumbfounded as he watched the woman in white disappear. What the hell is going on? He originally thought that the woman in white was going to attack him. Who would have thought that she would give him a token instead? Fong Chun seriously examined the token. The word Ling was written on the front of the palm-sized white token, while a lotus flower was drawn on the back. Could it be because of the evil ancestral eye? That did not make sense. The woman in white had discovered his evil ancestral eye, but did not try to steal it. After thinking it over, Fong Chun felt that the most likely scenario was that one of the owners of the evil ancestral eye was acquainted with the woman in white and seemed to have some sort of emotional entanglement. Just now, Fong Chun had noticed that when the woman in white had discovered the evil ancestral eye had fallen silent, a hint of struggle had appeared on her cold face. She even seemed to recall certain things. That should be the case. Fong Chun nodded and did not think any further. I wonder who that woman in white is. Fong Chun was secretly delighted. If that woman in white was willing to help him, it would be much easier to travel the heavenly sovereign sea in the future. Unfortunately, he still did not know the name of the woman in white. If I have any problems in the future, I can go to the God-slaying island to find her. Does she live there? This was the first time Fong Chun had entered the heavenly sovereign sea, so he did not know what the God-slaying island meant. Thus, he did not think too much about it, and hurriedly controlled Dark Cave Mountain to leave the sea region. After the incident with the woman in white, Fong Chun became even more cautious. The heavenly sovereign sea was filled with danger. He had not yet stepped into the ancient god realm and did not even have the strength to protect himself. Just how strong is that woman in white? Every time he recalled the scene of the woman in white, bathed in lightning. Fong Chen's heart trembled. It was too powerful. If it had been him, he would have already been killed. But the woman in white seemed to be completely unaffected and carefree. In the end, when the woman in white pulled him out of Dark Cave Mountain, he was even more shocked. "Do you know who that woman in white is?" Fong Chun asked the mysterious underworld heart. He had clearly contacted the mysterious underworld heart earlier, but the latter did not speak. "Master, it was too dangerous just now. I was so scared that I didn't dare to speak," the mysterious underworld heart said. Hearing that, Fong Chun was speechless. "Aren't you said to be as famous as the heavenly sovereign sea? Why are you so cowardly?" Fong Chun said. The mysterious underworld heart was a little embarrassed and chuckled. "That's just a rumor. Moreover, without the old master's control, my strength is greatly reduced. If the old master was still around, what would a mere heavenly sovereign sea be? The old master could suppress it with one hand. You mean the original master of Dark Cave Mountain is stronger than the woman in white?" Fong Chen asked. "That woman in white is too strong. The ancient gods were like clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of her. Before the master left, he was not as strong as her," the mysterious underworld heart said. After asking a few questions, Fong Chun did not get any answers, so he stopped asking. After drifting aimlessly for a few months, Dark Cave Mountain approached an island. Through Dark Cave Mountain, Fong Chun looked outside. The island in front of him was filled with sword chi. It was very shocking. Could it be that the martial artists on this island all cultivate sword Dao? Fong Chun muttered. He put away Dark Cave Mountain and stepped onto the island. After spending a few days, he arrived at a city. After asking around, Fong Chun turned pale with fright. He did not expect that he would come to Demon Sword Island by accident. Isn't ancient Godling Jian from Demon Sword Island? Fong Chen's heart stirred, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he changed his appearance. When he was on the nameless island, the scaled humanoid monster recognized him. If he was discovered here, it would be terrible. He originally wanted to leave, but after hearing a piece of news, Fong Chun decided to stay. Have you heard? A few days ago, a divine tree was discovered in the west of Demon Sword Island. Many experts have rushed there. That's right. I heard that the divine tree is very crafty and is very difficult to discover. Many ancient gods have gone to capture the divine tree. According to them, refining the divine tree is comparable to cultivating for at least 100 years. After coming to the city, Fong Chun heard many discussions about the divine tree. His heart stirred. Was the divine tree they were talking about his good brother, the old swindler? Let me ask around first. Fong Chun muttered. No matter what, even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, he could not miss it. He had entered Dark Cave Mountain to find his brothers. If he could find the old swindler, he would naturally be able to find the others. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2660. Brother, may I ask where the divine tree that you speak of is located? Fong Chun asked a martial artist in the restaurant. From the aura of this martial artist, he should be a profound God realm sovereign. You don't know? This person sized up Fong Chun, somewhat curious. The matter of the divine tree had spread like wildfire on Demon Sword Island. Everyone knew about it. Cough, cough. Fong Chun lightly coughed a few times, then awkwardly smiled. Brother, I've been in seclusion all this time and only came out a few days ago, so... That person nodded with a smirk and began to speak with assurance. After chatting for a while, Fong Chun finally understood the whole story. Not long ago, in the western part of Demon Sword Island, in a place called the Fallen Sword Mountain Range, a towering divine tree had appeared. Speaking of which, this divine tree was extremely formidable. Although its offensive power was not very strong, its advantage lay in its myriad transformations. Moreover, it was said that the interior of this divine tree contained rainbow immortal metal. If one could refine it, it would be equivalent to 100 years of bitter cultivation. Many ancient gods moved to seize the rainbow immortal metal. After a short pause, Fong Chun left the city and headed for the Fallen Sword Mountain Range. In the core area of Demon Sword Island, there were 2 large palaces. One of the palaces was called Scaled Palace, the palace of the scaled ancient god. The other palace was called Dragon Sword Palace, the palace of the other master of Demon Sword Island, ancient god Dragon Sword. Ancient god Ling Jian, who Fong Chun had casually saved, was ancient god Dragon Sword subordinate. Scaled Palace. The pitch-black palace soared into the clouds. It was surrounded by an intimidating aura. Other than the upper echelon of Demon Sword Island, no one else had the right to enter Scaled Palace. Scaled Palace and Dragon Sword Palace were in a stalemate with each other, separated by a supreme array. At this moment, in a garden of Scaled Palace, the scaled ancient god's pitch-black eyes slowly turned. Behind him, one of his subordinates was reporting the recent situation. "How is it, Master? All the ancient gods of Demon Sword Island have already entered the fallen Sword Mountain range," the subordinate whispered. The scaled ancient god nodded slowly and asked, "What's the reaction of the Dragon Sword Palace?" "Ever since ancient god Dragon Sword fought with you, he has been in seclusion. He seems to be trying to break through to an even higher level of cultivation. He probably won't come out of seclusion anytime soon." Upon hearing this, a sinister smile appeared on the face of the scaled ancient god. "All right, this time around, we must wipe out all the remnants of the Dragon Sword Palace." The scaled ancient god said, "Demon Sword Island can only have one king, and that is me, the scaled ancient god. Don't worry, Master. This plan is foolproof. Who would have thought that the divine tree is just our bait?" The subordinate chuckled. For the sake of this plan, Scaled Palace spared no expense. They even took out the extremely precious rainbow immortal gold. "It's just the rainbow immortal gold." This subordinate was a little worried about the rainbow immortal gold. After all, the heavenly tree wasn't precious. What they truly cared about was the 7-colored immortal gold. That was an incomparable treasure. "Don't worry, they won't be able to get the rainbow immortal gold," the scaled ancient god said. "Right, do we find that guy in the sea region of Demon Sword Island?" What the scaled ancient god cared about was Fong Chun. It was extremely likely that he had obtained the demonic transformation divine technique. The subordinate shook his head. "That guy seems to have evaporated. We searched the entire sea region, but didn't find any traces of him. He hasn't become an ancient god yet, so he can't be that fast. So he must still be in the sea region of Demon Sword Island. Search for him at all costs," the scaled ancient god ordered. "Yes, Master." The fallen Sword Mountain Range was a desolate land in the western part of Demon Sword Island. Here, the demonic beasts were extremely ferocious, and the environment was extremely vile. Countless ancient gods surged into it for the sake of the towering divine tree. Several days later, Fong Chun also arrived outside the fallen Sword Mountain Range. "This is the fallen Sword Mountain Range." Fong Chun seriously sized up the fallen Sword Mountain Range from a distance. This mountain range was extremely strange. From afar, it looked like a sharp sword had descended from the sky and split it apart. The surroundings were covered in a dense Sword Dao aura. Oh! At this moment, a vast aura came over. Fong Chun turned his head and saw a fiery light rushing into the fallen Sword Mountain Range. Ancient God. Fong Chun could feel the intense aura coming from the fiery light. Those who fought for the divine tree were basically ancient god experts. Only Fong Chun was a celestial venerable. Profound god. The moment the fiery light rushed into the fallen Sword Mountain Range, it glanced at Fong Chun from the corner of its eyes. With a snort, it flicked its finger and sent out a fiery light. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The fiery light brought along a power that could make one tremble. It penetrated through the void and arrived in front of Fong Chun. Not good. Fong Chun exclaimed inwardly. His figure flickered. At the same time, he activated his chaotic origin sword body, enveloping his entire body with a powerful defense. Dong! Fong Chun executed his Azura sword technique to defend against the fiery light. Kacha! The fiery light was split into two by the Azura sword light before clashing against the chaotic origin sword body. Ding, ding, ding. Fong Chun could not help but retreat a few steps. The blood in his body was tumbling, and his face was slightly pale. Damn it! Fong Chen clenched his fists tightly. He was furious. In the primal chaos void, he was considered the strongest. But after entering the Empyrean Sea, he realized that he was not strong enough to protect himself. I have to raise my cultivation as soon as possible, Fong Chen said inwardly. He then entered the fallen Sword Mountain range. As time passed, the divine tree incident continued to ferment. Countless ancient gods poured into the fallen Sword Mountain range. Within the mountain range, Fong Chen could feel the stifling aura. He had been relying on his space-time collapse technique to hide in the void. He did not dare to show himself easily. There are too many ancient gods. In just one day, I met 7 ancient gods. Fong Chen muttered. Some ancient gods discovered him, but disdained to act against him. Others did not discover him. Regardless, he was in a dangerous situation. Most of the ancient gods here are first-stage ancient gods. There are very few second-stage ancient gods. As for third-stage ancient gods, there are almost none. Fong Chen muttered. After coming to Demon Sword Island, Fong Chen gradually learned about the division of ancient god realms. There were a total of 6 profound god realms. As for the ancient god realm, there were only 3 realms. They were the Void Ancient Realm, Star Ancient Realm, and Life Ancient Realm. Each realm was divided into early, middle, late, peak, and limit. Most of the ancient gods on Demon Sword Island were in the Void Ancient Realm. Only the Scaled Ancient God and Ancient God Dragon Sword were in the Star Ancient Realm. That white-clothed woman bathed in lightning is most likely a Life Ancient Realm expert, right? Fong Chen muttered. The Void Ancient Realm represented the initial stage of Ancient God. Their miniature universe was completely perfected, and they crazily absorbed the power of faith. Their heavenly Tao energy would become denser, and their strength would reach a qualitative leap. Star Ancient Realm experts could casually destroy a planet. Even a vast area like the Primal Chaos Void could be destroyed with a flick of their finger. Such experts were rare in the Primal Chaos Void. As for Life Ancient Realm experts, they could forcefully change the fate of others. At the same time, they could break free from karma and truly jump out of the 3 realms and 5 elements. The ancestors of the current great clans were all in the Void Ancient Realm. They dominated the outside world, but in the Celestial Sovereign Sea, they were at the bottom of the hierarchy. Fong Chen thought to himself. The more he learned about the division of ancient god realms, the more he felt that the path of martial Tao was extremely long. I have to break through to the Void Ancient Realm as soon as possible. Fong Chen felt even more pressured. Given his current level of strength, he was basically invincible against an early ancient realm ancient god. If he could break through to the Void Ancient Realm, even if he encountered a middle or late ancient god, he would still be able to fight. The higher the realm, the greater the gap between realms. It was almost impossible for ancient god experts to fight above their realms. This was because the disparity between realms was so great that it was frightening. However, with the Demon Transformation Divine Art, Fong Chen was confident that once he stepped into the Void Ancient Realm, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. The Celestial Sovereign Sea was too dangerous. His goal was to find his brothers and leave as soon as possible. He would come back to explore when he was stronger. As he spoke, Fong Chen could already see that countless ancient god experts had gathered in front of the mountain stream. Their gazes were collectively focused on the cliff in the depths of the mountain stream, where a towering tree loomed. At the same time, he could hear the clamor of the ancient god experts. This divine tree is too cunning. I suggest that we put aside our differences for now and work together to subdue it, one of the ancient gods said. That's right. If we don't work together, the divine tree will definitely escape. Let's work together to suppress the divine tree. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2661. Boom! In the sky above the mountain stream, the wind and clouds shifted, lightning flashed, and dark clouds covered the sky. The wind blew violently, and in the blink of an eye, the clear sky turned completely dark. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chun was hiding far away, watching all of this from afar. At this moment, around 100 ancient gods of the void ancient realm were standing in front of the mountain stream, warily watching. Look, the god tree is about to escape. Someone suddenly shouted, and countless ancient gods immediately swarmed forward. Boom! A deafening boom resounded through the air. The towering cliffs around the mountain stream were constantly struck by the attacks of the ancient gods, causing rocks to fall to the ground. The entire mountain stream was filled with a frightening energy, causing the earth to quake and the mountains to sway. Grab it! An ancient god shouted as he used his strongest attack. The mountain stream was filled with dazzling light. The battle was too intense. Even Fang Chun, who was far away, could feel the tremors. So strong. Fang Chun's heart trembled. Fortunately, he had a mortal cave mountain. Otherwise, just the shock waves from the battle would have been enough to heavily injure him. The intense battle continued without stopping. The god tree swayed, its branches falling to the ground. The immortal metal in its body exuded dazzling light. Countless ancient gods went mad at this sight and began to attack. The god tree is mine. In a certain region, a savage ancient god in black punched out, sending an ancient god next to him flying. Ancient god black savage. Everyone cried out in alarm as they frantically retreated. Ancient god black savage was a late-stage void ancient realm expert and abnormally strong. Dealing with an early-stage void ancient god was as easy as flipping his hand. A bunch of fools. Ancient god black savage sneered as a sharp sword appeared in his hand. Thwish! He brandished his sharp sword, and streaks of unimaginable sword light whizzed out. Each sword light left an ancient god heavily injured, and some ancient gods didn't even have time to flee and were killed. Ancient god black savage. In the distance, Fang Chun was also rather taken aback. Who would have thought that there would be such an ancient god hidden among them? Ancient god Dark Malevolence unleashed a massacre, and the other ancient gods were no match for him. Retreat. The eyes of many ancient gods were filled with fear as they retreated. Ancient god Dark Savage charged straight into the depths of the mountain stream. At that moment, in the middle of the cliff was an enormous tree that was trying to escape. Suppress. Ancient god Dark Savage waved his hand, and a heaven-shaking handprint howled through the air, carrying with it a frightening energy that engulfed the tree. Crash! The towering tree seemed to have sensed the impending danger. Its branches swayed incessantly, making swishing sounds as it struggled with all its might. Crack! Under ancient god Dark Malevolence's powerful attack, one of the branches of the towering tree broke. Instantly, the towering tree revealed itself. Fang Chun saw clearly that the towering tree was not the old faker. He heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, there was disappointment in his eyes. Rainbow Immortal Gold. The profound nether heart recognized the dazzling light within the towering tree. What's that? Fang Chun asked. Rainbow Immortal Gold. It contains dense immortal gold energy. After absorbing it, a cultivator's strength will soar. At the same time, Rainbow Immortal Gold itself is an extremely rare refining material. If it can be fused into the Hidden Star Sword, it will definitely be able to raise its grade to the peak void fragmentation level, or even higher, the profound Netherheart said. This short introduction caused Fang Chun's heart to race. Rainbow Immortal Gold? A hint of greed appeared in Fang Chun's eyes. He was already planning how he could quietly obtain the Rainbow Immortal Gold while being attacked by so many ancient gods. Let them fight amongst themselves for now. Fang Chun muttered to himself as he forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart, suppressing his restless body. At this moment, the battle in the mountain stream had reached its climax. Some ancient gods had joined forces to attack the weaker ancient gods. In just a few minutes, many ancient gods had perished in the fallen Sword Mountain range. If this had happened in the primal chaos, it would have been unimaginable. However, in the celestial Venerate Sea, the death of ancient gods was just a small matter. No wonder the celestial Venerate Sea is called the God-destroying sea. It can destroy all gods. It truly lives up to its name, Fong Chen said. The various races he had seen so far were just weak forces. The major races that had once dominated the primal chaos were all at the core of the celestial Venerate Sea. They would never come to such a barbaric place. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk ancient god, dark malevolence, forcefully suppressed the towering tree, but he was attacked by the other ancient gods. Courting death. Ancient god, dark malevolence, said coldly. Then he once again displayed a shocking sword technique. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk sword light flashed. Almost no one could get close to him. This also gave him some time to catch his breath. With a leap, he landed on the towering tree. Asterisk crack. Asterisk, however, to everyone's surprise, just as ancient god dark malevolence landed on the tree, a sword pierced through his chest. Asterisk poochie. Asterisk ancient god dark malevolence lowered his head to look at the sword in his chest. Blood sprayed out as his life drained away. He struggled to turn his head, wanting to see just who had ambushed him. Bang! But before he could turn around, he was sent flying by a kick. Thump! Ancient god dark malevolence's body collapsed to the ground, instantly dead. How could this be? The many ancient gods in the midst of battle cried out in alarm. Just who was it that could kill ancient god dark malevolence? That's when they raised their heads. They were surprised to see a scaly monster standing on top of a towering tree with a smile on its face. The scaled ancient god? The area in front of the mountain stream was in an uproar. Countless ancient gods grimaced as they cried out in shock. The scaled ancient god was one of the only 2-star ancient gods on Demon Sword Island, and he was extremely powerful. They constantly retreated, their hearts brimming with fear. Fools of Dragon Sword Palace, your time of death has come. The scaled ancient god floated in the air and slowly walked up to the mountain stream, looking down at the many ancient gods below as he jeered. Damn it, it was a trap targeted at Dragon Sword Palace. At this moment, the ancient gods suddenly realized that this was a trap that Scaled Palace had set up to target Dragon Sword Palace. Damn it! Many martial artists were furious, but they did not dare to attack. Run! Someone shouted, and the many ancient gods immediately began to flee in panic. Die! The scaled ancient god floated in the air and sneered. Soon after, he struck out with lightning speed, causing endless screams to ring out. Split up and flee. The scaled ancient god sneered at the scattering ancient gods below. Everything was under his control. These ancient gods of Dragon Sword Palace would never be able to leave falling Sword Mountain Range. Whoosh! 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 The scaled ancient god instantly split into countless figures that pursued the ancient gods from different directions. When Fong Chun, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene, he was shocked to the core. A scaled humanoid monster. Fong Chun was alarmed and prepared to flee. Master! Immortal Cave Mountain suddenly appeared and sucked Fong Chun in. Howling, Fong Chun arrived at the depths of the mountain stream. Just as the towering tree was feeling pleased with itself after escaping, it suddenly felt a powerful energy envelop it. Without any ability to resist, it was sucked into Immortal Cave Mountain. Immortal Cave Mountain began to shrink until it was nothing more than a rock that hid in a pile of rocks at the bottom of the mountain stream. After a while, the scaled ancient god returned with a smile on his face. After this battle, Dragon Sword Palace has suffered disastrous losses. How can they fight with my scaled palace? The scaled ancient god was delighted, and a smile appeared on his sinister face. But when he looked into the depths of the mountain stream, his expression changed. His powerful consciousness spread out in an instant. The huge Demon Sword Island was shrouded by it. What's going on? Who is it that secretly stole my rainbow immortal metal? The scaled ancient god was furious. He swept out with his divine sense, but he did not find the aura of the rainbow immortal metal. Damn it! Who was it? Could it be ancient god Dragon Sword? On a massive Demon Sword Island, only ancient god Dragon Sword had the ability to steal the rainbow immortal metal from right under his nose. The others simply did not possess this strength, and they also did not dare to target the scaled ancient god. Ancient God Dragon Sword. The scaled ancient god clenched his teeth. Chapter 2662. Rainbow Immortal Metal was a rare material. After refining and absorbing its energy, profound God Realm martial artists would have a chance of becoming an ancient god. And after refining and absorbing it, an ancient god expert's strength would soar. Most importantly, this piece of seven-colored immortal metal was obtained by the scaled ancient god a long time ago when he went on a journey. He had gone through a lot of hardships and narrowly escaped death. This time, in order to deal with ancient god Dragonsword's faction, he had used the rainbow immortal metal as bait in the hopes of wiping out the many ancient gods under him in one go. But to his surprise, his plan had succeeded. However, the rainbow immortal gold had disappeared without a trace. Even the tree of God had disappeared. The scaled ancient god knew the divine tree like the back of his hand. Given its abilities, it could not escape from his grasp. Right now, the person he suspected the most was ancient god Dragonsword. Damn scoundrel. The scaled ancient god soared into the sky, his body brimming with energy as he charged at Dragonsword Palace. Boom! The scaled ancient god punched, his powerful energy crashing into the surroundings of Dragonsword Palace. Crack! The powerful seal around Dragonsword Palace began to show signs of cracking, and it began to sway. A furious strike from a star ancient expert could easily destroy the primal chaos void. How could a mere Dragonsword Palace block it? Ancient God, you've gone too far. After the dust settled, ancient God Dragonsword flew out of the depths of Dragonsword Palace and floated in the air, glaring at the scaled ancient god. You schemed to kill my subordinates, and I still haven't settled the score with you. But now you've come to my territory to behave so atrociously. Ancient God Dragon Sword coldly said. Ever since the battle on the Nameless Island, he and the scaled ancient god had completely broken off their relationship. In the past, although they were not on good terms, the two of them were still the leaders of Demon Sword Island. You still have the face to speak of this matter? The scaled ancient god was enraged by this matter. He raised his hand and pointed at ancient God Dragon Sword, demanding, "Return my rainbow immortal metal." Ancient God Dragon Sword was rather confused. Rainbow immortal metal? Still putting on an act in front of me? Seeing this, the scaled ancient god attacked, and the two-star ancient experts once more engaged in a chaotic battle. This battle was extremely intense. The entire Demon Sword Island was affected by the shockwaves. Countless outsiders cried out in agony as they were struck by the powerful shockwaves and died instantly. The entire Demon Sword Island was in ruins and was in ruins. The battle continued for an entire 3 days and 3 nights before it finally came to an end with both sides suffering heavy losses. Ancient God Dragon Sword, I won't let you off. The voice resounded between heaven and earth, and the figure of the scaled ancient god disappeared. Poochie. Ancient God Dragon Sword vomited blood, his face pale. His body swayed as he plummeted to the ground below Dragonsword Palace. Dark Cave Mountain. Fong Chun stood on the mountain peak, gazing at the towering tree in front of him. This guy is not honest at all. Fong Chun muttered to himself. The towering tree was always thinking about escaping. But inside Dark Cave Mountain, Fong Chun was the absolute master. The towering tree had no choice but to spit out the rainbow immortal gold from its stomach. Voila! The 7-colored immortal metal, glowing with 7 different colors, landed in Fong Chen's palm. So beautiful! The palm-sized 7-colored immortal metal exuded a powerful energy. As Fong Chun held it in his hand, he could feel the vibrating energy pouring into his body, causing his blood to boil. I said, I've already given you the 7-colored immortal metal. Can you let me go now? The divine tree asked, licking its lips. Bang! Fong Chun impatiently punched the divine tree to the foot of the mountain. The divine tree hastily hid in a corner, not daring to provoke Fong Chun any further. Fong Chen's ears finally quieted down. He sized up the 7-colored immortal metal seriously. This is 7-colored immortal metal? Fong Chen asked. Correct. I can sense that the energy in this seven-colored immortal metal is extremely vibrating. If Master can refine it, it should be enough to support you into the void ancient realm, the profound Netherheart said. Fang Chun inwardly rejoiced at these words. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A wisp of flame appeared in Fang Chen's palm, burning the seven-colored immortal metal. However, after burning it for a while, the seven-colored immortal metal did not react at all. Master, the seven-colored immortal metal is a rare treasure. How can your little flame refine it? The profound Nether Heart said helplessly. Then what should I do? If an ordinary heavenly venerate obtained the seven-colored immortal metal, they would not be able to refine it. But Master, you are different. As the profound Nether Heart spoke, a large amount of information was transmitted to Fang Chen's mind. Instantly, Fang Chun understood. You're saying that I can control the immortal cave mountain and use all of its power to suppress the seven-colored immortal metal and refine it? Fang Chun said. That's right. A mere seven-colored immortal metal is not a problem for me. The profound Nether Heart was eager to try. Okay. Fang Chun did not waste any time and began to refine the seven-colored immortal metal. The divine tree hiding in the distance saw this and shook its head. A heavenly venerate wants to refine the seven-colored immortal metal. Dong! Heaven and earth shook. The huge immortal cave mountain suddenly shook at this moment. An extremely vast power gathered crazily and formed a terrifying vortex above Fang Chen's head. Buzz! In a moment, a crazy power emerged from the vortex. Condense. The profound Nether Heart shone with a dazzling light. Immortal Cave Mountain was under Fang Chen's control to the extreme. The power in the vortex continued to compress until it was only a palm-sized ball. If the power contained in the ball exploded, even a void, ancient realm, ancient god would not be able to withstand it. Master, suppress the seven-colored immortal metal. The profound Nether Heart said in a deep voice. Suppress. Fang Chun waved his hand, and the terrifying power in the sky acted on the seven-colored immortal metal. Immediately, it was suppressed. However, the seven-colored immortal metal was a rare treasure. It had spirituality and kept struggling. A powerful power escaped from its body and resisted the power of Immortal Cave Mountain. Evil power. At the critical moment, Fang Chun activated the evil ancestral eye. A majestic evil power spread out and shrouded the seven-colored immortal metal. Even the seven-colored immortal metal was corroded a little when it came into contact with the evil power. From this, one could see the power of the evil ancestral eye. Hiss! Under the corrosion of the evil ancestral eye, the seven-colored immortal metal struggled and became weaker. In the end, it was completely suppressed. At this moment, Immortal Cave Mountain made its move. Seeing this scene from afar, the divine tree swayed in disbelief. Oh my God, what did I just see? Isn't this guy too monstrous? The divine tree exclaimed. It had seen a miracle. I dare to bet that this is the most monstrous heavenly venerate I have ever seen in my countless years of cultivation. The divine tree could not imagine how a profound God realm sovereign could refine the seven-colored immortal metal. Even a void, ancient god would have to spend a lot of effort to refine it. The divine tree was completely shocked and tongue-tied. In its shock, the seven-colored immortal metal's struggle became weaker and weaker. In the end, it was completely suppressed. At the same time, its body gradually showed signs of liquefying. Master, the seven-colored immortal metal has completely lost its resistance. I am refining it, and it will take more than half a month. During this time, you have to absorb the power of the seven-colored immortal metal like crazy, the profound God's heart reminded. Fang Chun nodded. How could he miss such an opportunity? He opened his palms and pressed them against the seven-colored immortal metal. Buzz! Streams of vast energy were absorbed into his body. His blood and qi churned, and his power shook. Fang Chen's body was undergoing a miraculous change. At the same time, the Shuri universe's divine world was about to be completed. Dong! In the vast Shuri universe, a deafening sound reverberated throughout the universe. Countless martial artists were shocked. At the peak of the Shuri universe, Fong Chen's clone and the bone progenitor stood side by side, looking down. After countless years of evolution, the cultivation world had completely stepped onto the right path. And now, the divine world had reached the final step. In the sky, a layer of halo invisible to the naked eye was rapidly gathering. Fong Chen knew that once this layer of halo gathered, the divine world would be truly completed. Amazing. The bone progenitor gave a thumbs up and sighed. Back then, you were just a weak martial artist who ascended from the lower world. Who would have thought that you would grow to this level? The bone progenitor sighed. Back then, it was all thanks to Master. Otherwise, my future would have been uncertain. Fong Chun said humbly. The bone progenitor shook his head. His disciple was a person who gathered great luck and was destined to have an extraordinary life. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2663. The seven-colored immortal gold was completely suppressed by the evil ancestral eye, and at the same time, it was being refined by Immortal Cave Mountain. After 3 days and 3 nights, Fong Chun had completely absorbed the power of the seven-colored immortal gold. At this moment, the power in his body trembled, and his robes fluttered. He grabbed at the void with his hand, and a terrifying and vast power surged out instantly. Crack! The void collapsed, and a black hole appeared. Dong dong dong. A sound like that of a bell or drum rang out from his body. The power of the seven-colored immortal gold completely activated his dark bloodline, and at the same time, it made his blood boil. At the same time, the Azure universe was undergoing earth-shaking changes. The halo that enveloped the god world was rapidly gathering at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Fong Chen's clone and the bone progenitor used the space-time collapse technique to travel to every corner of the Azure universe. Dong! When a trembling sound rang out, the god world was finally complete. At this moment, the Azure universe's foundation was truly stable, and it was completely formed. Boom! Majestic power of faith crazily poured into Fong Chen's mind. The aura on his body soared to the extreme. The universe is formed, and faith is condensed. Fong Chen's clone muttered under his breath. In the next moment, Fong Chen's original body, which was far away in the heavenly sovereign sea, took a step forward and stepped into the ancient god realm. A dazzling golden light appeared around him, completely enveloping him. His aura was like a rainbow, and sword chi surrounded him. The hidden star sword appeared on its own, emitting a sword hum as if congratulating its master. Buzz! The power of the evil ancestral eye was instantly suppressed in his eyes. The last trace of power of the illusory sword fused with the power of the seven-colored immortal gold and exploded, completely fusing the evil ancestral eye and Fong Chen's eyes. From now on, there would be no more evil ancestral eye. There would only be Fong Chen's eyes. The two merged into one, and his eyes had all the abilities of the evil ancestral eye. Whoosh! Rumbling sounds came from the sky. Thunder danced wildly as the power of the heavenly way gathered on Fong Chen's body. He sensed the growth of the Shuri universe, and a smile appeared on his face. Is this the empty, ancient realm? There was an insurmountable gap between profound God and ancient God. Only those who had experienced it personally would know the difference between them. Once one became an ancient God, they could roam freely in the world. The miniature universe had been completely perfected, and under the nurturing of Fong Chun, it had become the pinnacle of the various miniature universes. It was one of the best super-universes. Fong Chun felt a vast power in his mind. The power of faith. It was no wonder that the stronger one was, the more they cared about spreading their religion. The more believers there were, the more faith power there would be. Absorbing the power of faith could continuously strengthen one's physique and raise one's cultivation base. Now, the power of faith in the Azure universe had reached a very high level. It was enough to support Fong Chen's daily cultivation. It is indeed a transformation. After carefully inspecting his body, Fong Chun was secretly delighted. In the process of breaking through, the chaotic origin sword body, had become even stronger. Now, just the defense of his physical body alone could withstand a full blow from a middle empty ancient god. And his physical strength could kill an early empty ancient god with a single punch. The Azura Sword Dao had reached a higher level, far surpassing Demon Sword Paragon. Fang Qin's primordial spirit had also undergone a great transformation. Other than that, the most important thing was that the Void Mystic Scripture had reached the second level. Fang Qin's state of mind had also undergone a transformation. With all kinds of enhancements, Fang Qin's strength had reached an unprecedented level. If I go all out, even a late, empty ancient god would not be a problem. This was a transformation, a perfect transformation. Congratulations, Master, on becoming an ancient god. A voice came from the mysterious underworld heart. At the same time, the rainbow immortal gold that had lost its luster appeared in front of Fang Qin. Fortunately, I obtained the illusory sword in the dark cave mountain. Otherwise, it would be difficult to enter the empty ancient realm with just the rainbow immortal gold. Fang Qin muttered to himself as he played with the rainbow immortal gold. Ever since he obtained the illusory sword, it had been stored in his mind. It was constantly consuming its power to transform his body, and at the same time, it was subtly changing his potential in the Sword Dao. Now, when he was breaking through to the empty ancient realm, the rainbow immortal gold's power and the illusory sword's power fused together, erupting with unprecedented power to help Fang Qin break through. Phew! Letting out a sigh of relief, he could finally relax. Wong! A loud sword cry sounded. The hidden star sword stared longingly at the rainbow immortal gold. It had been drooling for a long time. You want to devour it? Fang Qin asked. The hidden star sword's body swayed as if it was answering Fang Qin. Can you do it? Fang Qin said as he threw the rainbow immortal gold to the hidden star sword. The hidden star sword seemed to have a magnetic force that directly attracted the rainbow immortal gold to it. Asterisk hiss, asterisk, asterisk hiss, asterisk, asterisk, hiss, asterisk. The hidden star sword emitted a terrifying sword chi that enveloped the rainbow immortal gold. Fang Qin saw that the rainbow immortal gold was being devoured by the hidden star sword bit by bit. The rainbow immortal gold's power has been absorbed by Master. Its hardness has been greatly reduced. The hidden star sword is a void fragmentation grade weapon. Moreover, it is Master's battle partner. It was nurtured by Master's blood and sweat. Naturally, it can devour the rainbow immortal gold. The Xian Ming heart explained. Fang Qin understood and nodded gently. A few days later, the hidden star sword completely absorbed the rainbow immortal gold. A series of sword cries came out. The hidden star sword was very cheerful. After absorbing the rainbow immortal gold, its grade had increased to the supreme void fragmentation grade. Fang Qin held it in his hand. A powerful force came from the sword hilt, which surprised Fang Qin. The rainbow immortal gold hasn't been fully digested. After it is fully digested, it should be able to complete the final transformation and become a chaotic grade weapon. The Xian Ming heart said. Chaotic grade was the highest grade weapon in the primal chaos void. Under normal circumstances, heavenly venerable realm experts would only have void fragmentation grade weapons. Even ordinary ancient gods of the void ancient realm rarely had chaotic grade weapons. Chaotic grade. Fang Qin was excited. Transform well. Fang Qin patted the body of the hidden star sword gently and kept it into his Sumeru ring. The divine tree was completely stunned. Too terrifying. The divine tree was shocked. How could there be such a monstrous person in this world? Not only did he succeed in refining the rainbow immortal gold, he even used the opportunity to break through to the void ancient realm. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely cause a commotion. Even the younger generation of the powerful foreign races in the heavenly venerable sea wouldn't be as good as him, right? The divine tree said. At the same time, the divine tree had made up its mind to follow Fang Qin until its death. However, Fang Qin was too lazy to pay attention to it. He let it take root in the dark cave mountain and cultivate. He stood on a mountain peak with his hands behind his back. His dark eyes scanned the entire dark cave mountain. Through the mountain, he saw everything in the outside world. The fallen Sword Mountain range was in ruins. It was attacked by the scaled ancient god in anger and turned into ruins. The scaled ancient god? Fang Chen murmured. Although he was still no match for the scaled ancient god, at least he had the power to protect himself. After going out, he quickly left the Devil Sword Island. The fallen Sword Mountain range was in ruins. In the deepest part of the mountain, a layer of ripples appeared in the void. Fang Chen walked out of it. The dark cave mountain shrank, and he kept it in his arms. Buzz suddenly. A strong demonic chi emerged from his body. Invincible demonic chi. After stepping into the void ancient realm, Fang Chen had completely mastered the first level of the demonic transformation divine art. Now the invincible demonic chi could be pushed to the extreme. The wild demonic chi covered his body, and he disguised himself as a demonic beast in human form. The amplification of the invincible demonic chi has also increased from 10,000 times to 1,000,000 times. Looking at the invincible demonic chi around him, Fang Chen grinned. Without using the demonic transformation divine art, it was easy to deal with a middle void ancient realm martial artist. He was also invincible against a late void ancient god. Once he used the demonic transformation divine art, even a late void ancient god would not be his match. His dark eyes looked into the distance, and evil power emerged. Fang Chen took a step forward and entered the void. Now, the Devil Sword Island was in chaos. The ancient gods of the Scaled Palace had gathered and were crazily slaughtering the ancient gods of the Dragon Sword Palace. In the previous battle, ancient god Dragon Sword was injured and had not come out of seclusion. The Dragon Sword Palace was in turmoil, as if it would disband at any time. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2664. Because of his invincible demonic aura, it was easier for Fang Chen to leave. He disguised himself as a human-shaped demonic beast and left Demon Sword Island. Master, we found a suspicious target at the edge of Demon Sword Island. When Fang Chen left on Immortal Cave Mountain, he was discovered by the people of Scaled Palace. Oh! The scaled ancient god spread out his divine sense. In the blink of an eye, he discovered that Immortal Cave Mountain had disappeared above the celestial Venerate Sea. Damn it! The scaled ancient god took a step forward and came to the surface of the sea. Unfortunately, Fang Chen had already escaped. Seal off the entire sea region and capture him at all costs. Ever since the battle with ancient god Dragon Sword, the scaled ancient god was even more eager to increase his cultivation. He was furious that he had lost the rainbow immortal gold. The most important thing now was to find Fang Chen and take back the demonic transformation technique. In the endless sea region, Immortal Cave Mountain turned into a mountain peak and floated on the surface of the sea. The celestial Venerate Sea was too vast. Even now, Fang Chen did not know the exact situation of the celestial Venerate Sea. Several months later, on a mountain peak in Immortal Cave Mountain, Fang Chen was leaning against a green rock. Opposite him was a humanoid monster with the body of a snake sitting cross-legged. This was a member of a foreign race, said to be a member of the Naga race. When we Naga race were at our peak, we once dominated the primal chaos void. Unfortunately, we have declined, the Naga said with a bitter smile. A few days ago, Fang Chen had discovered this Naga in the sea region. He had been attracted by the Scarlet Vortex and had almost died. Fang Chen had casually rescued him, wanting to learn some important information about the celestial Venerate Sea from him. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect that the Naga race had once dominated the primal chaos void. Tell me more about the celestial Venerate Sea, Fang Chen asked. The Naga nodded. Actually, the celestial Venerate Sea is not as big as you think. It's just that the sea region is vast, so it gives people the feeling that it's huge. Simply put, all the foreign races in the celestial Venerate Sea are divided into two factions. The first faction is made up of the alien races that once ruled the primal chaos void. Most of them are united against the outside world. What about the other faction? Fang Chen asked with a frown. Do you know what is at the end of the Empyrean Sea? The Serpent Man's expression changed. When he talked about the end of the Empyrean Sea, his expression became serious. Fong Chen shook his head. Isn't it a spatial rift? It's true that the Empyrean Sea is in the void crack, but what about behind the crack? Have you ever thought about it? Fong Chen shook his head at the Naga's question. Behind the spatial rift is another chaotic void, the Serpent Man said in a low voice. Hearing this, Fong Chen was amazed. Another primal chaos void? Could it be that the primal chaos realm had many primal chaos voids? As he thought about the past, the old master of Immortal Cave Mountain sensed the decline of the primal chaos and the great changes in the world. It was very difficult for martial artists to break through to the ancient god level. Therefore, he entered the depths of the dark void to search for the pinnacle of martial arts. Could it be? Thinking of this, Fong Chen was shocked. The vast dark void is called the primal chaos realm. In the beginning, the entire world was in a state of chaos. Later, when the world was created, the primal chaos realm was born. It can be said that the primal chaos realm is the most primitive and basic of this world. It contains the entire world. As time passed, the primal chaos realm evolved into many primal chaos voids. Each of these primal chaos voids formed their own world and became the world we are in now. The Serpent Man said. He had a more detailed understanding of the primal chaos realm. The other end of the Empyrean Sea is connected to another primal chaos void. Strictly speaking, the Empyrean Sea is located between two primal chaos voids. It is also an ancient battlefield between the two primal chaos voids, the Serpent Man said. Fong Chen fell into a daze. Once upon a time, he thought the primal chaos void was the highest dimension. But now, after stepping into the void ancient realm, he realized how small the primal chaos void was. Our primal chaos void is called the Ancient Saint Primal Chaos. The other primal chaos void is called the Dark Swamp Primal Chaos. The Serpent Man continued. For countless years, the strongest of the Dark Swamp Primal Chaos has always wanted to invade our Ancient Saint Primal Chaos, causing a large-scale war in the Empyrean Sea. But fortunately, our Ancient Saint Primal Chaos has held on for all these years. Ancient Saint Primal Chaos, Dark Swamp Primal Chaos. This was the highest secret Fong Chen had ever heard. Most likely, even the core elders of the human race in the Primal Chaos Void did not know about it. At this moment, all the mysteries had been revealed. Everyone thought that the foreign races that had once ruled the Primal Chaos Void were heretics who had always wanted to invade the Primal Chaos Void. If not for the Empyrean Sea, the Primal Chaos Void would have been flattened by them. But no one knew that they were the true heroes on the front lines of the war. If not for them, the Dark Swamp Primal Chaos would have occupied the Ancient Saint Primal Chaos. Fong Chen exclaimed in his heart. His face was full of shock. In the Dark Swamp Primal Chaos, the demonic path reigns supreme. All martial artists are extremely evil. They cultivate demonic arts and need the blood of foreign races to increase their strength. But there is no need to worry too much. The overall strength of the Dark Swamp Primal Chaos is about the same as our Ancient Saint Primal Chaos. The Serpent Man continued. Even in the Empyrean Sea, the foreign races of the Dark Swamp Primal Chaos cannot completely suppress our Ancient Saint Primal Chaos. After hearing the Serpent Man's words, Fong Chen felt his head explode. This was completely beyond the scope of his knowledge. What a pity. If only we had an ancient life realm powerhouse, we would definitely be able to suppress the Dark Swamp Primal Chaos. The Serpent Man sighed. In the Empyrean Sea, the strongest forces on both sides were only at the limit of the ancient star realm. An ancient god of the life realm stood at the peak of the Empyrean Sea. With a wave of their arm, they could destroy the Dark Swamp Primal Chaos. Forget it. You have only just stepped into the ancient void realm. You are still very far away. The Serpent Man smiled. He was very grateful to Fong Chen from the bottom of his heart. After all, the latter was his savior. How strong is the Serpent Man race in the Empyrean Sea? Fong Chen asked. The Serpent Man race is above average in the Empyrean Sea. Along the way, the two chatted. The more they understood, the more shocked they were. The God-slaying island was the most chaotic island in the Empyrean Sea. According to the Serpent Man, this island was sandwiched between the two camps. There were no restrictions, and no one cared. Here, strength was everything. As long as you were strong enough, you could do anything. Of course, benefits came first. In the face of benefits, there was no distinction between races. Therefore, on the God-slaying island, foreign races of the dark swamp primal chaos could often be seen. They could walk freely on the streets without being punished by the ancient saint primal chaos. This was because the God-slaying island was a public area that was jointly controlled by both camps. Simply put, as long as you were strong enough, you could do whatever you wanted. After several months, the Serpent Man brought Fong Chun to the God-slaying island. This is the God-slaying island? Fong Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the noisy and lively island in front of him. In his mind, he recalled the white-robed lady that he saw in the vast sea bathed in lightning. She gave him a token and said that if he had any problems in the future, he could come to the God-slaying island to find her. Brother Snake, do you know if there are any strong people on the God-slaying island? The strong people on the God-slaying island. The Serpent Man thought for a moment and said, there are 3 strong people on the God-slaying island. They are the recognized managers of the God-slaying island. Everyone on the God-slaying island has to give them face. Even the big shots of the 2 camps are very afraid of these 3 experts. Oh, tell me about it. Fong Chun was even more curious. I don't know the details, but I vaguely remember someone mentioning that the top leader of the God-slaying island is a Thunder Principle expert. Fong Chen's heart raced. He felt that the Thunder Principle expert that the Serpent Man was talking about might be the white-robed lady that gave him the token. Is this leader a man or a woman? Fong Chun asked anxiously. The Serpent Man shook his head and looked at Fong Chun in surprise. I'm not sure. The 3 leaders of the God-slaying island are extremely mysterious. No one has ever seen them before. Fong Chun was a little disappointed, but he was even more certain that the white-robed lady was one of the 3 leaders of the God-slaying island. Soon, all the prodigies of the 2 camps will gather on the God-slaying island, the Serpent Man said. We can take this opportunity to participate in the competition. Chapter 2665. There were many islands in the heavenly sovereign sea. Most of them were controlled by the 2 camps. Only the God-slaying island was outside of the 2 camps. Look, all of them are outsiders from the dark marsh primal chaos, Nye Tian said. The Naga pointed at a pedestrian in front of them. He had 6 horns on his head and 4 arms. He was a humanoid monster with a black halo around his body. The dark marsh chaos is different from us ancient saint chaos. The demonic arts they cultivate are bloodthirsty. So, they came to the God-slaying island to trade with us and get the blood they need. The Naga explained patiently to Fong Chun. Do people trade with them? Fong Chun asked in surprise. The Naga nodded. There are no absolute enemies in any place, only absolute benefits. We're the other races in front of benefits. Some even kill the ancient Saint Chaos to collect their blood and trade with the other races. Think about it. The other races have a supreme treasure. If you can get it, you can enter the Star Ancient realm in a short time. Wouldn't you be tempted? Don't martial cultivators like us pursue the pinnacle of power? Only a fool would not take a shortcut. The Naga gave an example. Fong Chun was relieved. Indeed, there were such people everywhere in the real world. For their own benefits, they could completely ignore their status and attack their own race. Let's go. I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the place and register for the competition. The Naga brought Fong Chun to a square on the God-slaying island. The square was surrounded by many ancient gods. They were all discussing the competition between the geniuses this time. How generous. I didn't expect the 3 leaders of the God-slaying island to be so domineering. Yeah, as long as you can get into the top 10, you'll be rewarded handsomely, let alone the top 3. Almost all the prodigies from the 2 camps have gathered in this competition. The battles will be even more exciting. As soon as they arrived at the square, they heard many discussions. The competition was decided by the 3 leaders of the God-slaying island. All the prodigies from the 2 camps can participate. As long as your bone age is not over 10 billion years, you can register. The Naga explained. To many ancient god experts, 10 billion years was but the blink of an eye. To be able to step into the void ancient realm within 10 billion years was already extremely amazing. After all, not everyone was as monstrous as Fong Chun. It had been less than 100,000 years since he started cultivating. If news of this got out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. The three big shots of the god-slaying island? Fong Chun muttered. Which battalion do these three leaders belong to? The Naga shook his head, indicating that he did not know. These three giants have existed for far too long. Some people even suspect that they are natives of the Empyrean Sea. Fong Chun was shocked when he heard this. A native of the celestial, sovereign sea? It was truly unimaginable. After skimming through the detailed introduction of the Battle of Geniuses, Fong Chun was extremely shocked. Rainbow Immortal Gold? When he saw the words Rainbow Immortal Gold written on the reward column, he was a little surprised. Even a precious treasure like the 7-colored Immortal Gold would be used as a reward. The three giants of the god-destroying island were truly bold. As long as you can enter the top 10, you will be rewarded with a piece of 7-colored Immortal Gold. The more he read, the more shocked he was. If you enter the top 3, you will be rewarded with a supreme divine skill. And the contestant who wins first place in this Battle of Geniuses can choose 2 supreme divine skills from the top 20. This, Fong Chun was stunned. This was too crazy, he couldn't imagine it. He had worked so hard to obtain one supreme divine skill, but the god-destroying island had taken out so many supreme divine skills at once. How can the three giants of the god-destroying island have so many supreme divine skills? Fong Chun asked, puzzled. There are 49 supreme divine skills in the Empyrean Sea, but over the countless years, with the three giants' ability, it is not difficult to obtain some supreme divine skills. The Naga said, but why are they holding this battle of geniuses? Fong Chun still didn't understand. No one would do something without benefits, right? Not to mention this kind of thankless battle of geniuses. Moreover, they took out so many supreme divine skills at once as rewards. When did supreme divine skills become as worthless as cabbages? We can't understand the giant's thoughts. Let's hurry up and sign up. Maybe we'll be lucky enough to get a reward. The Naga laughed and pulled the woman to sign up. During the registration stage, one's bone age was tested to prevent fraud. Name: Venerable Snake of the Naga tribe. Bone age test. The staff members registered the warriors in an orderly manner. After the Naga registered, he walked to a huge stone tablet in the center of the square. He placed one hand on the tablet, and the tablet suddenly shone brightly. Then, a vast aura enveloped the Naga. As time passed, the color of the tablet gradually changed from white to red, and then to light purple. Whoosh! Bone age test explained. Venerable Snake passed. Bone age 9. 3 billion years. Pass. Next. Fong Chun stared at the tablet. After hearing the staff member's words, he nodded slightly. Light purple means 9. 3 billion years. If the tablet is completely purple, it should have exceeded the limit. Let me. Just as Fong Chun was about to step forward, a humanoid monster shrouded in a black halo suddenly beat him to it and walked to the registration area. Venerable Snake frowned slightly. He was a little unhappy. Humph! Black Marsh Chaos Idiot, Venerable Snake said coldly. What did you say? Do you believe that I will twist your head off? The humanoid monster covered in a black halo turned his head and glared at Venerable Snake. Then, he continued to test. He placed his palm on the tablet. In the blink of an eye, the tablet turned into a rich purple color. Failed, the staff member announced. The humanoid monster covered in a black halo looked ferocious. Damn it. He flung his sleeves and turned to leave. He thought that he could take advantage of the situation. Who knew that the test would be so strict? However, before he left, he glared fiercely at Fong Chun and revered Snake. The two of you better be careful. Fong Chun ignored the man's threat and walked to the tablet to test. Buzz! He placed one hand on the tablet and suddenly felt a strange power emerge. What a strange feeling. This power entered his body and wandered around Fong Chen's body, surrounding his bones. The color of the stone tablet slowly changed. From the initial white color, it gradually turned into a light green color. Then it stopped moving. Is there something wrong with the tablet? How could it be light green? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Many of the onlookers were stunned and shook their heads. There must be something wrong with the tablet. Otherwise, how could it be light green? What kind of joke was this? In this era where everything was measured in hundreds of millions of years, there was a guy who had cultivated for less than 20,000 years? Wasn't this too exaggerated? Judging from his aura, he seems to have just entered the void ancient realm. But how could he cultivate to the void ancient realm in less than 20,000 years? This is unbelievable. The staff member looked at Fong Chen in surprise and then announced, "Bone age of 17,000 years pass." Crash! There was an uproar in the God Destruction Square. Countless martial artists were tongue-tied. Even Venerable Snake of the Naga tribe looked at Fong Chen in shock, as if he was looking at a monster. 17,000 years. Isn't this too exaggerated? In the history of the Heavenly Venerate Sea, the earliest martial artist to step into the ancient god realm took 300 million years. But this guy who looked like a human in front of him took less than 20,000 years. Revered Snake's heart was greatly stimulated. This guy broke He Xian's record. Yeah, He Xian was the strongest genius in the Heavenly Venerate Sea and stepped into the void ancient realm in 300 million years. And this guy in front of us broke this record countless times. Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Is this a big improvement in the Heavenly Venerate Sea? Many people in the God Destruction Square were in an uproar. At this moment, 3 figures stood side by side above the clouds of the 9 heavens. One of them was the woman in white who had bathed in lightning. Looks like this competition is going to be more interesting. She smiled faintly and looked at Fong Chen, muttering, 17,000 years. Chapter 2666. The man in brocade robes looked down at the square and grinned. I remember that He Xian took 300 million years to reach the void ancient realm, right? The man in black nodded. That's right. He Xian took 300 million years, but he's not the fastest to reach the void ancient realm in the celestial Venerate Sea. Everyone thought that He Xian was the strongest prodigy in the celestial Venerate Sea. Moreover, he was also the expert who used the shortest amount of time to enter the void ancient realm. However, the 3 leaders didn't think so. The Maoshan hermit took 10 million years to reach the void ancient realm. Who would have thought that such a heaven-defying guy would appear? Yeah, I wonder what the Maoshan hermit will think when he hears the news. They were the 3 leaders of the God-slaying island and knew everything about the celestial Venerate Sea. Both He Xian and the Maoshan hermit were famous star ancient realm experts in the celestial Venerate Sea. Now, they stood at the top of the celestial Venerate Sea. Reaching the void ancient realm in 10 million years was already shocking enough. But now, Fong Chen had taken 17,000 years. It was unimaginable. A smile appeared on the white-clothed lady's cold face. Linger, this isn't like you. The 2 leaders laughed. The woman in white shook her head and left. On the God-slaying square, Fong Chen's influence continued to spread. Many ancient gods stared at Fong Chen with burning eyes. Even the foreign being from the dark marsh chaotic race who had left earlier was a little stunned when he heard the news. How can this be? The alien clenched his fists, murderous intent surging in his heart. If such a monster is allowed to grow, he'll definitely become a threat to the Dark Lock chaos. We must eliminate him. Venerable Snake brought Fong Chen and squeezed out of the crowd with great difficulty. Then they swaggered off. In an elegant courtyard. This was Fong Chen and Venerable Snake's temporary residence. There are still 3 months before the genius battle begins. We can only stay here for now, Venerable Snake said. Fong Chen, aren't you a monster? How did he enter the void ancient realm in a mere 17,000 years? Right now, the outside world is saying that you possess a supreme treasure, Venerable Snake said softly. Fong Chen was helpless. His face was full of wry smiles. Ever since his bone age had been tested, countless martial artists had scrambled to befriend him, but they had all been rejected by him. Of course, there were also some ancient gods who harbored evil intentions. They coveted Fong Chen's supreme treasures and thought of ways to trick him. Under the nightlight, Fong Chen's back was facing Venerable Snake. He opened his palm, and the white token appeared. The token emitted a gentle glow. Ever since he arrived at the God-slaying island, it had been in a strange state. Fong Chen guessed that the token must have sensed the aura of the woman in white. I wonder if she's one of the 3 big shots of the God-slaying island. There were several times when Fong Chen couldn't hold back his curiosity and wanted to activate the token. But in the end, he held himself back. This token could be used as a trump card. The competition between the geniuses was extremely dangerous, so it might be able to catch them off guard. Buzz! Suddenly, just as Fong Chen was chatting with Venerable Snake, Fong Chen's expression changed. But soon, he regained his composure. Venerable Snake also noticed that something was wrong with Fong Chen, but he didn't act rashly. The two pretended to continue chatting, but in fact, they were secretly observing their surroundings. Fong Chen even secretly released his sword domain, which quietly spread out and extended into the void. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen sensed the mysterious person hiding in the dark. "So it's you," Fong Chen sneered in his heart. He stood up with his hands behind his back and said to the dark void, "Still not coming out?" Hearing this, the person hiding in the dark was also stunned, but he calmed down a little and walked out of the darkness. I didn't expect a guy who just stepped into the empty ancient realm to have such a keen sense of smell. A black halo enveloped his body. He was the person who failed to register before Fong Chen during the day. "It's you." Venerable Snake's aura fluctuated as he prepared for battle. Boom! A powerful aura was released from the person's body. "I've already investigated the 2 of you. One of you is a member of a Naga tribe, and your cultivation is at the middle empty ancient realm. The other is a human martial artist at the early empty ancient realm." The person sneered. "You want to fight me with just the 2 of you? You're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, the person attacked. Whoosh! He opened his hands and grabbed at the void. The heavenly energy in the void was instantly crushed into a ball, and he threw it at Fong Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A fierce and domineering aura whizzed over. Fong Chen didn't hesitate to use the Azura sword skill. Facing a late, empty, ancient realm, ancient god, Fong Chen didn't dare to be careless. He secretly activated the first level of the Demon Transformation Divine skill. Invincible demon chi gathered in the star-concealing sword, and with a slash, the ball of light formed by the heavenly energy was shattered. At the same time, Venerable Snake and the person were already engaged in a fierce battle. Whoosh! Using stellar transposition, Fong Chen tore through the void and appeared behind the outsider in an instant. Then, he fully activated his invincible demon chi, and a violent demon chi surrounded the star-concealing sword. Fong Chen controlled the star-concealing sword and stabbed it into the person's body. Poochie! The person spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes widened as he screamed in pain. Bang! Venerable Snake punched the person's head and turned into his true form. He opened his mouth and swallowed the person's primordial spirit. Then, Venerable Snake turned into his human form and quickly refined the person's primordial spirit. Amazing! Venerable Snake gave Fong Chen a thumbs up. The latter's cultivation level was lower than his, but he was able to kill a late, empty, ancient realm ancient being with a single slash. As expected of the expert who broke the record in the Heavenly Master Sea, Venerable Snake exclaimed. Fong Chen's potential was too strong. No one in the Heavenly Master Sea could compare to him. Even the 3 giants of the God-slaying island were far from Fong Chen's level when they were at the same cultivation level. "I was just lucky," Fong Chen said. A late, empty, ancient realm ancient god was still very strong. The only reason he could kill the person was because he had underestimated his opponent. He thought that he could easily kill his opponent because he had a higher cultivation level. After this battle, Venerable Snake looked at Fong Chun in a new light. What? He stepped into the empty ancient realm in 17,000 years? Young master, the news is true. All the martial artists who were at the god-slaying square saw it. On an island, a hunchbacked old man was reporting the news. Back then, Haitian also spent 300 million years, but this guy only used 17,000 years. How impressive, the humanoid monster called Young Master said in a low voice. Pay close attention to his every move. At the same time, every person on every island was talking about Fong Chun. It was a paradise. Haitian. A roar was heard, breaking the silence of the Xanadu. Old man from Mount Mountain, what are you doing here? A dark-skinned, middle-aged man with thick arms walked out of a thatched hut in the peach blossom forest. You only know how to cultivate. The Mao Shan lay practitioner took a step forward and stopped in front of Haitian. He chuckled. Do you remember when you stepped into the empty ancient realm 300 million years ago? Everyone thought you were the fastest prodigy to step into the empty ancient realm in the celestial master sea. Haitian's face darkened when he heard the Mao Shan lay practitioner's words. You took even less time than me, didn't you? You and I both know how difficult it is to step into the empty ancient realm. But now, a prodigy from the god-slaying island has stepped into the empty ancient realm in just 17,000 years. What? Haitian's eyes widened when he heard the Mao Shan lay practitioner's words. 17,000 years? Are you sure you're right? Haitian asked. The Mao Shan lay practitioner shook his head. The news is spread throughout the celestial master sea. How could it be false? Besides, the three leaders of the god-slaying island were also there. Haitian fell silent. In his mind, the words 17,000 years repeatedly reverberated. He couldn't imagine how someone could step into the empty ancient realm in less than 20,000 years. Which camp is he from? Haitian asked. He's from the ancient Saint Chaos camp, a human martial artist. The Mao Shan lay practitioner smiled. After a long while, Haitian calmed down and said, Let's go. Let's meet this guy. Chapter 2667. In the elegant courtyard of the god-slaying island, the higher-ups of the Naga tribe had summoned Venerable Snake. Only Fong Chun was left in the courtyard. Just as the latter was in the midst of cultivating, the void suddenly flickered, and two silhouettes appeared. Fong Chun opened his eyes and looked at the void flickered. Not bad. You have a keen sense of smell. The Mao Shan hermit with a walking stick said with a smile. Haitian could no longer hold himself back and unleashed his battle intent. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fong Chun. You're Fong Chun. Fong Chun nodded and asked, Who are you? My name is Haitian. I'm here to fight with you. Haitian revealed his identity and stated his request. Haitian. Fong Chun was shocked when he heard the name. Isn't he the youngest void ancient realm expert in the celestial master sea? Why is he here? Could it be? Fong Chun thought of a possibility. Could it be that Haitian was angry because he broke Haitian's record and wanted to take revenge? Fong Chun was wary when he thought about the fact that Haitian was a star ancient realm ancient god. He took a few steps back. Don't worry. I won't take advantage of you. You are in the early void ancient realm. I'll suppress my cultivation to the same level as yours. We'll have a fair fight. Haitian shrugged and said. Fong Chun stared at Haitian. He didn't know what Haitian was up to. Don't panic, little brother. I can testify that Haitian has no ill intentions towards you. He just wants to see how strong the strongest prodigy of the celestial venerate sea is. The Mao Shan practitioner walked over to Fong Chun with his walking stick. Who are you? Fong Chun asked. I'm a Mao Shan hermit. You probably haven't heard of me. The Mao Shan hermit said. Before you, I wasn't the fastest to reach the void ancient realm in the celestial master sea. He was the record holder. He only used 10 million years to become an ancient god, while I used 300 million years. I am truly ashamed, Haitian said. Over the years, I've been challenging the Mao Shan hermit every once in a while. Fong Chen's heart trembled. It was rumored that the record holder was Haitian. But now, Haitian was actually a Mao Shan hermit who had reached the void ancient realm in just 10 million years. Seeing Fong Chen's confusion, He Xian explained, I stepped into the void ancient realm during a competition. At that time, there were many witnesses, so everyone thought that I stepped into the void ancient realm in the shortest time. Only the true elites of the Celestial Venerate know that Maoshan Hermit is stronger than me. The Maoshan Hermit kept a low profile and never revealed his strength. Other than the three magnates, there were very few who truly understood him. All right, let's talk about other things later. Let's fight first. He Xian could not wait any longer. Voila! The Maoshan Hermit spun his walking stick in a circle, and the elegant courtyard was immediately sealed. The overwhelming aura around He Xian was constantly suppressed until his cultivation level was suppressed to the early void ancient realm. You and I are in the same realm. This isn't considered bullying, right? Go all out and fight with me. Let me see your potential, He Xian said with fiery eyes. Seeing this, Fong Chun had no other choice. He could only fight. Dong! The two punched out at the same time. A powerful fist light condensed in the void and flashed with golden light. Kacha! The two fist lights collided. Wong! Vast energy surged out from Fong Chen's body and pierced into He Xian's fist like a sword. Pung! He Xian's body was sent flying. He tried his best to stabilize his body and used all his strength to suppress the chaotic sword chi in his body. Chaotic origin sword body? He Xian recognized Fong Chen's unique physique. Who would have thought that a fellow who has cultivated for less than 20,000 years would actually possess the chaotic origin sword body? It seems you are a genius in the Tao of Sword. Then let me witness your sword techniques, He Xian said solemnly. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the heaven Tao energy in the world condensed into dragons. They roared towards the sky and let out furious roars. Dark barrier, He Xian bellowed. Under his control, the roaming dragons surrounded Fong Chun. A black curtain fell from the sky. Dark barrier was He Xian's strongest attack. Azura sword technique. Facing He Xian, who was in the same realm, Fong Chun did not feel any pressure at all. He executed the Azura sword technique. The terrifying sword light pierced through the void and clashed with the dark barrier. Kacha! Cracks appeared on the dark enchantment, but it was still strong enough to withstand the attack of the Shura sword arts. Demon transformation divine technique. Fong Chun murmured softly. He clenched his fist and injected his invincible demon chi into the hidden star sword. The power of the Azura sword technique increased exponentially. Kacha! The dark enchantment did not have any power to resist and instantly shattered. He Xian's body was pushed back. After stabilizing his body, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of He Xian's mouth. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His battle intent surged, and his aura rose. In the blink of an eye, his aura rose to the peak. He let go of his suppression, and his cultivation returned to the Star Ancient Realm. He Xian, the Maoshan Lei practitioner, roared. A powerful vibration force pulled He Xian back. Whoosh! The aura around He Xian dissipated. He gradually regained his composure. You won, He Xian said apologetically. He Xian will go crazy after being provoked, the Maoshan Lei practitioner explained. Fong Chen smiled and did not say anything. On the other hand, the Maoshan Lei practitioner's eyes lit up when he saw the invincible demon chi on Fong Chen. Little brother, was that demon transformation divine technique one of the 49 supreme divine techniques? The Maoshan Lei practitioner asked. Fong Chen's heart sank. What did the Maoshan Lei practitioner mean? Was he going to rob him? The supreme divine technique belongs to the Destined One. Since you have it, we will not rob you. Besides, even if we want to, we don't have the guts. The Maoshan Lei practitioner pointed to the ground as he spoke. This was the God-slaying island, the territory of the three giants. In fact, even the Maoshan Lei practitioner and He Xian did not expect that the woman in white, one of the three giants of the God-slaying island, was secretly watching everything. I haven't fully mastered the demon transformation divine technique, the woman in white muttered to herself. She quietly watched the battle below and did not show herself. No wonder the power of your sword technique suddenly multiplied. It's the demon transformation divine technique. He Xian grinned. After this battle, he admired Feng Chun from the bottom of his heart. Feng Chun had reached the void ancient realm in 17,000 years. He had suppressed his cultivation level to fight with Feng Chun, but he was still at a disadvantage. I thought I was exaggerating when I heard the rumors. However, after seeing your performance today, I realized that the rumors are not enough to describe your talent. The Maoshan Lei practitioner smiled and said, I guess we are fated to meet today. I hope we can meet again in the future. See you later. The Maoshan Lei practitioner and He Xian disappeared into the void. Buzz! Right at this moment, a finger beam suddenly swooped down with a powerful force. Feng Chun immediately sensed danger approaching. Oh no! Feng Chun was furious. He thought the Maoshan Lei practitioner and He Xian were trying to steal the demon transformation divine technique from him. Whoosh! 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 Feng Chun took a few steps forward and teleported to the other side. However, the power of the finger gleam was too strong. It even faintly imprisoned the space around Feng Chun. Whoosh! The finger aura shot into Feng Chun's mind, and he suddenly felt a pain in his head as if it was going to explode. He hurriedly used all his strength to refine the finger aura. However, he was shocked to find that, after the finger aura entered his head, it did not wreak havoc. Instead, it stayed quietly in front of his primordial spirit. What is that? Feng Chun suddenly found that the finger aura's power dissipated and turned into lines of small words. Detailed explanation of the demon transformation divine technique. Upon closer inspection, Feng Chun was shocked to find that the finger aura contained a detailed explanation of the demon transformation divine technique. Could this be an opportunity given to me by the Maoshan Lei practitioner and He Xian? Feng Chun's heart raced. Although he only looked at it for a short while, he already saw the mystery. Compared to his own understanding, the detailed explanation was simply too useful. Good stuff. Feng Chun was extremely excited. He looked up at the blue sky and cupped his fists gratefully. Thank you. In the sky, the woman in white flicked her finger and left. I hope you can make perfect use of the evil ancestral eye.